A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Knockhill Racing Circuit in the heart of Fife here in Scotland for the Scottish round of the Caterham Championship. It is a wonderful, jam-packed weekend full of action. We've got the Caterham Academy Championship, both the green and the white groups out on track. We've got the Caterham Road Sport Championship as well. We've got the 270Rs, the 310Rs and the Caterham 7 UK Championship all out in force, giving us incredible racing action throughout the weekend. We then have the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup out there banging doors and trading paint as only they know how. And then we also have the wonderful Fiesta STs and the XR2s out on circuit as well. A very welcome return and no stranger to the circuit here at Knockhill. Join us all weekend. You're not going to miss out. Good morning then, ladies and gentlemen, from a bright and breezy Knockhill racing circuit. Saturday morning kicks off in style, and we are here with the Caterhams. We caught the tail end. We want to get a little bit more of that as we pay tribute to a very much loved member of the BRSCC. We say our thanks to David Pierre, and we'll say more about that with Scott Woodwest up in the tower. Caterham 7 Championship on the grid, ready to go. We'll tell you more about the weekend ahead. Over to Scott Woodwest.
Yes, thank you very much, David, and good morning, afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Knockhill Racing Circuit in Dunfermline and Fife in Bonnie, Scotland, north of the border. And yeah, before we get racing, just a quick moment to talk about someone who the BRSCC sadly lost earlier on this week, which of course Dave Pierre, who was a very much loved former international race director, former clerk of the course, someone who was a long-standing marshal and volunteer, and someone who was very, very much loved and respected by not just people within the paddocks of the UK motorsport, but also around the world. He was also the race director for the W Series in their first season in 2019, and he taught the many generations after him of clerks, volunteers, race directors and marshals and everyone else that gets involved to make race meetings happen, to learn their craft. And I know that one person who certainly learned a lot of his craft in terms of stewarding and clerking and race directing is BRSCC chairman Peter Daly, who I know was obviously felt the loss of Dave quite personally in many cases, and as did many people did. So from all of us at BRSCC, thank you very much, Dave. We miss you very much, and this weekend is certainly for you, because of course he wants us to remember in the best way possible, which is to put on 2 fantastic days of racing. And that is exactly what is set to happen here at Knockhill. It is our 3rd live race weekend of the season. This weekend, mainly, with it being called the Caterham Festival Race Weekend, mainly due to the fact that it is all Caterhams. It is all 6 of the Caterham Motorsport Factory Championships in play here this weekend, plus also Saloon Car action from the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup and the ETSL STXR Challenge. So some sports cars and saloon cars in the mix. So the cars heading off onto the grid for their first race of the day. This is the top level of Caterham racing, the Caterham 7 Championship UK. These are the fastest Caterhams in the UK, with a brand new 2021 spec package, and as you can see, they make for quite a sight as they make their way through the Knockhill circuit here today. Let's give you the grid then in terms of how they're going to start for this first race of the day. It's going to be William Smith, who won the Super Pole, who starts on pole position with a 52.699. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is the black and gold car there of Gordon Sawyer on the front row. Chris Hutchinson, who is there in car 78, will start 3rd alongside Stephen Nuttall in car 46 on the 2nd row of the grid. James Murphy, who was a former champion in 2018 in the road sport category, starts 5th in his first year of 420R racing. Then it's Henry Heaton, who was last year's vice champion, 6th. Greg Monks, who was the 310R champion last year, starts in 7th on the grid, alongside a welcome return to Alex Jordan in the bright pink and blue machine number 80. He starts from 8th. Jake Swan-Dixon also makes his first appearance of the year in 9th, alongside Caterham CEO Graham McDonald rounding out the top 10, racing at home. And we've got Johnny Jarrett, Neil Fraser on the 6th row of the grid, and then David Yates rounding out the 13-car grid. So the Caterham 7 Championship, these cars are dedicated race-only chassis, full race specification, and they run a 2-litre Ford Duratec engine tuned by Caterham. They also, this year, new for 2021, have bespoke Avon slick and wet tyres, as well as bespoke Bilstein race dampers, a 6-speed sequential flat-shift gearbox, and these are quite the weapons on track. So they make their way up onto the hill. Weather conditions have improved, a little bit cloudy in the early stages through qualifying, but the sun has come out for the start of racing, which is what we want to see. And as we mentioned, all 5 of the Caterham Championships that are in the mix are competing today. Of course, we've got both the Academy Championships making, I think, their first visit ever to Knockhill, both green and white groups in the mix. We've also got Road Sport, 270R and 310R as well. We'll talk about more of them as we go along. And of course, that saloon car action with the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup and SETSL STXR Challenge. So we'll talk about championship connotations as the race goes on, but let's get racing underway here at Knockhill then. The first race on the weekend, the first of 320 minutes for the Caterham 7 UKs is underway here at Knockhill. Bit of a stuttering start from the front row of the grid from Gordon Sawyer, but it's going to be William Smith who leads him down towards turn 1. Hutchinson is already attacking Gordon Sawyer for 2nd place to head into Doveslip for the first time, and it's a spin for the championship leader. There's contact in the background. James Murphy's involved. Alex Jordan's off in the gravel, but the main spinner was championship leader Stephen Nuttall. Down Doveslip into Leslie's. And as more contact, one other car into the gravel in the barriers. I think that's Graham McDonald. I recognise the green roll cage. So a little bit of bumping and boring in the first few laps, and 1 or 2 casualties as a result. William Smith is in there, and it is Graham McDonald. Unfortunately, His home visit to Knockhill hasn't quite worked out. He's trying to get himself back out of the gravel, but I'm afraid he is beast. So top two trying to get away as they head down towards Taylor's hairpin for the first time. It's William Smith who leads from Gordon Sawyer in second place. Looks like Henry Heaton in third. Change on for fourth between Greg Monks and Chris Hutchinson. Jake Swan-Dixon's up to sixth, and Stephen Nuttall, despite having that spin all the way down Duffus Dip, which would have absolutely terrified him, is still in seventh place. Across the line they go to end lap number one of racing here at Knockhill. And looks like anyone else that got involved in that have managed to get away. So Smith leads the way from Sawyer in second place, a little wide there through McIntyre's. And then this very steep climb. You have to put a very precise line through the chicane. You have to try and straight line the first part and just hit the apex of the second part as you rock over the curb just about right. There's a very fine margin between just gliding over the curb and hitting it and possibly causing some suspension damage. So Smith leads from Sawyer, then Heaton was a further 1.2 seconds back, but he is starting to close in now as they come down the railway bend towards Taylor's for the second time. Monks is there in fourth position. There's a challenge for the outside line from Graham Sawyer. Now what's interesting, he'll look for the inside line here on the exit, because even though he's off the racing line, or what you consider the racing line, the right hand side of the circuit is a flatter run up the hill and therefore is faster. So they're going to try and attack, although they'll have to put that on a hold because the incidents that we had in the first couple of laps have led to the first appearance of the day from the runyourfleet.com safety car, and that means everyone starts to back up and run to a reduced pace. So quite a fast and frenetic start to racing here at Knockhill. But William Smith, who didn't have the best of luck in the opening rounds at Donington Park, he was plagued with either getting involved in incidents or he was involved in the incident on the end of had a coming together with Henry Heaton in the second race at Donington Park, and in the third race he has had a collision with Graham McDonald, which put them both out on the last lap, and he seems to have rebounded quite nicely, put in a blistering lap in the Super Pole to pick up the bonus points. We should mention for the Super Pole, you do get bonus points for the top three, so it's the top half of the qualifiers from the regular qualifying session go through. In this case, it was the top five, and they get one single flying lap. Whoever sets the fastest lap gets the Super Pole, and you get bonus points for the top three positions, 3 bonus points for pole, 2 bonus points for second, and 1 bonus point for third place. So reduced pace under the runyourfleet.com safety car, which is now picking up the pack. And as for the other two cars that were involved, Alex Jordan looks as though he hasn't made it around after his initial contact, possibly because he's stuck in the gravel. There was Graham McDonald's car being recovered by the fantastic Marshall team here at Knockhill. Of course, all British Marshals do an incredible job, so thank you to all of their efforts to keeping the event running as smooth as possible and keeping the drivers as safe as possible and working as efficiently as they can to ensure this is cleared up quickly enough to get the racing underway. It's a 20-minute race. We've gone past 3.5 minutes already, and it's quite a short lap here at Knockhill. The pole position time was 52.699. Well, that record is about 44 seconds. They're not quite on the same pace of that record that was set. I believe it was one of the sprints that took place here at Knockhill, amongst many different racing activities, including there's a rally school, there's rally cross that takes place, they have Super Lap Scotland, which is their own version of Time Attack. So plenty of activity going on here at the home of Scottish motorsport, and it's great to have not just BRSCC but Caterham, and also we've got BMWs here. We've got a regular BMW championship that takes place previously. There used to be a Scottish Compact Cup championship, but it's just the more national based championship of the mix. You see there James Murphy, after the contact he had at Duffus Dip. Now I suspect maybe he had a tag from Alex Jordan, because the contact seems to have taken off his right rear wing, which shouldn't affect him too much. It might have a tiny bit of effect on rear grip, but these cars do tend to circulate still just as quickly if they are missing a wing or two, although that's not, of course, the intention. So let's just remind you of where the points stood coming into the weekend. Stephen Nuttall won 2 wins in a second at the opening rounds last time, and he carries a 10-point lead heading into the opening round race today, 76 points compared to James Murphy, who in his first year racing this new 420R, particularly the new Spectre 2021 420R, has already taken a win and a second place. And I was talking to him just before the Super Pole, and he was saying that he just wanted to get himself a trophy and even a win in this first season, and in order to try and get something, that was his aim for the year. He's achieved it, and now he's simply going to use this year to just learn the cars, learn the circuit, learn the quality of the racing, learn the racecraft required for these 420R Caterhams, and then maybe make a proper full-on scale prepared attack on the championship in 2022, but he's going to use this now to enjoy himself and have some fun. And one thing you have to bear in mind is that drivers like James Murphy and Greg Monks, who are coming into the top level, they've been used to driving pretty much the same car over the last 4 seasons. The only difference being is that from Academy through to 310R, you keep the same car, but then you upgrade it for the different steps. So they're trying to learn on the fly here with these new cars, and learning it in a race situation certainly helps quite a lot. So the safety car lights are out on the RunYourFleet.com safety car, the Jaguar XF Sport Brake, which will now start to pull away from the pack, and William Smith will either back the cars up or, as he looks to have done already, decides to go. I think he was going a little quick through Clark Corner, which looked as though he was going. And is that another piece of bodywork? That's someone's bodywork come off somewhere. Is that? I think Gordon Sawyer's tapped the back of William Smith, because Williams now lost his right rear wing, unless that's gone already, or it was on the track and just been knocked out of the way by a competitor. I think there's been a bit of contact just before the start of this, the restart of this first race, but there is a bit of damage to the back of William Smith's car as well, and the left front wing is a little ajar, I think, on Gordon Sawyer's car. We'll try and work that out as the race goes on. Green flag as we get back underway in the Caterham 7 Championship UK, the first race of today here this weekend at Knockhill, and they're fuddling into Duffers Dip, and corners like these, Duffers Dip and at Leslie's and McIntyre's, to have these huge sausage curves on the inside, which means that you really have to pick your line very carefully. And the margin is so fine between striking it just right or striking it to possibly cause damage. But Sawyer is not wasting any time here. He's looking to the inside line to try and take the lead to Clark Corner, has a peak up the inside. It's a very steep approach. It's a blind apex going through Clark Corner. And now through Railway Bend with Heaton right on the back of the pair of them. 3 for the lead down Railway Bend towards Taylor's. Hislop has Heaton has the inside line, but he blocks, and Smith now has to try and defend. Now Heaton will try and get the cut back here, because he knows the flatter part of the circuit on the right hand side will give him a stronger run, but both Sawyer and Smith see it coming and they move across. Here comes Sawyer trying to pull alongside on the slipstream, side by side in the run down towards Duffers Dip as they begin another lap, and will he sweep around the outside? And he does have a go of it. He runs wide over the curb, but Sawyer's got through. Incredible pass on the outside line of Duffers Dip. A bold pass there from Gordon Sawyer to make it through, and immediately Smith tries to come back him into Butchers, and that's going to hold him up as he go up towards the chicane. This is going to give Henry Heaton a chance to get through. It has. He's managed to slip through before the chicane. That's a bold move to make if he can pull it off, and Greg Monks is going to get into the party here, as is also Jake Swan-Dixon, and believe it or not, so is Stephen Nuttall. Remember, he was sideways, spinning through 360 degrees down Duffers Dip, which is a scary thing at the best of times. He's now going to get involved. Almost 2 by 2 hurrah down towards the hairpin. Sawyer trying to pull away here as Heaton has to go defensive, and Smith is getting in a bit of a catch-22 here. He knows he's got to try and attack Heaton, but at the same time he's got Greg Monks and Swan-Dixon and also Stephen Nuttall, and the green car behind him is Chris Hutchinson. He started third, he dropped back a couple of spots at the start, and he's now back in 7th place, but he's very much in this lead group. Top 7 covered by 2.3 seconds. A couple of cars running wide as Greg Monks defends from Jake Swan-Dixon. And they turn their way now out of McIntyre's and towards Butchers. They'll pop over the hill again as Sawyer glides his way through out to the chicane. So 0.8 of a second the lead between Sawyer and Heaton. Then in fact, it's changed again, so Smith has got back past Henry Heaton now. So in between that sequence, second and third changes hands once again. Greg Monks is leading the next group now, 4th down to 7th. As Heaton looks to the outside, and just behind them, Jake Swan-Dixon tries to make a move for 4th position. Out of the hairpin, up through the Sadev 6-speed flat shift sequential gearbox as they hug the inside line for the flattest run up the hill. And Stephen Nuttall would very much like to get himself as high as he can with the time left as Jake Swan-Dixon makes an attack up the inside into Duffers Dip. Greg Monks had it covered as they come back through the right-hander. James Murphy, I think he may have possibly stopped to the pit lane to get some damage checked. He's 7 seconds back, but he's quite a way. Okay, so he's in the group with Johnny Jarrett, Neil Fraser, David Yates and James Murphy as they turn their way out of the left-hander. Down the back straight. Sawyer's gap has increased by a fraction, up to 9/10. It's battle for second looking pretty intense, and Smith here has got to try and make a choice. He's either got to try and defend from Henry Heath as much as possible and realising, try and minimise the time lost, or he's got to try and work together with Henry Heaton to pull both of them back together towards the top 3, the lead, to make it a leading trio rather than Sawyer running out on his own. William Smith, former champion in 2016 or so. Took about a couple of seasons off. He didn't race last year. He was in the top 3 in the championship of the 420Rs the year before. Round the left-hander at Taylor's and onto the back straight now, back towards the hairpin. Again, 3 together as Heaton has now managed to help Smith get back towards Sawyer now, and the toe they'll get up the hill is going to be quite immense because these Caterhams aren't very aerodynamic. They do punch quite a large hole in the air. Now behind the top 3, Stephen Nuttall is making a move for 5th position. Looking up the inside line of Jake Swan-Dixon, Greg Monks is going to try and hold on as they launch themselves over the curves at Duffers Dip. Gordon Sawyer sideways in the air as he turned in through the left-hander. Was a little wide on the exit. Now as they come up through Butchers and back through the chicane. It's a fantastic part of the circuit. You really do just launch over the curves. And now quickly it seems though Stephen Nuttall has dropped Jake Swan-Dixon. He's now setting his next target in Greg Monks, who himself is trying to get away. Up through Clark Curve. Just time check, see how long's left in this race. Let's take a look. And we have got 8 minutes to go in this race, so fastest lap of the race, we should mention, has gone to Henry Heaton, 52.420. So he's getting a move on and looking for second place on the inside of William Smith here, so he's not going to hang around. He realises he has to go for it. If he wants the victory, he has to try and go for second, then mount an attack on Gordon Sawyer if he can. On to lap 12 here in this first race of the weekend, the Caterham 7 Champion UK. Plenty more Caterham action to go. It's their second outing this year for the top-level championship. These purpose-built Caterham 420Rs really do make a fantastic sight, particularly with these brand new sticky Avon slick tyres. Really do make a difference in pace. So Smith then just hanging on by a thread here, it seems, for this battle for second place. He looks to the outside, but again, if Smith can hold the inside line, he knows he's got a better run if he can hold on to the inside of the circuit, back up the hill once more. And they really are staying in touch with Gordon Sawyer. Gordon's really not being allowed to get away here, the 2019 310R champion. 3 for the lead across the line. 7 minutes left in this first race. Looks like Nuttall's next target's going to be for 4th place, and just keeping an eye on the background to see if he's got through. They were separated by 1/10 and a half at the line. So we'll catch them as they come back through shot against the leading trio. Rock over the chicane, back for 4th. Still Monks ahead, so Nuttall is pressuring. And just seeing both Jake Swan-Dixon and Chris Hutchison come back towards them now, so I feel as though maybe Stephen Nuttall might be thinking he's got to try and get past Greg as quickly as he can, because both Jake is going to get through. Now they change for the lead in front, because up at the hairpin it was side by side between Smith and Gordon Sawyer. We'll see what the result of that was in a second, but defending for 4th position is Greg Monks as they turn out of the right-hander at the hairpin, and now trying to get the run up the hill. It's going to be crucial now for the leaders. Smith is going on the offensive here, looking to the outside of Duffers Dip. He's trying to do exactly what Sawyer did to him a few laps ago. Looks round the outside, he's sideways at Duffers Dip, gets across Sawyer, they both tangle. Henry Heaton gets into the lead. Round and round goes William Smith. And I think it was simply just an opportunity for Smith to try and get the move done, which Smith made on him several laps ago. Didn't quite work out, and now Sawyer's been dropped down to, that looks to be, well, that's now going to be 6th position by the looks of it, because Henry Heaton is now into the lead. It's now up into 2nd place is Stephen Nuttall. 3rd is Greg Monks. 4th is Jake Swan-Dixon. 5th is Chris Hutchison, and down to 6th has gone the 91 of Gordon Sawyer. So back onto another lap here. Henry Heaton holding the advantage. 5.5 minutes to go then. 4 of them for second place. Heaton then 2.2 seconds to the good across the line, and Monks isn't finished here. He wants to try and repass Nuttall, but Nuttall knows he's got to take every point he can. Now let's keep an eye on lap times. Last time by, Stephen Nuttall was a full second quicker than Henry Heaton. It was a 53.5 for Nuttall, 54.6 for Henry Heaton. So maybe this isn't done. Nuttall knows if he wants to catch him, he's running out of time, but he has to put his foot down, and the rate he's going, a couple more laps, if he can lap at least a second quicker, he will be with him towards the end. Jake Swan-Dixon taking a look as they head down that very bumpy back straight into the hairpin now. This is at the end of lap 15. back on the power once more. You can see Chris Hutchinson there in the green and black Caterham, keeping in touch at the back of the top 5, and Gordon Sawyer's not too far away. He's managed to recover well from that incident. As for William Smith, he has rejoined back in 10th position, but way down the point. So it just seems as though William Smith, luck-wise, just can't get a break, can he? He really just had the bad luck at Donington Park by getting involved in incidents and mechanical issues as a result, and was really fighting well for the lead. It's just a shame that he got tangled up there at the first corner. 4 minutes to go. Henry Heaton's responded last time by. He was a 10th quicker than Nuttall, so he knows that Nuttall's behind him now, and he'll be getting the encouragement from his team as they head out through Clark Curve, through Railway Bend, and back towards Taylor's again for the end of lap 16. Monks is going to try and make a run up the hill here to get through. Now then, Gordon Sawyer is already trying to pick his way back towards a podium place. He's up the inside of Chris Hutchinson and makes the move stick before they get to Duffus Dip. There's not long left. He might well still get on the podium here if he keeps on pushing at this rate. Last lap was an actual new fastest lap of the race, 52.315. So maybe it's not over for Gordon Sawyer despite the contact. Maybe he can recover to a podium. The two cars he needs to pass are at the moment in getting combat with each other, and Gordon Sawyer, you can tell how hard he's pushing and how much his tail's up, because it's full on sideways on the exit chicane. A twitch there for Jake Swan-Dixon. That's a mistake that's going to be snapped up all day long by Gordon Sawyer. And so watch for the green and for the gold and black car as they come down towards the hairpin, down the outside of Jake Swan-Dixon. He's made an outside pass on Smith heading into the first corner. Into the last corner he goes around the outside, and now he's going to go wheel to wheel. Oh, there's contact. He moves across Jake Swan-Dixon. Off goes the 91. And for the second time in this race, Gordon Sawyer gets caught up with another car, and I'm afraid that's him out of the race. Well, Gordon was pushing as hard as he could, and Jake Swan-Dixon has damage as well. That was the contact as a result of that. So it looks like it's left front suspension damage or a puncture of some kind. It's a puncture. Left front is down on Jake Swan-Dixon, so drama in the closing stages here of this first race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. Henry Heaton still leads by 2.6 seconds. It's now Nuttall second, Monk's third, and Chris Hutchinson, by just keeping out of trouble, is on for his best result in a 420R race car in 4th position. He took a 5th at Donington Park. Looks like he's about to go one better. Unless, dare I say, anyone else drops off in front of him. So up the hill they go then. Less than 2 minutes to go in this first race. Henry Heaton looks as though he's got it under control. Nuttall was again fractionally faster on that lap. And James Murphy's now just taken the fastest lap of the race. He's back in 11th. But now he's up to 8th position as a result of all of that. And the lap time looks like it's possibly disallowed for track limits because it's gone back to Gordon Sawyer. So here is James Murphy, who will be certainly cursing his bad luck after that. He's actually chasing, not too far away, I think, from William Smith, who is up to 5th after all of that. So plenty going on here at Knockhill in this first race, and a lot more still to come. 1 minute 10 on the clock. And now they climb back towards what should be the second to last lap now. 1 minute 10 on the clock, so I imagine this and one more. Personal best for Stephen Nuttall. So up through Duffus Dip and Leslie's. And Henry Heaton has only ever won one race in the top flight of Caterhams, and he looks as though he's on course to make it a second, and this will mean a lot to Henry. He's worked very hard in the last couple of years to get, not to this level, not just to this level, but to become a regular front runner, and he's always been someone who's been quick. No matter what level of Caterham racing he performs in. And he has been helped once or twice by some of the incidents behind him. Stephen Nuttall will certainly be thankful of the reprieve after he had the spin heading down the Duffus Dip, and possible change on the third lane here because Chris Hutchinson has caught the back of Greg Monks. This could be a possible change here to put Chris Hutchinson on the podium. So, on to what will be the last lap of the race. The clock ticks down to 0, but Heaton has already gone across the line to start the last lap. Now, that'll be interesting to watch. Is Chris Hutchinson going to have enough to make it past? He was 8/10 quicker than Monks, so possible mistake for him then. Comes up through Butchers. Little twitch as he comes through the chicane, throws it over the curbs. Now the short sprint towards Clark Corner. Brake, turn in, very steep apex here as he heads across. just one more corner to go for Henry Heaton. I know that it's more of a family-run team for him, a bit more of an independent effort. And as he heads down towards it for the first time, he will certainly be thankful of this, and he'll want to use this as the starting point for hopefully a proper challenge for the championship. Out of the final corner, he's worked hard for it. He has one winner's trophy in the bag. Make it 2 for Henry Heaton. He wins race 1 of the weekend for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. Stephen Nuttall recovers to 2nd, and a small sprint from the line. It looks as though Greg Monks has just held on to 3rd place ahead of Chris Hutchinson in 4th. William Smith, after the contact, somehow recovers to 5th, and James Murphy is delighted with 6th after what happened on lap 1. I don't call him Superman for nothing. He's done that before when he's charged his way through from the back to the front. Well, what a quite energising way to start things off. Plenty of talking points in that race. David Yates comes across the line to finish in 8th. Johnny Jarrett was 7th ahead of him for the record. And I think the last car that's going to come across is going to be Neil Fraser, who takes 9th, and he is the last finisher because Jake Swan-Dixon came into the pit lane, and of course we lost Gordon Sawyer, Alex Jordan and Graham McDonald. So let's take a look at some of the highlights from that first race. It was a bit of a slow getaway from Gordon Sawyer as he got back off the line. William Smith beat him down towards Duffers Dip, but that's when the fireworks started as soon as they turned into the first corner. There was contact from behind. Round went Stephen Nuttall. In the background, Alex Jordan and James Murphy came together. Jordan was out on the spot and Murphy was all the way down to the tail of the field. It was also bad luck for Caterham CEO Graham McDonald, not getting the proper chance to start off his weekend at home just right. But then Gordon Sawyer took the lead around the outside at the first corner, and he would stay there for the majority of the time as he was under threat from both William Smith and Henry Heaton on several occasions. He starts to try and pull away, whilst a recovering Stephen Nuttall managed to get himself back into contention. But then one of the main talking points, heading down towards Duffers Dip again, Smith tried to do to Sawyer what Sawyer had done to him. He turned across, they made contact, he spun in front of Sawyer, the pair tangled, and both went around and both dropped towards the back of the field, and had to spend time recovering onto the grass as there was a bit of rally crossing going on. And then it got worse for Gordon Sawyer, trying to make a move around the outside of Jake Swan-Dixon. He just moved across a little too much. The two cars came together, and Gordon Sawyer was sent spinning off into the tyre barriers and out of the race with 0 points from that first race. So congratulations to Henry Heaton, as we saw more of the action. And I believe we are getting set to hopefully have a chat to David Christie down the pit lane, so we can hopefully chat to a very happy and delighted race winner, Henry Heaton.
Jubilation in the paddock then for the Caterham 7 UK Championship. Henry Heaton does it, gets the win, and a little bit of support in the background. As you can hear, we're going to chat 3rd, 2nd and 1st. And Greg Monks taking 3rd place there. A very, very eventful race. We'll give him a second to get out of the car. My goodness me, if ever you wanted a race to start off a championship weekend, that is exactly it. So let's jump in then. Greg, how are we doing? We'll let you get masked up or a little balaclava on, my friends. But, I mean, Greg Monks finishing 3rd place, Stephen Nuttall taking 2nd place, Henry Heaton taking that race win. But Greg, I mean, that was just an absolutely barmy race there.
Yeah, that was gloves off. Needed some luck to get through those incidents, but if the luck's on side and you keep pushing, well, I'm just super happy it came out with the podium. That was tough. That was a tough race.
And obviously there was a lot of chaos kicking off through all parts of the field there. What was it like from your point of view?
Yeah, from turn 1, it's just, you just hope for the best, and you just hope that you can get through, like, you know, cars spinning around, debris flying everywhere. You just fingers crossed that you can get through, do your best, and if you do, then you just push on. So that's how it panned out. So yeah, really happy with that.
And obviously still very early in the championship weekend. What's going to be the strategy moving forward to the other races today and tomorrow?
Just keep fighting as hard as I can, keep being prepared as much as we can, and keep pushing on and hoping for a bit of luck.
Excellent, well done, buddy. Right, that's 3rd place in Greg Monks. Let's go and have a chat with your 2nd place finisher, Stephen Nuttall, who looks a bit like a scuba diver right now, but Stephen, well, there we go, buddy. Second place. That was a crazy, crazy race.
I'm sort of sat here thinking I'm pretty happy with second after everything that went on in that race. Yeah, we had a disaster in turn one. I think we had a bit of a coming together. The car was completely sideways. I thought, this is it, race over. Somehow it carried on going in a straight line. Lost 2-3 places. Car felt okay, gave it half a lap, sort of got back into it. And then there was just all sorts going on in front of me, so I picked up the pieces a little bit after that, and that left me and Henry, and I could just see Henry ahead, and I was just trying to work away at the laps, but the car's not quite 100%. It's had a couple of knocks in the race, so I thought, actually, second after all that, it's not a bad outcome.
You came into this championship weekend comfortably in the lead of it, and obviously Henry's taken a little nibble out of your lead there. What's your thoughts going into the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, as you say, he's nibbling away, and I think it's going to be nip and tuck all season, so these all count. I was a bit annoyed I didn't sort of capitalise on qualifying this morning, pick up some points there, but then neither did Henry, so we're in the same boat on that. But this is so important for the next race. You finish far down here, and it's so hard to come through that, I'm looking forward to a me v Henry race in race 2, hopefully.
Ding ding, round 2, let's get it going then. Henry Heaton, where is the boy in question, the huge supporter Henry? We had a little chat with you yesterday, and you were feeling very comfortable. You really enjoyed Knockhill. My goodness, that's come to the fore today.
It has, yeah, it has. I was a little bit frustrated after a bit of a poor performance. I thought I could do a bit better this morning in qualifying P6, so I knew I had it all to do. And to be fair, when I've got the bit between my teeth, when I'm aggressive, which is what you need to be in these cars, controlled aggression, it came to me. So, I had a bit of luck in that race. I got some positions at the start, got some positions, when there was a bit of a tangle in front of me. But that's racing. You get the good luck, you get the bad luck, and came to me today. Once I got that gap, I knew that you had to keep my head down, keep focused, keep concentrating, and got the laps in, and that's it. Got the checkered flag. So relieved, to be honest, relieved.
And obviously you've got quite a little bit of support here. For the only family-run team here in the 7 UK Championship, and really showing how it's done. What's the thoughts going in towards the rest of the races this weekend? Because you're in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, it's overtaking is very hard here. So I'll be very happy to see no cars ahead of me as opposed to 5 cars ahead of me today. It'll be a good position to be in, but no, we're absolutely delighted to finish first today. My family here, my mum, dad, sister, my girlfriend Sarah, we all work so hard to not just here at the weekends, but in all the lead up to it. It's a long way up here from Knockhill to Knockhill from Leeds, which is where we're from, but nowhere's too far away, and what a fantastic circuit to come to. So it's been a pleasure to race here, and I can't wait to go tomorrow.
Very much looking forward to seeing you throughout the weekend. There we go, buddy. Right, that is Henry Heaton. Let's go and head down to have a look. There we go. Little bit of the crowd there, and it's always great to see a little bit of family support coming down and egging you on a new track like here up at Knockhill, because remember, the BRSCC hasn't been here as a full package since 2018, so for a lot of these drivers this can be a little bit new to them. So we're going to head through after you, Anthony. I'll go first, right? So we have the Academy cars up next, and this, for me, I'm biased, but this is the coolest part of the day. Every single one of these drivers, every single one of these drivers on the track is brand new to motorsport this season. They got their ARDS licence this season, and this is only their second race. They're fresh up here from Mallory Park, and we can see Gareth Lucas and Simon Patel up at the front of the grid. We don't quite have enough time to get a word with them just now. They're going to head down. But remember, these cars split into 2 groups, white group and the green group as well. That's how many cars enter this championship. Fantastic, fantastic stuff. Real stepping stone onto the rungs of the motorsport ladder. So, as the cars are going to head down very, very shortly, Scott, I'm going to hand things back to you.
Thank you, David. Yes, good to hear from our top 3 in the Caterham 7 Championship UK, and a very happy Henry Heaton. You can hear the cheers in the background from all the supporters who are here, of course, as part of the teams. And as we say, Henry Heaton has a very much a family-run team, and taking it to some of the bigger teams in the mix like DPR and even a couple of the factory Caterham run cars, and doing an amazing job in terms of being able to take it to them and showing them how it's done. So who knows, maybe in the future, if Henry Heaton continues being successful, maybe he can run his own proper full-scale team one day and share some of his expertise. So indeed, the cars heading out on track now are those who are only entering their second ever race. This is the Caterham Academy. We'll give you a bit more info on the Caterham Academy itself. So this is the perfect introduction to motorsport. It is exclusively for drivers who had no previous race experience. They can't have ever held a racing licence before the year they're going to start racing. And because there's so many subscriptions to the Caterham Academy every year, you usually get a full sellout grid of 50+ drivers. So they always split them into 2 groups. And as David said, you have a green group and a white group. And so the white group are out here first, purely by just colour for denomination, in order to differentiate one or the other, purely for namesake. And these cars then, it's an all-inclusive package. It contains every element required to start and compete in motorsport. So when you buy the package around about roughly just under £30,000, you get the car, which you keep at the end of the season. You then go through your ARTS test with all your fellow drivers in the mix that compete with you in your particular group. You all take your ARTS test together. You do handling days, track days, test days, and then for your first competitive run in these cars, you don't go for a circuit race, you go for a sprint. Now you go to places like Kerbera or Aintree, and then they'll go for their first of 5 or 6 races throughout the season to gain their licence to allow them to move up from inter-club licence from Motorsport UK to national licence, which is what used to be known as National B and National A respectively. And it means then that in typical years, obviously ones that aren't affected by travel restrictions and of course everything that's happened with the pandemic, usually there's a European trip that happens to places like Spa or Zandvoort or Zolder. They've been to the Nürburgring in the years before, and it means then they've got the right licence to be able to travel across. So all the drivers in their respective groups will just compete against each other. So all green group drivers just can race against themselves for the entire season, and all the white group drivers will be against themselves for the entire season. And then what you'll then have is you'll have an end-of-season autumn trophy race, which is a non-championship race when everyone gets together, and it's basically a bit of a precursor to what you'll see in 2021 in the road sport. So plenty of drivers learning their craft here and getting used to the whole consequence of racing, and certainly they'll be looking to learn on the fly as they go. Let's quickly give you the grid then, how they're going to line up, as I suspect they're going to start very shortly. So on pole position is Gareth Lucas in car number 43, the blue and orange car on the left-hand side. Next to him is the white and blue machine of Harry George on the front row of the grid. Michael Banston and Charlie Lower come next on the second row, ahead of Neil Perry and Benya Headley. Then it's William James and Richo or Rocco Ainscoe on the fourth row in 8th, and then James Moon and Tom Noakes to round out the top 10. Simon Patel and Julian Roebuck come next from Giles Perry and Mark Januszewski. And it's Chris Roberts and Lyndon Arnold to round out the top 16 from Alan Bateman, Graham Walker, Anil Battaglia and Richard Lawrence, and then David Saxby, Ray Radford and Louise Deason. So 23 cars on the grid here for this first of 2 races for the Caterham Academy for both groups. It's rare they have 2 races on one weekend. They only usually race on one day, but they're doing it twice this year. Did it for the first time last year at Brands Hatch. And the green flag is at the back, so we'll talk about the Academy more as the race goes on. Waiting for the red lights at the top of the gantry as they go on. And the sprint now for the first 20-minute races is all set to get underway. Then it's now a sprint to a line to turn 1 between the front row men are Gareth Lucas and Harry George. Well, away in racing, Harry George gets the better start off the front rows there, down towards Duffers Dip for the first time. And they'll turn in through the right-hander and tumble their way down. And, one car getting very sideways is 21. That's Charlie Lowe, who spins right in front of the pack and exit stage left off into the field. Meanwhile, there's more cars going off into Goss. 78 has gone off the road. And also off the road was the Pulsar to Gareth Lucas. 99 also involved. That's Benja Headley. Talk about learning on the fly. These drivers really are learning. You can tell it's only their second race, and I mean that in a nice way, because they're learning literally as they go. You're literally seeing fledgling racing drivers getting to grips with a circuit they've never been to before in their life. They've got their race license a few months ago, and they really are learning like proper novices. So this is really great to see them learning and adapting on the fly here. So Harry George then leads the way. It's then in second place looks to be William James by the looks of it. Challenge on for a move from number 50. That's from Neil Perry, making a move on James Moon, number 97. And James Moon's had a good start. For all of that melee in the first few corners, he's gone up to already about 3rd or 4th position. So 5th, in fact. And Benja Headley's also recovered from going wide at the first couple of corners to be able to get through. So let's take a look at the order at the end of lap 1. And it's Harry George who leads the way. Battle on still between the 50 and the 97. James Moon then with the threat from Benja Headley. The 71's also getting in the mix and rumbles over the curbs. 71 after that spin, that is Giles Perry as he gets his way back onto the circuit. As they make their way up and over the chicane for the second time. Neil Perry just under threat now from James Moon. Benya Headley just trying to keep with him as they come out through the right-hander at Clark Curve. Looks like Perry's got the advantage. The pole sitter is still holding station in 4th position there. James Moon taking the very tight line into the hairpin. He knows he might compromise. In fact, he goes right up the inside of Neil Perry, who gets completely spooked on the exit of the hairpin and gets taken not just by James Moon, but by Benya Headley as well, because Headley managed to even almost get 2 cars for the price of 1. So it looks as though, I think, just trying to refresh my timing screen so I can give you where we are in terms of this race. I've still got the results from the 7 UK race on that screen. So William James then chasing after Harry George as they turn over the crest. And now, great chance for William James to line him up here, up towards Clark Curve. And as they go up towards Clark Corner, William James, of course, was his second ever championship. He won the race with the fastest lap at Mallory Park they held, and he was also 3rd in the sprint at Kerborough. Certainly has got plenty of pace here. Harry George, meanwhile, he was 2nd in the sprint at Kerborough, and he wound up 5th in the race at Mallory Park. And now William James, with superior pace on the slightly flatter part of the circuit, is shining through because he's already powered his way past on the exit of Taylor's hairpin. And up the hill they go back into the lead. Off the road has gone Louise Deason, number 22. She drags her way out of the gravel. Usually, if you plant the throttle in those cars, it's a one-way ticket to getting stuck. But well done to Louise for keeping the momentum going in the wheels and the engine. Running wide there as William James, he holds on to his lead. Again, it is rather fun to watch these guys learn. Again, it's their second ever race. You can tell they're all novices by the yellow square with the black cross. Oh, and a big slide there for the 42 of Mike Banton. Mike Banton, who was 18th equal coming into the weekend. He didn't score. He'd retired from the race. He runs wide again. He retired from the race at Mallory Park. As now Harry George has a look back up the inside. It's a bit of a dance between these two happening here as he comes back into the hairpin at the Taylors. And William James tries to hold on around the outside, but Harry George shows on the edge of the road. Not on your life, sunshine. You want to get through, and that's someone off the road. Now we can't tell the number. Or we can say it's a blue Caterham with a pink roll cage, but which one that is, we'll have to work out by... I've got the one. I'm just working without the use of a fully working TSL timing screen, because timing on my screen isn't showcasing what's coming up. It's only it's still got the result from the last race up on my screen. I'll try and have a look on my phone here. So yeah, we've still got the same thing. So Gareth Lucas, but I think we have... Yeah, is everyone backing off? Yes, they are. It looks like his safety car has been deployed. So F1 now starts to reduce pace. That means for the second time, the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car will be in use. So cars will get a chance to get a bit of a breather after those very animated first few laps of the Caterham Academy. But as you mentioned, I haven't ever raced here before, so some of these drivers, having Knockhill as your second ever circuit to race, now it's quite a challenge. The driver in question just taking a look at his car, and the marshal just having a bit of a conversation with the marshal, wondering what damage needs to be fixed before tomorrow. So we can give you a little bit more information about the Caterham Academy cars. It's, as we say, it's an all-inclusive package. Fully road legal, all built to full Motorsport UK race safety specification. It has been known on occasion that some Caterham drivers will do the old school method of driving their car to the circuit, racing it, and then driving it on the way back. I remember one even passing me a few years ago, a Caterham Academy driver, driving his race car back after a day's racing, which is quite a novel thing. You don't see that too much more. Last time we saw that in any racing was the Slick 50 road saloons back then, when the requirement was that you drove your car to the circuit and then drove it back home again. And of course, if you caused any damage to your car, it was down to you to make sure that your car was able to get back running again. We've still got one or two issues on our TSL timing screen, so apologies. We want to give you the full rundown of where the order is, but TSL looks to be a little bit stuck on the 7 UK result. But it is definitely, as we mentioned, William James who leads, and also the the tyre stack of which is obscuring the car that's gone off, and so I can't tell you just yet who it is. If I had the TS at work that it was working again, I'd be able to tell you who is there. There we go. It's refreshed. Thank you, TSL, for refreshing that one, so we can give you the order of where they are. So Harry George then shows us the race leader last time, but William James is in second. Gareth Lucas is third from Mike Banton. And Mike Banton, look at where he qualified. Mike Banton, he was third on the grid, so he's now currently sat at the moment in fourth at the moment. Benja Headley is fifth. That's Neil Perry sixth. Seventh place is Simon Patel in car number 27. Rocco Ainscoe is eighth. Ninth is Julian Roebuck, and running at the top 10 is Mark Janaszewski. And driver now coming back into his Caterham that's gone off, and once we drag it backwards we'll be able to see who it is. In fact, now I've got the timing screen, I should be able to tell you who it is that has gone off and wasn't able to get back out again. And I think it was James Moon. So 97 was the car that was off. So James Moon's the one that's showing as stopped on the circuit. So process of elimination with everyone else still going. It is James that is being dragged down to the gravel. So it's a shame for James on this occasion, because James, he came into the weekend 8th in points on 29, and his results here, try to record. He finished outside the top 10 in the sprint, and then in the Mallory Park race a few weeks ago, he managed to finish as the pack goes past James Moon's car. And even though there's a little bit of cosmetic damage in terms of on the left headlight, it almost looks drivable, so he may well be dragging him out of the gravel with the intention of potentially either getting him back going again, or just maybe pulling his car back to a safe position. So they've unhooked it, and James has got back in. Now then, is it drivable, and will he be able to go, or is he just simply being directed off the circuit? They've dragged him out of the gravel first, so they can then pull his car off the circuit. Oh, and under the safety car, Louise Deason has a spin. So Louise Deason spins on the exit of the chicane and come to a standstill on that one. That must have been a bit of a surprise for coming over the crest. So she'll get back going again very shortly, I'm sure. She can get the car restarted. And so James Moon's car is indeed being moved off the road. I think the rule is once you get out of the car, if you out of the car once it's gone off, then that's it. You're deemed as out of the race. You can't get back into the car and then get back underway racing. So the field's stacking up behind the runyourfleet.com safety car. Big thank you to Run Your Fleet, of course, as always. They've come on board this year with the BRSCC as club partners. Of course, this meeting, of course, being run in association with runyourfleet.com, and they're one of the UK's leading fleet management services, and they definitely want to check out. Definitely do get in touch with them for any fleet management needs in terms of vehicles, with insurance and everything else that they're able to throw into the mix. Runyourfleet.com is the website address. They're also on Facebook and on Twitter, Instagram, and also on YouTube as well. There's a nice 2.5-minute video explaining everything that they do, and we thank them very much, not just for coming on board as a partner, but also for supplying us with that beautiful white Jaguar XF Sport safety car, sport brake safety car, and course car as well, when necessary too. So lights, I believe, are still on as they're recovering James Moon's car. I was going to try and see where Charlie Lower got to as well, because he came into the weekend tied on points with William James. The only difference being is that he led the way because he had a win in a second place compared to a win and third place for William James, who currently sits in second in the race. So marshals waving yellow flags and safety car. Once again, big thank you to all the marshals working hard. If you want to get involved, you can get in contact with one of the BRSCC's regional centres, and they'll be able to put you in touch with the appropriate marshalling contact. And also there's the British Motorsport Marshals Club as well. It's a fantastic way to get into motorsport as a volunteer, and it really can help a stepping stone to go higher up into the industry, whichever direction you want to go. And even sometimes there are one or two marshals that start as drivers that start as marshals and then get inspired to get behind the wheel themselves. And again, British marshals really are the best trained marshals in the world, and they get asked to go to events like Le Mans and take part in all sorts of events in America and all over the world, in Asia and Abu Dhabi, and they do all sorts of fantastic work. They're trained to a high standard. They get refresher training at the beginning of every year, and they really do an amazing job to ensure that races and meetings like this can happen. Without them, without all the work of the volunteers and all the officials and marshals, events like this couldn't happen like they do. Right, lights it out on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. And we're all set to get racing back underway. Now then, Harry George has got the challenge of pulling off a safety car restart here. So he's got to try and back the pack up, but he effectively becomes the safety car now. He has to choose when he wants to restart the race. You might do it on the straight here, on the apex of the corner, on the exit of Taylor's hairpin. He's now got to decide when he wants to get back going again. He might have watched a few of his fellow drivers in the higher categories. He hasn't gone just yet. He's just waiting for a second. He's going to try and get the perfect jump. And he decides, not yet, not yet. Not yet. He's still waiting, still weaving side by side. Now he gets the green flag, and now he goes. It's quite a late restart, but manages to get away. Hasn't quite got away from second place, and also in the mix now to try and get past. Looks to be the car back in third position there, and also in the mix trying to get past is 42. That's Michael Banton trying to get back from where he started in third on the grid. Out through Leslie's, up into McIntyre's once again. Running wide there, I think, was second place again for William James. Gareth Lucas there still in third. He's down to third now because he has lost out to Michael Banton. Benya Headley fifth. Then it's Neil Perry, Patel, Rocco Ainscote. Of course, he's a relation to a former Caterham racer who used to race frequently with Caterham Motorsport, Richard Ainscote. It's Richard J. Ainscote in the academy, but he's more known by the nickname Rocco. So currently sat at the moment in 8th position. Up through Railway Bend towards Taylor's hairpin. Still just under 7 minutes to go, and a dive up the inside for Gareth Lucas, and we caught Mike Banton off guard there as he went down the inside. Little twitch there from Mike, and just tries to move across. I don't want to lose my position that easily. Take that and go back up the hill in the scrap for third place. So we'll check lap times. First proper flying lap around, and Harry George has the pace advantage. William James wild, but half a second slower, and very wide there for Michael Banton, using all the road and a little bit of the runoff area. This is also bringing in Benja Headley in 5th position in the blue car, and the silver and black car behind as Gareth Lucas runs wide. That is Neil Perry's. They come up. It's no, it's not actually. It's I think it's 27 of Patel. So something's happened to Perry, I think, or it's just a slightly different livery that I haven't quite caught. Anyway, Neil Patel is heading his way into Clark Corner, chasing the battle. And Michael Banton certainly is quite flamboyant. He certainly starts to hang the tail out and push hard where he dares. Now, the lead gap between the top two is closed down. That doesn't look like 0.9 of a second to me. It looks much closer. And there, and off the road has gone somebody else. Again, who it is obscured by the crest in the road, and he looks as though he's stuck in the gravel. It's 27 that's off the road, and 27 is Neil Patel. He was out from 7th on the grid. So Neil Patel, another one that's fallen foul. He stays in the car, gets a push. Thanks, chaps. And away he goes. So, nice and simple work for the marshals there, and good work for them to get Neil Patel back into the race, albeit right down the order. Harry George, little sideways, he twitches through McIntyre's and through Butchers. This really has got William James in with a prime chance of making it through. They rock over the chicane. Nicely gliding their way through. I was talking to James Murphy before the Super Lap, and he was saying that and Stephen Nuttall, they were both saying the margin of area between just gliding over that curb and just slamming over it and possibly causing damage to the suspension is so narrow. You have to really pick your line into the first part of that chicane exactly right to be able to hit it in the sweet spot for the second part. Now behind for third, it's all action stations, 3 abreast as Benja Headley forces his way up the inside. Gareth Lucas really had to give him the room there. It's almost 3, nay 4 wide down towards the hairpin. Look through your fingers, everybody, because that might just be quite a slightly erring on the side of caution prospect, I think, as they come up the hill. I was looking for the right word, didn't quite find it. Up the hill goes Benja Headley, still on the outside of Gareth Lucas, side by side also now between Banton and Perry, so 3rd and 5th might be on for a change, as still making his way through is Gareth Lucas in that black, blue and orange car, almost golf coloured like. Reminds me of the Porsche that Derek Bell drove at Le Mans in '94, the golf coloured car. Rather smart looking livery on that machine as they hop over into sight through the chicane. There's I'm going to call him Mad Mike Banton now, because he certainly seems to be getting the tail out, and I spoke too soon. because he locks up the rears up through Clark Corner. Now, is he still in the middle of the road? He managed to get going again. He really is mad, Mike, now, isn't he? He really is getting the tail out every chance he gets, and this time it just didn't quite work. Got it out a little too far, and that time he seems spinning away from what could have been as high as a 3rd position. So this now releases the scrap for 3rd going on between Lucas and Headley. With a lead, it's still between George versus James. They head down towards Duffer Stip once more. This is on lap 14. Oh, and a twitch again from Harry George. You can tell just every single lap they're learning and getting more knowledge about the car, the racecraft, the other drivers, the circuit. Every single corner they drive, it's more and more knowledge that's being stored and more knowledge that they can use to go quicker and quicker. Really nice battle developing here. And you wouldn't think it, the race they're putting on here and the speeds they're racing, you wouldn't think it's their 2nd ever race, but they are really having fun out there today. And they've got one more race tomorrow, so anything they learned today will certainly be stored away and banked for Sunday's race. Down the back straight. They've pulled quite clear, in fact. There's some 6.8 seconds ahead of the next group, which is Gareth Lucas versus Benya Headley. And then you've got Neil Perry ahead of the 71, which is another Perry in the field. That is Giles Perry. Side by side for the lead now. A chance here for William James to pull level and even get the move done into Duffer Stip. But how brave is Harry George going to be to go down the outside line? He's breaking that a little bit later. We see what's happened in the last few laps. But he carries so much speed, nicely held by Harry George to get a little twitch of oversteer. But he had enough confidence to hold the outside line and maintain the place. 2 minutes to go in this first of 2 Caterham Academy races for the white group. Over the crest through the chicane. Beautifully gliding their way through, down the short straight towards Clark's. This very steep, blind apex as you turn in. And then this is such a crucial corner. The speed that you carry out here could be the make or break for a move or defending the position on the run to the hairpin. And look at that, a super little exit from William James has put him alongside Harry George, and the one place Harry didn't want him to be. A little later on the brakes, turns towards the apex, which is steeper than it looks. Oh, and Harry George got a slightly better run off the corner, had to really stand on the anchors to avoid contact into the back of William James. 1 minute 26 on the clock, so we'll get 2 more laps. Lap time-wise, they're doing 1 minute, 1 minute 1 lap times. So, penultimate lap as they head back down towards it. Change to the lead then. William James into the lead here at Knockhill. Down through Duffer Stip to the big compression at Leslie's at the bottom of the hill. And then turn in. Big curb on the inside. Oh, a little wide there from William James. He tries to hold on. Up through Butchers, through the chicane. The way that you see the car just sits up on its suspension and just gets so light over the crest, then sits back down as it heads on the exit. Brilliant to watch these cars just glide their way through. Out through Railway Bend, back onto Taylor, of the approach to Taylor's hairpin. And Harry George, using all the tricks that William James used on him, next time by, is up the inside, and when he gets it stopped, these little wiggly under brakes. To the car squirming around as he stood on the middle pedal, but he has managed to get through. So now the sprint up the hill, and they're holding what's the traditional racing line, but if he can get to the inside line, that's the flatter part of the circuit, so he has to try and hold on. Last lap with now 17 seconds on the clock still to play as they turn back towards Duffer Stip for the 14th time. Through Leslie's. Into McIntyre's and running wide for Harry George, but Sue was onto the gravel, but somehow holds his line and just about keeps in front of William James. This is going to be quite a sprint to the flag between these two. They're in a class of their own in this white group race, and they've only got a couple more corners to go. William James all over the back of Harry George, through Clark Curve, nose to tail. Who's got the better run? Through Railway Bend towards Taylor's hairpin. Harry George defends, but he has to give William James the space. He's got the momentum, and the turquoise and black car is into a lead, heading into the hairpin. Will Harry George go back up the inside? William James defends a little deeper. Harry George will get him on the exit. If he can stay on the inside line, they make contact, but he might get alongside. It's going to be a typical Caterham photo finish. Get the cameras out. They head to the checker flag, but William James, I think, just stayed behind on the run to the line. Across the line they went, and it looks as though at the line it finishes up as, it looked to me, it was, I think, possibly Harry George was able to hold on to that one. Across the line they go. And there's 3 abreast behind them across the line. I think my timing screen might have possibly frozen again, but rest of the field comes through. But what a fantastic race that was for the Caterham Academy White Group. and certainly making the most of their time at Knockhill. They've got another race tomorrow as the rest of the field makes its way past, but that was a real battle between the top two. Lots of back and forth scrapping, and they really were the class of the field between them. They finished several seconds ahead. In fact, at the line, it was Harry George that won that race from William James in second place. Gareth Lucas was indeed in third. I think maybe the timing screen might have frozen again, so apologies for that. But it was we'll look at the top three in a second. But yeah, it looks like I think William James appears to be the winner, and Harry George in second place. We definitely sure the top two. And so let's take a look at some of the highlights then from this first race. And, well, action stations are plenty. Off the road went the 21 of Charlie Lower. Went straight off exiting stage left. There was more spins and incidents behind them. But, again, all the foibles of learning racing. Off the road went Benja Headley as he scrambled his way back onto the circuit. And off the road then went James Moon after he made a mistake. And that brought out the RunYourFleet.com safety car to bunch things back up again. Well, the restart, it was pretty much a battle between Harry George and William James, and whilst James Moon's car was being recovered, Louise Deason went for an unexpected spin at the chicane, and then off the road went Simon Patel as he on that side. I think we're going to go down to the pit lane where David Christie's going to have a chat to our top three in the Academy Wine Group.
Wow, what an Academy race that was. That was the white group that we had out there. Amazing stuff. So we see William James in the number 11 car just making his way up into the second place. Then you've got obviously number 17 taking that race win and securing some excellent championship points. Harry George making his way into the paddock as well. But I mean, you have to talk about Gareth Lucas there. Came in this weekend 6th place in the championship, takes 3rd place, only just, I mean, absolute whisker ahead of 4th place and the 99 of Headley. And I tell you what, he's going to want some bigger mirrors on that Caterham Academy car. We'll talk to Gareth Lucas first of all. Let the drivers get out of their cars. Up next then is the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup.
Out towards the gate.
Stephen Daly on the hunt for yet another successive championship. We'll get onto that in just a minute, but we'll go and make our way up and have a chat with the Academy drivers. Try not to So Gareth Lucas up on top of his Caterham.
Well done. Really good.
Gareth, 3rd place. Firstly, how big are your mirrors after that one?
Absolutely huge. That was an absolute challenge to keep 3rd there. My God, how hard.
That looked like wicked fun. I mean, you must be absolutely buzzing after that one.
Absolutely, yeah. Quite a poor start. I don't know what happened there, and yeah, then I had an absolute fight on my hands. So, but yeah, wheel to wheel, all the way.
You came into this championship weekend in 6th place, and that is a very good haul of points for you.
Yeah.
What's the plan for the next race?
Well, I need to continue to improve. So, you know, we're all new to this. I'm relatively new as well. So, keep building those skills, and let's see where we can go.
Excellent stuff. Well done on 3rd place then, Gareth Lucas. Let's go and have a chat with William James just over here in the number 11. William, we'll get you to pop your balaclava on, my man.
Yeah, sure.
Right, was that or was that not a race and a half?
Oh, that was absolutely, that last couple of laps was pretty brutal. Me and Harry really battling it out, but it was, yeah, really happy with that result. Either way, I'm really just stoked, really.
you can't ask for any more, can you? I mean, you've got amazing championship that you're taking part in, but you've got such close racing as well.
Yeah, I mean, the cars are neck and neck. There's really nothing in it. And I mean, if you've only got to look at qualifying times to see that it's really, you know, nail-biting stuff. So, yeah, I'm excited, really happy to be a part of it and just bite the bullet and do it.
Right, so it's just me, you, and a couple of hundred people on the live stream just now. What's the top secret strategies for race 2?
Oh, honestly, I think it's just having a bit more balls going into that first bend. But yeah.
It is quite a drop at Duffus, though. I mean, for those that haven't been to Knockhill, describe what that turn 1 is like.
Yeah, I you know, if you look at, you know, dash cams and all this, it doesn't give it justice, but it's a really kind of roller coaster of a first bend and going into it. But I think for having a couple more days here since Wednesday, just getting a bit more of a flavour for it, it really helps.
Excellent stuff. Well done on the second place, my man. So there we go. That is a fantastic second place there for William James. But the man of the moment, Harry George, will get you to pop your balaclava on, my friends. All right. Have a little chat with us, and involved in one heck of a ding-dong battle, but that feels pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened. I mean, am I first or second? Did he get a penalty?
It came up on our timing screens that you got the first place, so for just now, you can enjoy it.
Oh no, it was great. It was great fun. The wheel definitely kept me on my toes throughout. Yeah, very intense. I thought he was going to have me on the last corner. That's why I was a bit confused. But you said I've crossed the line first, so yeah, I'm very happy then. Very happy.
And obviously, first year of racing, it doesn't get much better than this, does it?
No, it's a great start. I mean, second race, so the first at Mallory and now here. Couldn't go any better in my eyes. So yeah, it's off to a great start.
Excellent stuff. Well done on the race win there. We'll see you later on this afternoon, Harry George. So it is time for a little bit of a change. Now, for viewers on our Caterham stream, we're going to have a little bit of a break, but for viewers on our BRSCC stream, you can catch our very next race. We'll hand things back over to Scott, and we'll see Caterham viewers in just a minute.
Yes, thank you, David, and for those who are sticking with us on our BRSCC streams, good to have you still with us. So just to check out some of the comments that we had come through on YouTube. Do keep them coming on the YouTube stream. Of course, we'll shout out to some of them. We've got Will Schultzman, we've got Motorsport Meister, Polo 8888, SNK RO23. On the Caterham stream, we've also had Paul Lacey, Andy Steele, Overwatch. Thank you for all those that have commented so far. Do keep them coming. I'll do our best to kind of read as much as possible. So, from Caterham's to something different, as we mentioned, it's BMW's, the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, one of the most popular championships on the BRSCC roster, and quite a decent amount have made the trip north of the border into Scotland. 23 cars on the grid. They usually get about 30 plus, but there might have been some that just weren't able to make the trip this time, but it's still a very, very well-supported championship and always provides fantastic racing. There's one of the riggers who is a front runner and also quite the character is Ian Jones in the black and pink car, just getting a bit of wheel spin. We'll give you the grid. So those who know Compact Cup racing and know racing at Knockhill will know there used to be a Scottish BMW Compact Cup, and that used to run alongside what you consider the more national championship, being this one, but this being now just the national one. We've got a few Scottish drivers in the field. There are 5 in the field, including the man that's currently on pole position and leading the points after the first event. That is, of course, Stephen Daly in car number 1. So let's give you the grid then as they line them up on the start-finish line. It is 4-time defending champion going for a 5th, Stephen Daly on the front row of the grid on pole, alongside Paul Maguire in second on the front row of the grid in the black and green Car Chase Hero sponsored car. Row 2 is Ben Huntley, because he has got the Mook thing like the Audis did back in 1997 here in the British Touring Car Championship. Nice little touch being here in Scotland. And he starts alongside Mikey Doble, who is dovetailing racing the BMW Compact Cup with the Ginetta GT5 Challenge this year. So plenty busy time for Mikey. Row 3 is Ian Jones in car 59, and the current leader in the of the Masters contingent of those who are aged 45 and over, that's Ray McDowell. Then it's Ian Howes and Rhys Claydon on the 4th row of the grid together in car 27 and car 10, and then it's Mike Doble or Doble Senior, because you have Mike Doble and Mikey Doble. Mike the Senior is on 9th place on the grid alongside Guy Davis in car 28. Row 6 is Matt Flowers and Richard Sutherland in cars 3 and 8. Row 7 is car 72 Cliff Harper, and then it's Russell Cager, then it's Jim Barrett and Graham Robertson on the 8th row, Martin Gadsby and Chris McGinley on the 10th row of the grid, and it's Gareth Claydon and Philip Webster on row 10. So row 9 was Gadsby and McGinley, Claydon Webster row 10, then it's Tom Evans, Pete Smith and Andrew Partridge. Res Rise then for the first of 3 Nanking Tyre BMW Compact Cup races. They're off and running at Knockhill. Nice sprint off the line there down towards turn 1, and Stephen Daly under threat now from Paul Maguire on the run towards Duffers Dip. They're side by side for first and third down towards turn 1 for the first time, but Daly turns his way into the first corner in the lead. It's still side by side for third now as 2 cars off into the gravel, tumbling their way back onto the circuit, bounding the way across. The rallycross circuit is the other way, boys. It's 44 that's gone off into the gravel. That is Chris McGinley, unfortunately. I think the other car that was off, I think was 99, which is Philip Webster, but he managed to keep on going. Or sideways to Ray McDowell over the curb, and also there, I think that was car 8, Richard Sutherland, also getting rumbling over the curb. So lots of rough and tumble between these cars as they wind their way through Clark Curve for the first time. One after the other, hopping over the sausage curves as they come over and through Railway Bend and towards the hairpin at Taylor's for the first time. Stephen Daly then leads them down, packed down towards Taylor's at his home circuit, the place where he was a former Scottish Compact Cup champion. He's also won this championship, the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup title, 4 times on the bounce. He's going for number 5 this year and makes his way up the hill in the lead at lap number 1. Maguire second, then it's third place for Ben Huntley, 4th for Mike Doble, 5th now, but there's a battle between Ian Jones and Ray McDowell. 7th there looks like to be Rhys Claydon. 8th is Ian Howes in the black and red car at the top of the screen, and Mike Doble, the senior of the 2 Dobles, is up now into 9th position. So out through McIntyres, and these little BMW E36 compact 318 Ti's, 1.9 litre engines, rear wheel drive. They are fun little pocket rockets, these BMW compacts, and they really are a riot to watch and a riot to drive. And they always provide great proper touring car style tin top action wherever they go up and down the country. They had their opening rounds at Croft just a few weeks ago, and it was victories for both Stephen Daly and Oliver Fallon. Now Oliver's not here this weekend, which means it may well be full advantage Stephen Daly, but the top pursuer, that mantle appears to have been taken up, at least in qualifying, by Paul Maguire, and also in there too is both Ben Huntley and Mikey Doble. Little change up for 5th now between Ian Jones and Ray McDowell, but there are yellow flags being waved. Is that going to signal a safety car, or is that just warning of a car off down at Duffers Dip? All right, I can't see safety car boards, so they're still carrying on at racing speeds as they tumble through Duffers Dip and hit the bottom of the hill at Leslie's. And the yellow flags are still for Chris McGinley's stranded car number 44. Oh, and over the crest. Now, if anyone knows how to take that chicane here at Knockhill in a BMW Compact, it's probably Stephen Daly. So if that line works, then I'm sure everyone else will be looking to try and push as hard as he can. But without a doubt, not just because he is a 4-time champion, because it is effectively his home circuit, he is someone who is in the mix for the title. Now, a reduced pace and cars weaving side to side suggests that we have another appearance of the RunYourFleet.com safety car as a result of Chris McGinley's car being stranded in the gravel down at the bottom of the hill at Leslie. So, unfortunate for Chris. But he'll look to try and pick his way through. There is Chris McGinley's car. One of the newcomers to the championship. You can tell with the novice cross on the rear bumper of his number 44 machine. He will be hopefully looking for a better time tomorrow. We have 3 BMW Compact Cup races here this weekend. Of course, one today, and then one before lunch tomorrow, and one after lunch. Being races 11 and 16 on the timetable, 15 minutes each. So the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car leads the pack around. So let's just take stock. It's Daly in the lead from Maguire in 2nd. Hunt is 3rd. Mikey Doble 4th. From Ian Jones, Ray McDowell and Rhys Claydon. And it's Ian Howes, followed by Mike Noble Senior. And at the moment, that's been I should tell you, because my timing screen, for reasons I know not, is still somewhat frozen by the looks of things. I might see if there's a possible alternate option to have a look. So making their way through, trying to keep some heat into the tyres as they weave from side to side. And as we had for one of the academy drivers in the top three, this watching it on the video here and seeing pictures, it doesn't really do the hilly and bumpy nature of the circuit justice. I mean, take Duffus Dip, for example. As Chris McKinley's car is snatched out of the gravel, and I imagine he's stayed at the wheel of it, which means he is not out of the race. He can continue on if the car is still mechanically sound. I think either that or they are just simply dragging his car off the circuit to so just drag it off the circuit into a safer place. Just a quick apology, we haven't got any timing on the left-hand side, and I'd love to see more positions, but the TSR timing isn't quite working as it should. I know they're working hard to get it back to working how it should again. So once you've got it back again, we'll definitely bring you that timing on the left-hand side, and we'll be able to keep tabs on who's got things like fastest laps and active gaps on track. We can give you a summary of where we are coming into the weekend after the first meeting of the year when we competed at Croft. So Stephen Daly comes into the weekend a point ahead of Oliver Fowler, 98 points for Stephen Daly, 97 for Oliver Fowler. Ray McDowell, who took a well-earned podium at Croft, I think it's his first podium. And Ray is the father of former British touring car and GT racer Alex McDowell. And I know the two of them actually raced, if I'm correct, I think it was at last year's season-ending Club Sport Trophy race at Croft. In the end of October, beginning of November. Chris McGinley's car, meanwhile, has been dragged out, and he has stayed at the wheel of it, so they've unhooked him, and he'll, contrary to him possibly spewing any gravel onto the circuit, which is probably the reason why they dragged him off onto the grass, to, if there was anything still lodged in the car, to let it fall out onto the grass and keep it off the racing line, which is very considerate, because sometimes you don't realise how slippery loose gravel can be on the circuit, because it can reduce grip levels quite substantially, even in just a small part on a small amount of the circuit. So car still at a reduced pace behind the runyourfleet.com safety car. I imagine if Chris's car's never recovered and he's back going again, we may well go racing next time by, I'd imagine. So we'll keep an eye on the status of the lights on top of the safety car. Back to the championship standings. Ray McDowell, top Masters driver, in third in the points. Fourth is Ian Jones, tied on 87. Well, they're effectively tied in third place on points. Then it's Ian Huntley, fifth with 85 points. Paul Maguire, sixth with 84. And Ian Howes, Rhys Claydon, Simon Welton and Guy Davis round out the top 10 in points. As for where Masters drivers sit in terms of in which order, well, top Masters driver is third overall, Ray McDowell in points with 87. Paul Maguire has 84 points. Then there's a bit of a gap down towards the end, just outside the top 10, where there's three in a row with Mike Doble, or Doble Senior, Jim Barrett, and then Richard Sutherland, who is, of course, racing at home here this weekend. Then it's Cliff Harper, and also Martin Gadsby, Chris McGinley, and Gregor Pryor. Now, the pack stacking up suggests that we are about to go racing again here at Knockhill for the BMW Compact Cup, and I suspect that unless he's just up the pace a little more to up the tempo before he really gets going, we might have got going already. But yes, we have. Stephen Daly's restarting quite early on the approach into the hairpin, but they know they can't pass until they get to the start and finish line. The safety car peels off, and Stephen Daly at his home circuit, going for a home victory in the Nankang Thai BMW Compact Cup, gets the green flag, and we are back underway and racing in the BMWs here at Knockhill. Over the crest and back towards Duffus Dip they go. And now they head down towards the Duffus Dip complex once again through Leslie's. So it looks as though Stephen Daly has managed to get a nice little gap already on this restart. Second and third is in the mix. Mikey Doble puts a wheel onto the gravel just trying to hold off Ian Jones. The floppy markers go for a bit. There's one or two. And was that Stephen Daly running wide on the exit of the chicane? I saw some dust fly up, and it was sure it was behind Stephen Daly's car. Well, he's held on, but I think he ran a little too wide there, and again, more cars running wide. That was both Maguire and Huntley dipping a wheel into the gravel. But Stephen Daly, then, you can tell that he's pushing, because he really did use all the track and a little bit more on the exit through the chicane. Now, Ian Jones has got a flapping, one of the bonnet pins has come off. Either that or he's given the back of Mikey Doble's car a little bit of a nudge. Either way, he has got a flapping bonnet there, and if it gets too severe, you may well get a black and orange flag or a warning from the clerk of the course to come in and have that checked out. Because, of course, there is the real possibility that his bonnet can come up. We did have a car have its bonnet fly up earlier back at Croft. Richard Southern that we caught on the stream. So we've had that once happen in Compact Cup, and I'm pretty sure Ian Jones would prefer it didn't happen again. The rest of the field goes streaming through. There's the battle now just behind. That's Ray McDowell has fallen away in 6th position. That's scrap for 7th going on between Rhys Claydon and Ian Howes. But top 3 appear to be all together. They make the way out of Clark Corner. Now on the run up towards Taylor's Hairpin again. There's little 2 wheels on the grass there. He used it as he tries to just cut the corner nicely there, was Paul Maguire. Back into the hairpin. And you can see Mikey Doble is just starting to creep a little bit closer to the top 3, and he is bringing Ian Jones with them as they go over the crest. So no change in the order so far. There goes Rhys Claydon, followed by Ian Howes. There's Mike Doble. I think the car behind him, I think, is Simon Welton in car number 8. So... Oh, sorry, car number 8 is Richard Sutherland, forgive me. So Simon Welton's car's a little further back. Simon Welton, in fact, was revealed as the driver of the meeting at Croft. Always, Rhys Claydon gets a little twitchy on the exit there of McIntyre's, straightens it up for Butchers, and then just attacks the chicane as he glides his way through. It's a wonderful part of the circuit, that chicane, as you straight line the first part over the big curve, and then through the second part, just holding on. You just hear them just scuffing the edge of the gravel trap as they go through. And again, Paul Maguire not afraid to use a little bit of grass to cut inside the white line to get a little more of an advantage. Ben Huntley will certainly be looking to get some good points. He put in a couple of decent performances last year, particularly when it was in the wet conditions. I remember in the quite severely wet conditions at Alton Park, he drove through quite well, and he had a couple more laps. He may well have won that race, but he ended up on the podium in 3rd. Ian Howes up the inside of Rhys Claydon, so there's going to be a move on there between those two. 5th, 6th. We're looking at 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 6th together. There's Stephen Daly flashing through shots, still in the lead. Ian Howes has got past Rhys Claydon for 7th, just saw them flash through in the background. Look at them hopping over the curb and a big sideways right again. And Paul Maguire runs wide again. He's the second driver to do that, because Stephen Daly did that a couple of laps ago. Now, has that compromised him to Ben Huntley? Yes, it has, because up the inside goes for 96, slots his way through, and now let's see if he can pull away, or if Maguire has the momentum off the right-hander at Clark Corner to maybe make a move here, or set him up for a pass in a couple of corners' time. Huntley's not comfortable. He knows he has to go defensive and just darts onto the inside line to try and distract Maguire. But all this now does is it brings Mikey Doble in the blue and white car, number 88, and the black and pink car of Ian Jones into the mix. So they come over the crest. It's all music to the ears of Stephen Daly, who continues to pull away here, and what I'm sure he's relishing is a fantastic... It's the first time this Compact Cup Championship has been to Knockhill. Of course, we've had the Scottish Compact Cup race here for a numerous amount of years and several amounts of times, but never this variant of the Compact Cup hasn't ever raced at Knockhill. But they're certainly relishing the challenge here in Scotland. A little tidier through the exit of the chicane. There goes Ray McDowell, followed by Ian Howes and Rhys Claydon. Sideways there for Huntley as he comes out of the right-hander, and now up towards the hairpin once again. So again, Maguire just pops out, has a look, just a speculative glance at whether or not there's a chance to get through as they come out of the hairpin at Taylor's. Back up the hill once more. No last lap board just yet, so we continue on. Stephen Daly's lead really has pulled quite far at the moment. Second, third, fourth and fifth all together now. Ben Huntley not able to pull away from Paul Maguire as they turn out of McIntyre's and back into Butchers. Stephen Daly just enjoying himself out in front with a nice comfortable lead. Oh, and sideways again for Paul Maguire, just caught the car. It got very loose as it rocked over the second part of that chicane. Also, Rhys Claydon attacking the curbs pretty well, and it's cost Paul Maguire another spot because through goes Mikey Doble. Little tag of bumpers as he went past, but all well being in the mix. Now, what will Ian Jones do here with his flapping bonnet still? Is he going to try and make a move here? He's not close enough to make a dive up the inside. Doble, again, thought about the move, but he hasn't quite made that stick, so he's going to hold on for the time being. And checkered flag across the line, and Stephen Daly, as a result, takes victory here at Knockhill. A fantastic effort from Stephen Daly all through that race. Second place goes the way of Ben Huntley, and that was a well-timed pass on the last lap because it is going to be a third place by the looks of it for Mikey Doble, and then fourth looked to be Ben Huntley, and then fifth place should go to Ian Jones. So brilliant stuff from everyone involved there. Some great battling up and down the field in the ever popular BRSCC Saloon Car Series, and certainly that'll go for strength to strength. They've got 2 more races this weekend and 2 more chances for Stephen Daly to pick up a couple more home wins and maximum point scores as a result of that. Again, I do believe, at least on our end here, we're still having some issues with TSL timing. So again, apologies for no timing in that race once more, and not being able to report any fastest laps or gaps at all. Once that's fixed again, as soon as we've got it, we will definitely provide that info. It's just refreshed on my screen now, so we've actually got that now, thankfully. So the results has popped up on the screen. Stephen Daly is confirmed as the winner then, from Ben Huntley in second place and Mikey Doble in third. Paul Maguire picks up fourth from Ian Jones in the top 5. Ray McDowell picks up sixth from Ian Howes in seventh. Rhys Claydon is eighth. Mike Doble ninth, and then it's Guy Davis in 10th from Richard Sutherland. Then it was Matt Flowers in 12th. 13th is Russell Cager. 14th is Cliff Harper. And it's the 63 of Graham Robertson, followed by Jim Barrett, Martin Gadsby, Gareth Claydon, Philip Webster, Tom Evans, Andrew Partridge. The 17 of Pete Smith, who was the last finisher. 23 cars started, 22 finished. The only one that we lost was Chris McGinley after he had the spin on the first lap down at the gravel at Leslie's. You can see the cars literally just outside our commentary position here, for the broadcast position here, just heading into the Parc Ferme area, where David will be in a few moments' time to have a chat to our top 3. I'm sure he'll be delighted to see fellow Scot Stephen Daly, of course, the top man in that race. So great stuff from the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Next race coming up is back to Caterham's, where we've had the white group competing. Now it's time for the green group to take their turn on the sweeps and dips of Knockhill circuit here in Scotland. So we're going to head down to the assembly at Parc Ferme, where David Christie has our top 3.
Another thrilling round of the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup Championship. Third place in Mikey Doble Jr. And I think he's going to be relatively happy with that. Mikey, we'll get you to pop your balaclava back on for us, my friends. We'll address the situation that is Mr. Stephen Daly in just a second, but Mikey, a strong performance there. It's always a very, very difficult ask in that packed crowd out there. What's it like racing here at Knockhill?
It's probably one of the best tracks I've ever raced at in this car. Like, it just suits these cars so well. Like, you can take the curbs, the car is floating across the curbs, it's sideways, just brilliant fun, close racing as well.
And obviously quite a few instants through that race, you must have been quite keen to have gotten that second place.
Yeah, I'm happy with a podium. I haven't had a podium. I didn't get on the podium at all in 2020, so a good result for me. It's just compact cup racing. You're always avoiding trouble. You're side by side with people all the time. It's just part of the racing. So very happy with that, and roll on tomorrow.
Excellent stuff, well done. Third place then for Mikey Doble Jr. We'll head over to second place just now. So let's have a chat with Ben Huntley then. Ben, right, how do we deal with the problem that is Mr. Stephen Daly? I mean, I've had a look under the car, I can't see any Exocet missiles. What can you possibly throw at the kitchen sink to get onto the back of him?
To be honest, I think I just need to get a bit more speed in the start of the race. Starting third, I felt in qualifying I had the pace to sort of be second, but brilliant lap by Paul in qualifying, put him in front of me on the grid, and to be fair to him, he held track position brilliantly, and it was a real shame that he made this mistake through the chicane, and I just capitalised and I worked on trying to close Stephen down, but the problem is he's so consistent. You've got to be on it every single lap to beat him. Hopefully we'll see tomorrow, see what happens. We've got free practice in the morning, so get a little bit of running, a bit more track time. For 60 minutes of laps, 60 minutes of track time before this, I'm well pleased.
How are you enjoying the track here? Because obviously it's very different from anything else here in the UK. Lots of twists and turns, and the undulation and changes is absolutely massive. Are you enjoying that?
I'm absolutely loving the circuit, to be honest. It was an 8.5 hour drive to get here, and I know I've got massive respect for Steve coming down south every time, but it is one of my favourite circuits I've ever driven. I just gelled with it instantly and thought, I love this place, and I'd be well happy to come back every year and do it.
Well, massive congratulations, Ben, second place. So let's go and have a word with the main man himself. Right, Mr. Daly, it's not the first time we've met on the top step of the podium, but we're live this time, so that's a nice little bonus. But I mean, come on, you couldn't ask for a better start to this season, really, could you?
No, it's been fantastic. Big thanks to the Casey Motorsport guys. We've had nothing but problems with the car since testing yesterday, and we've managed to get it half sorted, and we're doing well. So, I mean, you got to just you've just got to. It's brilliant. It really is brilliant.
Qualifying obviously raised a lot of eyebrows because it made it very, very close. Were you worried at all before that race?
There's always an element of worry there, I think, because I feel less nervous down England racing because I don't feel like I don't expect as much out of myself at the tracks. So when it comes to Knockhill, even now I'm pretty nervous just thinking about the next race. You know what I mean? So these guys are fast. These guys are really fast. They're totally different breed from the Scottish BMW Compact Cup, and they're here to get it.
Well, congratulations, another race win for Stephen Daly, and ladies and gentlemen, that is it from the Nankan Tires BMW Compact Cup Championship, where we head back to Scott, where we've got more Caterham Academy action.
More Caterham action coming up, with the cars really forming up towards the grid for our second Caterham Academy race. We had the white group first of all, and now it's time for the green group to take their turn. Of course, the Caterham Academy being so well subscribed that they have to put them into two groups in order to be able to accommodate with the drivers. No differences in green and white group. All the drivers do exactly the same season. They just race against the drivers race against those within their group the season, and then of course come together for the end of season race, the Autumn Trophy race at the end of the year, and then of course they all moved up usually to Road Sport in 2021. 2022, excuse me. So let's take a look at the grid then for the Academy Green. And it's going to be Jeff Newman, who won the race at Mallory Park last time out, on pole position. Alongside him is the very fast Freddie Chiddicks, who'll start on the front row alongside. And it's Mark Jones in car number 2. And Paul Woodman, who was one of the fastest guys out there at Mallory Park, but had a couple of mishaps which pushed him down the order, and he had to fight his way back to about 6th position at Mallory Park. He starts with 4th this time, which is where he started, if I'm correct, at Mallory Park, if I remember correctly. Chris Fraser and Ian Harris are on the 3rd row of the grid for Mark Kendall and Mark Williams. Then Robert Domain and James Cook. Then Joe Priday and Philip Clark on row 6. Row 7 is Terry Minter and Paul Castle from Oliver Hardick and Richard Percy on the 8th row of the grid. John Hood and Charles Vincent are followed by Rob Bain and John Vincent to round off the top 20. And then Ian Bettis, Ian Summers and Isla Lowe as we get underway for the green group here in the Caterham Academy at Knockhill. Wheels spinning away from the line, but a cracking start from the 2nd row of the grid. A lightning getaway for Paul Woodman from 4th to 1st by the first corner. Impressive stuff for Paul Woodman. He gets through into Duffer's Dip first. They all tumble the way through. One or two cars getting very wayward in the mid-pack and trying to hold on, but they've all kept pointing the right way, which is impressive stuff. Isla Lowe was one of them, I think, and she's made up quite a few spots. No, it's number 5. Who was number 5? Philip Clark, who had a bit of a wayward moment there, mid-pack, but they're all filtering the way through nice and safely, through Butchers and up through the chicane for the first time. And incredibly, again, he did it at Mallory Park, and he's at it again here at Knockhill. Cracking stuff from Paul Woodman to go from P4 to the lead. Meanwhile, there's cars running wide everywhere. Had a bit of a squeal of tyres in the background there, so we'll have to cut to that in a second. Meanwhile, for the lead, it's now an attack for Freddie Chinnix on the outside line. Also in the mix there is both Jeff Newman. He dives up the inside. The car that went spinning around at the hairpin was John Hood. Oh, bit of a hand gesture there from Paul Woodman, not quite appreciating what might have happened there with Jeff. I think there was a bit of contact, and Paul Woodman didn't quite like it. So up the hill they go to end lap 1. Already it's 5 for the lead. They come down towards Duffers Dip. Looking to the outside line, into the right-hander goes Freddie Chinnix. You can pass around the outside, but it's not always easy enough to do so. We saw it in the Caterham 7 Championship UK race with Gordon Sawyer, as Jeff Newman looks up the inside for third on Mark Jones, and also getting a good run is Ian Harris in the blue and black car. And just behind him is Mark Kendall in the black and pink machine. Over the crest, through the chicane they go. Look at them, one after the other, funneling their way through. It's brilliant to watch as they come back through Clark Curve again. So 3 for the lead, then 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th all together. I think Richard Domain is also in there as well. So Robert Domain, you can tell it's him. He's got a slightly taller roll cage on that car. It's a bit of the odd one out on this one. Back down the inside again, and Paul Woodman, he's just locking up a little more as he heads towards the apex. He had a bit of a mistake where he went for the lead at Mallory Park and went too far. He's part of the he drives the media car this year, which is run by Love Cars, and I have to say, one of his best, he's got quite a good teacher in Tiff Liddell, of course. He's not just part of Love Cars, but he's helping him out a little bit with driver tuition. Right, we've got our TSL time back on the left-hand side, so we'll be able to tell you some gaps here, and not a moment too soon, as Freddie Chinnix does in fact make a move, stick around the outside, and gets past. Mark Jones now under threat from a rather rapid George Newman, who was the man who took the victory in his group back at Mallory Park. But rather than the top 2 escaping in the white group, the green contingent looked very, very competitive as in relation. So they're heading out of Clark Curve, nose to tail as they come back towards the hairpin again. And now the sprint begins, and his Woodman is going to try and line up a pass here. Jeff Newman might just have the run on Mark Jones for third. Here comes Woodman, he's desperately braking late, squirming around under braking, but somehow gets it stopped and just edges Chinnix out wide onto the curb. The inside will start spinning up for Jeff Newman, but Paul Woodman, who is really testing his late braking moves here, is back up into the lead here. Fantastic stuff early on from this Caterham Academy race. We've still got 16 and 3/4 minutes to go. Lots of action going on here as they turn their way back in, and Chinnix is back into the lead down the outside. Now for second, Mark Jones squeezes through. Paul Woodman lost some momentum by the looks of it. Newman thumps the curve as he heads through McIntyre's. He's now under threat from Ian Harris and also Mark Kendall. Just behind him, we've also got the 10 of Fraser. Robert Domain is in there too, and the 15 of James Cook, who just ahead of the number 84 of Joe Priday, who rounds out the top 10. Now, looks as though to me as if Mark Jones and Freddie Chinnix are starting to escape in second and first, respectively. And now Paul Woodman is under threat as George Newman swings one way then the other, trying to desperately get past Paul Woodman. He dives back up the inside. Oh, and that was a return gesture there, I think, from Jeff Newman. I think you give me one, I'll give you the other. Anyway, moving on from that, I think these two have become not the best of friends, but up the hill they go. Scrap goes on between the final podium positions, but Freddie Chinnix has the lead by 0.6 of a second between the two of them. It's Newman third now. It's Harris up to fourth, Woodman down to fifth now after being the early leader at one stage. Kendall sixth, and it's the number 10 in seventh place, that's Chris Fraser. Robert Domain's eighth position, and the number 15, which is James Cook, and then Joe Priday 10th, and Paul Woodman again all over the place on the exit of the chicane, and now has a look up the inside. Just has to defend there from Kendall as they came towards Clark Corner. There's Ian Harris in car number 9. He wants to try and get himself onto the podium, and he's latching onto the slipstream of Jeff Newman. It's so tricky to brake here, this particular section down all here on the bumps in one of these lightweight sports cars. The car just moves around so much, as you've seen with a couple of these guys in the academy, and that's always a prospect of cars undercutting each other on the exit, because as you mentioned earlier in the stream, whilst the racing line is technically at the left-hand side of the circuit, the right-hand side is a flatter run up the hill. It's not as steep. It's therefore much better, as Freddie Chinnix and Jeff Newman using all the curve as they go through Duffers Dip. It's quite a scary prospect going through Duffers Dip. It's very much a completely blind apex as you turn in. not is it blind, but it goes downhill, so it feels like when you go towards the top of a roller coaster and then you start to hit just at the peak and then start going down. You can't see the drop over the other side until you get right towards the apex, and then it really sharply compresses right at the bottom as you go through Leslie's. So Freddie Chiddicks then, under big pressure from Mark Jones as they come back through Railway Bend. Just a reminder of where we were points-wise coming into the weekend. Jeff Newman had 48 points after he was second in the sprint and leading in the race at Mallory, and he's going to dive it back up the inside again. Mark Jones just about holds on, and he might well win the drag. And Newman, who thought about trying to pull alongside, just slots back in to get the slipstream. Over the crest, Chiddicks, Jones, Newman, as quick as you can say it. Then back in fourth is Harris. Woodman still fifth, but he's falling away back into the clutches of the number 10 of Chris Fraser. And it's Kendall in 7th place, Mark Kendall in car 35, Robert Domain 9th, and then James Cook and the 73 of Mark Williams is up to P10 now. Joe Prady has dropped a couple of spots to 12. He was 10th a few laps ago, but just tumbling towards the mid-pack. Leaders coming up to on a couple of back markers. Let's see who that may well be on track. It's number 4 they're coming up to. That's Isla Lowe in the blue and orange machine. So Mark Jones fancies an attack here on Freddie Chiddicks, who is also someone who's incredibly quick but didn't have a proper chance to show that pace, and actually enjoyed having a good battle in the closing stages of Mallory Park with Paul Woodman. So lots going on between these guys, and plenty of competition between the academy drivers. Healthy competition, you understand. So top 3 sweep past Isla Lowe. Good driving from Isla to keep out of the way, just allowing the top 3 to get past. That's good driving to allow the leaders to funnel their way past. And Chiddicks now trying to get a bit of a gap here as he pulls away. Chris Fraser is on the back of Paul Woodman here, and they're coming up to lap Isla Lowe, so that might be a factor. Usually lap traffic can be a catalyst in a particular battle for position, so whether or not that's going to be reflected, we'll have to wait and see. Top 3 just bobbing over the bumps as they come down towards the hairpin. Now Woodman is still in 5th position, but he has got a pack stacking up behind him. Chris Fraser, Robert Domain, also in there too is Mark Kendall, and also there, as we said, is the 15-inch James Cook. So 5 of them having a battle over the final top 5 place. And what's intriguing is that everyone's staying in the pack towards the middle, but again, we mentioned Paul Woodman going to that flatter line, that flatter climb up the hill on the right-hand side. He's managed to pick up what they call the local line, because I think we're talking about the fact that anyone who hasn't been here before usually will take the racing line. Anyone who knows the circuit quite well or knows the tricks of the trade will know that you hold the inside line to get the better run up the hill. So just coming up to halfway, 20-minute races in his Caterham Academy, and big twitch from James Cook over the crest. Well held for the 15. Again, you think these are academy drivers, but they've got quite good skills, and they do get a little bit of tutoring from drivers, and some of the drivers that are in the higher levels, and some of them who do prepare. Whilst they can't hold a racing licence, you can still go and do track days, drive a catering or drive any kind of car that you want to prepare for the season. So just looking back at some of the other rows in the field, Oliver Hardick is back in 14th position at the moment, and that's just putting a lap on Isla Lowe mid-pack. So the gap between Newman and Chiddicks, Newman, who has the fastest lap of the race currently, 1 minute .146, has a .379 second advantage. Here's that scrap going on for 5th between Paul Woodman, Kendall, Fraser, Cook and Domain. So, lots of twitchiness and a big wiggle again, this time for Chris Fraser. He now comes under threat from Cook as they come back into Clark Corner again. This is on lap 10. We just ticked past half distance. And now, because of that mistake, it's also put Robert Domain into the mix now too. I wonder now whether or not there's going to be a chance here for Mark Kendall to get through. It's 3 abreast, as you saw just at the edge of the screen there behind them. How's that going to work out? It looks as though Fraser has lost out to Cook, and here comes Robert Domain alongside both of them to make it 3 wide. Now this is a battle between 70 and 44. And this is between Summers and Hood. 70 is John Hood and 44 is Ian Summers. So that is a scrap that's going on for 19th position. And just behind him, I think, is 21st. And that is the 18 of Ian Bettis, having a battle with him as well. There goes that scrap for 5th. That's a little bit further back. And Woodburn is starting to pull away from that now. They're having so much fun with themselves that they're actually losing time to Woodburn, who's becoming in a little bit of no man's land here. He's not really making any inroads towards Harris in 4th position, but he is pulling away from this 4-car battle behind him for 6th down to 9th. Kendall just holding off from James Cook as they turn out of the hairpin. Domain now has a run on Fraser up the hill. You might well pull alongside, has a bit of a side draft, tucks back in. And here's our leaders, and there has been a lead change since we last saw them. So Jeff Newman has hit the front here in this Green Group Caterham Academy race. Second now has been demoted Freddie Chiddicks. And third is Mark Jones, and he's actually losing a bit of time, and his little side was on the exit. But now behind the back marker, this really could be an opportunity here for Freddie Chiddicks to get back through. I think Jeff Newman was a bit held a bit more than he would have liked to have been, and that really has put him on the back foot and given a prime opportunity for Freddie Chiddicks to find a way through. On the outside line, through Railway Bend, up towards Taylor's. Mark Jones watches on and sits in the middle behind the pair as they head towards Taylor's. And Jeff Newman seems to be pretty comfortable with the inside line, and he holds on to the place. Still 7 3/4 minutes to go in this second round of the Caterham Academy Group, second race for the Caterham Academy Green Group this season. One more tomorrow. Freddie Chiddicks on the attack, heading into Duffus, and sideways again from Jeff Newman. It's fantastic to watch these cars. I've always referred to Caterham as the Formula Ford of sports cars because they're quite lots of similarities. They're lightweight, they're nervous, they're skittish, they run low grip tyres, they have Ford engines. And they both teach a lot for a driver about car control, about mechanical setup, racecraft and the sorts, and as well as overtaking and passing and just being smooth and precise. It's all about mechanical grip with these cars. There's no aerodynamics, there's no trick boost buttons, it's just all pure racing with these cars, and it's fantastic to watch. And Caterham, of course, run a fantastic set of championships that bring drivers all the way through from being complete novices all the way through to the top level of the purpose-built Caterham 7 UK machines. Challenge on for second here because Mark Jones got a really nice run off the hairpin. Tries to pull alongside, but he might have to slot back in, and yes, he does. So not quite able to put himself level to get a chance for second, but the top 3 are in a class of their own, it seems. Now they're coming up behind car 70. That is the car in 19th place, John Hood, who's about to be lapped. Oh, in fact, he's disappeared off the road, I think. I think he saw the leaders coming, just simply exited stage right and thought, I'm having no part of this. He's just allowing the leaders to get through cleanly without getting in their way. So, whilst it was a little wayward, good job there from John Hood. Now, is it going to be an even better job for Freddie Chiddicks here because he got a really strong exit from the chicane? If it's good enough through Clark Curve, he can maybe make this work. Newman shuts the door, trying to block any avenue that Freddie Chiddicks might find here. Now, passing on the outside of the hairpin is not impossible. It's maybe not recommended, but it's not impossible either, and he might well get a chance to just undercut him on the exit. Stay nose to tail, just under 6 minutes to go, 5 minutes 40 to be exact on the clock as they come over the crest, past the start and finish line. 1, 2, 3, close as you can say it. Here comes Chiddicks making a dive up at the right hand of Duffus Dip. Does he make it through? He does force Newman wide. Didn't quite take the right racing line. He looks to the outside, which you can pass at McIntyre's if you're close enough. Is he forcing Newman to make a mistake here, to just open up the door? And here he comes up through Butchers. Newman will have to try and defend if he can. Oh, this is side by side through the chicane, and Chiddicks realised that if that was going to happen, it might well have ended in a collision. So he backs out, but by backing off, he's now allowed Mark Jones back into play here. Still Newman now with a bit of a reprieve here to start to pull away, but Chiddicks is under massive pressure from Mark Jones for second place. We're into the final 5 minutes, and we've got, that looks to be the 28 that's putting a lap on Isla Low themselves. That is John Vincent. Yeah, car 28. So 2 more possible options for Jeff Newman to become unstuck. The 2 possible options here maybe. They might turn to 2 possible chances for Freddie Chiddicks and Mark Jones to take advantage, or to get stuck in with their battle. Newman gets through one of them, past Isla low, and Chiddick's caught low just on the apex. But, of course, Isla's driving her own race, so both of them keeping well out of the way. Nice drive from both back markers. Well done. And through those back markers, Jeff Newman really has got an advantage here. He's managed to pick his way through pretty quickly, and he's got a gap of just over a second now as they come out of the chicane. Jeff Newman looking for his second race win of the season after he picked up the first at Mallory Park. And to add that to his second place at Kerber Sprint will certainly be quite the start to his season. And of course, after this, the Academy heads to Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit of all places. So what a place for Academy drivers to compete at in their very first year of racing. Fantastic opportunity from Caterham and BRSCC to put them on the Grand Prix circuit this year at the beginning of July. We'll also head to Brands Hatch. We'll have one race, Croft as well, they'll head to, and then two races at the season finale. Two championship races at Snetterton in October to finish off the year, and that will complete their graduation from the Academy. And then most of the drivers will then come together and mix in with drivers from the white group, and they'll compete in road sport in 2022 and put the upgrades onto the car, and then they'll move forwards. And we'll talk about some of the upgrades that some of these cars need going forward into the next few races, because of course we've got the Road Sport 270 and 310R races, the first of the weekend coming up in a while, as well as the ETSL STXR Challenge. It's a nice scrap between back markers going on here. I think there's 81 and 88 that are having a little private duel of their own. But 81 and 80, so that's going to be the 81 of Richard Percy and the 80 of Rob Bain. If actually, I was looking at the timing screen, and sadly, Richard Percy has looped it around at the hairpin. Now, I wasn't sure there was contact or not, but Richard Percy trying to reverse his way out of the gravel trap. So there'll be a yellow flag down at Taylor's, and that will certainly ensure no overtaking. That will get it back. Now, Freddie Chiddick has really re-caught Jeff Newman here. The gap was about a second and a bit at one point. It's now down to just under 3/10 as they come out of the right-hander at McIntyre's. I think this is now the 80. Yes, it is. The 80 they're going to come and put a lap on, which is Rob Bain. Newman here, is he going to get caught unawares on the run towards Clark Corner? Well, they both slot through. Good driving from Rob to keep out of the way. And Chiddick now has got possibly one of his best runs yet, exiting Clark Corner. That is the crucial corner, because if you can get as much speed as you can off there, you can hold on. Now, Chiddick is almost determined to go up the inside line, but Newman has placed his car firmly on the right-hand side of the road to ensure that has no possible opportunity. And Mark Jones is going to be the next one to put a lap on the 80 of Rob Bain. Still 1 minute 32 to go, so we've got this and one more lap in this first race of the weekend for the Caterham Academy Green Group. And here comes Freddie Chiddick up the inside with another attack into the Duffus dip. Small twitch of oversteer on the exit of the corner there from Jeff Newman. And again, a huge red inside curb at McIntyre. You thump that too hard, and that can be a one-way ticket to a puncture or suspension damage or worse. And look at the lines taken there through the chicane. The tidier one was certainly Chiddick's, but the slightly faster one appears to have been Jeff Fraser as they turn... So Jeff Newman as they turn out of Clark Corner for the penultimate time. Now, Mark Jones isn't too far away, but I think he's not close enough at the same time to really be a threat to these two. And if Freddie Chiddick wants to get a victory here and deny it being 2 from 2 on the circuits from Jeff Newman, he has to make a move and he has to go for the pounce now and make this last lap count. And on this lap so far, he's lost a few car lengths, so it might well be advantage Newman's to come onto the final lap. We've got 30 seconds left to go on the clock, so next time by, the flag will end it. First, second and third, all in shot together. Newman, who has managed to work his way through, has had to resist quite a lot of pressure from Freddie Chiddick behind, and it's not over yet. He's still got half a lap to go before this race is complete. But up through Butchers, just takes a nice straight run through the first part of the chicane, glides over the second part, uses all the curb on the exit. And if Chiddick can get a super exit much better than Jeff Newman does, he might stand a chance to make an attack by the time they get out of the Taylor's hairpin, if he can get in the slipstream. Another back marker in play here to put a lap on that. I think that is the 59 of another of the Vincents, Charles Vincent. But into the hairpin for the final time they go. Chiddick will try and get the wide exit with the undercut, but it might not work. And with the toe, he'll get up the hill. It's going to be Jeff Newman, who is still unbeaten on the circuit. He heads up towards the checkered flag and makes it 2 from 2 on the circuits in the Caterham Academy Green Group. He takes victory in race 1 of the weekend here at Knockhill. Second goes to Freddie Chiddick, and third goes to Mark Jones. Separated by 2.6 seconds between the top 3 at the line. Fourth will go to the number 9 of Ian Harris. He was chased down by Paul Woodman in 5th position. 6th there was Chris Fraser. 7th place was Robert Domain. 8th across the line was the 15 of James Cook. 9th went to the 73 of Mark Williams, and 10th place, rounding out the top 10, is the number 48 of Paul Castle. Then there's Joe Priday. Mark Kendall dropped down to 12th position. We didn't see that on camera. There is Mark Kendall coming across the line in the green and pink machine. It's unfortunate for him. He seems to have dropped a bit of pace and slipped outside the top 10. So across the line they go to finish up here at Knockhill. Isla Lowe comes across the line and she completes her race. And the one car that we lost in that race, sadly, was the 25, and that was Terry Minter, who didn't make the flag. But apart from that, all the other 22 managed to see the finish. You can just see there on the horizon the top 3 heading into the pit lane. So fantastic stuff. So confirming it was Jeff Newman who took the victory from the car of Freddie Chiddick. And then it's the 2 of Mark Jones. And they're rounding out with Ian Harris and Paul Woodman in the top 5 as well as they make their way into pit lane. Brilliant stuff from the Caterham Academy. And of course, we'll see them out again, both their groups respectively, for their second races tomorrow. More Caterham action on the way, and also SDXR Challenge, but we're sure we can head down very shortly to our pit reporter, Dave Christie, who's doing a brilliant job today. So good stuff from David. It's the first time he's doing one of our BRSCC live streams, and Knockhill specialist in many cases, doing a grand job, and certainly bring plenty of energy to today's broadcast. So good stuff from him, and we'll hear from him very shortly to have a chat to our top 3. Next race coming up, we should mention, is more Caterhams. It is Caterham 7-3-10R Championship, and I may well actually have somebody on comms with me for this one as well. So Caterham 7-3-10Rs. We've also got still ETSL SDXR Challenge and 2 more Caterham races with the 270Rs and the Road Sports. That's still to come for today. Let's head down to David, have a chat with our race winner Jeff Newman and our top 3 from the Caterham Academy Green Group.
So it's a return to form then for Jeff Newman, fresh from Mallory Park, and he takes the W on race number 1 here for the Caterham Academy Green Group. Second place, a very well-deserved second place there for the number 66 of Freddie Chiddick, and then Mark Jones rounding out the top 3. Let's go and have a quick word with Mark Jones. Says, Anthony, please don't get run down. I need you for the weekend, my friends. Mark, right, you've been briefed by your team not to swear, so please stick to that one. Third place, I mean, great championship points. Your first season in motorsport, these wonderful little cars. What's it like firing them?
Amazing. This circuit's unreal as well. Circuit's amazing.
So talk us through that race, because the 3 of you were absolutely joined at the hip all the way through.
Unfortunately, as soon as we caught up the back markers, I got stuck behind a couple, and then I couldn't get back up with them 2, so. But the podium I'm still happy with, so.
Given how equal the cars are, is there anything else you can do strategy-wise?
Unfortunately not, just send it.
A little bit more bravery in race 2.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent, well done on the 3rd place, Mark Jones there. We'll get through them a little bit quicker so we can catch up with our race coming up. Freddie Chiddick. Here we go, my man Freddie will come in front of your lovely car here, but Freddie, 2nd place, and that was an absolute barnstormer of a race.
It was. I'm absolutely exhausted.
I was going to say, you're literally out of breath, aren't you?
Yeah, that was a brilliant race. I'm happy to hold it in one piece till the end, and we had a good battle, bit of passing, so hopefully entertaining for everyone watching and entertaining for us drivers too.
That was an amazing race to watch on the stream. It was just fantastic stuff. But when you're behind first place, is there ever that voice in your head that's just like, yeah, go on Freddie, send it?
Yeah, quite a few times.
How do you fight that?
Sometimes you do it, and sometimes you have to just hit that brake pedal at the last minute. And not
championship-wise, though, I mean that's a good haul of points. You must be happy with that for race 1.
Yeah, that's a good amount of points and a good starting position for race 2 tomorrow as well.
Excellent, well done. Freddie Chiswick's taking second place there, but the man of the moment, Jeff Newman, fresh from Mallory Park.
Hi.
Hello, Jeff. That was quite the performance today.
Well, that's very generous of you. I mean, I don't know what we've done to deserve such a warm welcome and a warm Scotland as well. All the times I've been testing here, it's been raining. So
you're lying. Fantastic. It's always like this. Don't believe him, ladies and gentlemen. Always sunny here at Knockhill. But Jeff, I mean, you were held to account by Mark and Freddie today.
Yeah, Freddie was absolutely phenomenal. You know, he's a karting champion, so he knows how to get around tight, twisty circuits like this. Mark's a drifting expert, so he knows how to go sideways in style. The two of them combined just kept me on my toes. But I feel that my strength was really the hairpin. That's where I was able to make or break them, and the results speak for itself, so I'm over the moon.
A massive congratulations and big news for the championship for yourself. Well done, buddy.
Thank you very much.
There we go. So that is your race winner.
Oh no, me trophy.
My bad. Right, hopefully. Now see, because that was actually a nice trophy, there's no damage to it. We're going to head down and head to the 310Rs. So, as you can see, this is what you expect in the Caterham Academy. And the great thing is, by the way, if you want to, the whole point of this championship is that you watching at home can get yourself involved. You can get yourself on the grid. And what the guys at Caterham do is they get your race licence, they get your ARDS, they get your medical, and they get your car as well. So, yours truly started racing this season, and I've got to be honest with you, I wish I had the level of support that these guys had up here. Wonderful, wonderful series. We'll see if we can get a chat with Simon from Caterham Cars over the weekend. But we move on, because it's Caterham 7310R time. It's the 7310 Championship. Pete Walters on pole position, so let's go and have a quick chat. Pete, you're at the front of the grids. No pressure.
Looking forward to it. Looks like a nice day. We're back into 30-minute races. We had 20 minutes to Donington, so looking forward to it now.
And obviously you see the younger little Caterham Academy cars, and many of them going to be following in your footsteps. For anyone watching at home that sees it and thinks about getting involved, what would you say to them?
Oh, most definitely. One of the best decisions to enter and do this. Such a good way of progressing through and actually getting through the steps. Really good entry level, and it'll be the best fun you've ever had.
So moving to the race today then, obviously you're going to be leading out the grid. It's a longer race than we have had so far. How much is strategy going to play into things, and how much is just knuckling down and getting on with the race?
Probably 50-50. It's got warmer, the tyres are it's quite heavy on the tyres here, so you don't want to be overheating them too much. You want to get to the end, so it's attrition as well as chess.
Excellent. Well, we'll catch up with you through the weekend. That is Pete's on pole position. Lewis Thompson behind. Now, very quickly, while we've got a couple of minutes, let's talk you through some of the differences with the Caterhams, because one of the big differences with the Caterham Academy cars is the tyres. Now, Avon Tyres have got a specially developed tyre for the Academy cars, but once they're out of the Academy, they move on to the ZZR cars. So the 270R cars get them, the 310R cars get them, and then the Road Sport cars get them as well. But the Academy's on their own stuff. So this gives a very unique, very different way of handling for the car. Let's go and have a chat with Lewis, because obviously he's waiting here. And he's obviously wanting to have a little chat with us. Lewis, enjoying the Scottish sunshine here?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's been cloudy all weekend, a bit windy, but now the sun's out, should be a good race, yeah.
Does the weather make any difference to how the car handles? Because as you said, Friday was very, very blustery. It was very overcast, but obviously we've had it forecast that it was going to be a gorgeous weekend. Did you believe the weather reports?
Well, I knew it was going to be sunnier today than tomorrow, but it does have an effect on how quickly your tyres overheat. So when it's a bit hotter, you know, they overheat slightly faster, so it makes it harder in a 30-minute race to try and keep your tyres in good nick.
How badly is tyre management through this? Because obviously Knockhill, very tight, very twisty circuit, fast laps, you're doing around about a minute for the laps. you know, how many laps roughly do the tyres give you before they start saying, yeah, you need to calm down a little bit?
Probably about 5 minutes. Yeah, not even that. The car's all over the place from the beginning. It's just such a hard track. I mean, I think I read something saying that there's not even a proper corner here. There's always one that's on a hill or a camber, or, you know, so it adds that element of a challenge here, and it's certainly not easy.
And how has the championship been going? Because obviously it's a packed grid here for you.
Unfortunately, I missed the first round due to exams, so I've got to try and make every round count. But fingers crossed we win it and it's be a piece of pudding.
Well, best of luck, and we'll keep an eye on you through the weekend. Lewis Thompson there. I don't know if we're going to have any time because the car's going to head down the grid. So, Scott Woodwest, back to you. Let's hear about the race.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, David. Good to hear a couple of the drives, not just the top 3 from our academy race, but also from the guys number 310Rs as they trundle out onto the circuit for their first of 2 races. And it's not just me in the commentary box. I'm delighted for the occasional races we got for the rest of the day. The person who I share the virtual commentary box with when we're doing the esports kind of version of this Caterham race, the .com, the man behind it. And when I was also commentating on to 4th place in the Caterham 7 Championship UK race, Chris Hutchinson. Chris, first of all, congrats on the personal best of 4th place. Quite a wild race, but I think just getting to the end and staying out of trouble was the name of the game, wasn't it?
It was a race of attrition, wasn't it? So yeah, I'm very happy with that 4th place. I mean, it could have gone better, it could have gone a lot worse, and there's some people with some bills to pay to put those cars back together. But it's really great to be here, sat with you, Scott, seeing in real life and watching 310Rs going out on track.
And of course, for those who don't know, in your experience, of course, you've literally been now in every single step of the Caterham. You started in the academy, you built your own car, you've gone through Road Sport 270, you were 310R champion in 2018. And then, of course, you took a couple of years sabbatical. Of course, last year was a bit more enforced due to the pandemic, but new car to the step. So for these guys here in the 310Rs, you've been at this level, you know exactly how all these guys have come through, and it does take the first 3 or 4 years with this car. Once you go through the upgrades, you do get to a stage where even with the new upgrades, you really do gel with this chassis because you've kind of been with it and you know it almost inside out.
You absolutely, Scott. You know it inside out. You've got, you know, a lot of these drivers would have been here since the academy and they will have driven every single incarnation, just like I did. You feel so comfortable that you can come to a test day and you can get on the pace pretty quickly, and you're just fine tuning then. So you will see these boys and girls like very, very fine tuning every single last aspect. So you know, mistakes are going to be crucial in this kind of race because that's what costs you the positions. They know what they're doing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they perform. Hopefully, a little less carnage in this one than in our race.
Well, fingers crossed. Let's take you to the grid then and how they're going to line up. So it's points leader Pete Walters who starts on pole position, alongside Lewis Thompson making his first appearance. He's a proven race winner, missed the first race. Of course, education is important, so he has to get his first out of the way, but now he's done that. He's all fully set, hopefully, for the rest of the season. Row 2 is Harry Cook and James Wingfield, who's had quite a lot of improvement over last year, I've noticed, in terms of speed and getting up towards the front. Andy Lees and Ben Lopez Appleton, who has a bit of catching up to do, I think, in this second weekend on Row 3. Row 4 is the double defending champion from the last 2 steps, which is Lars Alexander Hoffmann of Germany. He starts alongside Douglas Christie on the 4th row. And it's Henry Williams and Andrew Murgatroyd rounding up the top 5. Jeff Price and Giuseppe Fillet come next from Chris Welch and then Gary Curtis. And then Stephen Metcalf rounds out the 15-car grid. So this is one of the longest races that we'll have here. 30 minutes of racing. 5-second board looks to have gone up. So we're all set there. Red lights are on. Let's see who wins the sprint to Duffers Dip. Lights out any second now. Quite a long hold this time, but away they go from the line. Decent start from the second row from James Wingfield. They sprint down towards Duffers Dip, and it looks as though it is going to be Pete Walters who holds on, but the gold sort of pearlescent car, Lewis Thompson, is on the mix, and there's contact in the background. He leaves and Ben Lopez Appleton go around. Henry Williams is also involved. Andrew Murgatroyd's off onto the grass, and he's also trying to catch who that is. I think that's Harry Cook involved as well. So out of all the kind of front-running contenders, about 2/3 of them all getting caught up in dramas of their own on that first lap.
They did so well, most of them, to avoid that. Although there was dramas and spinning cars, there was a lot, less contact contact that I was expecting to see, Scott, but we see Andy Lee's there just starting to get back on the pace. I hope his car's in one piece. It looks like it is, and he's going to be getting back onto the pace. But the top three here, coming down into the hairpin for the first time, the shenanigans behind didn't detract, and we've got the 79 coming into the lead and taking over. Wingfield there in third place with Walters in second.
So that's Lewis Thompson making his move to the front. Walters then in second position. It looks as though I think everyone who's got caught up in spins and incidents there have all got away relatively unscathed, so apart from losing one or two wings. But cross line they go to end the first lap. It's Thompson, well, I was going to say leading, but he was under attack into the right-hander of Duffer's Dip by Pete Walters, who's managed to squeeze through. So the pole man not losing his lead for long as he comes up through McIntyre's. And James Wingfield, who I have to say, I think it took him a while, about a season and a bit, to get used to this 310R car, but now he's really got into the groove of it. That red and yellow machine really looking strong, and actually made one of the biggest leaps, I think, of the 310R drivers compared to this time last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Wingfield's really focused this year. He's got the car, he's got everything sorted, and he's a dad and lad team, and they do a fantastic job of putting everything together. And say this front three that we've got here with Lars there coming up in fourth are the real sort of cream at the moment on the 310 grid, and you can see that as they're kind of almost looks like they might be working together there into turn one on these early laps, and that's a sensible thing with 30-minute races.
Yeah, it's a long old race, and you have to kind of call a temporary truce in many cases to kind of, it looks like they're battling, but they've got a bit of strategy here. They might have a bit of a conversation before the race, and they might think, well, if you're in this position, let's see if we can work together. I'm not sure James got the message, though. He was diving up the inside for second as he was squeezed through. He does, although it wasn't like he's hanging back a little bit, so he realised I'll make an attack, but then I realised if I attack, we're going to hold each other up. So I think James almost realised there, if I battle with Lewis too much, it's only going to slow us both down, and Pete's going to get up the road. But look at what it's also done with that. It's backed them off. And Lars Hoffman, talk about momentum, he is shot onto the back of these top three, and he's really made it a quartet pretty quickly as it was a trio just now. He's now fourth of the lead rather than just three.
With such a tight track, Scott, it's every time you go side by side, as we're seeing them go three wide maybe into the hairpin here, but every time you go side by side, you cost yourself so much time that, Lars was just ready. That's it. As he's sitting around the outside, he's going to make up a place around the outside of the hairpin there. Really good move, but a lap ago it was looking like it was the top three going to be pulling away.
But it's not anymore. It's now side by side. And what we're learning as well is that up the hill, we talk about it a couple of times in the broadcast. The drivers that take this, I'll come back to that in a second, because Lars Hoffman was squeezed a little bit onto the grass by Pete Walters. I'm not sure he'll appreciate that too much. But one thing I was going to mention is that up the hill, I had a couple of laps in the safety car this morning, and one of the things I learned from it is that the run up the hill, it seems a bit unorthodox, but you want to be on the right-hand side because you have a flatter run up the hill. It's not as steep as it is on the left-hand side. So therefore, if you get a bit of a run where you can get an undercut, that's why I thought for a second that James Winfield was going to hold on to that third place, because he had a slightly better run up the hill to be able to carry the momentum, particularly when it's such a steep apex going up into the hairpin. You'll see it here. It looks steeper than it actually looks on camera, but you get you see, just going up the hill there, it's incredibly steep when you look at it on the approach. But then on the right-hand side here, this should allow Hoffman to pull just a little bit further alongside to get himself maybe into a position to make a pass for second.
Well, as ever, one corner leads into the other, and it's really important to get the exit of the previous corner to get the next one. In the 310s, obviously, you've got gear changes, whereas in the 420s, we've got a sequential box. So that's really crucial coming out that hairpin. You've got a lot of work to do as a driver in the cockpit. And a slow gear change or a missed gear change can really cost you up that hill, but they all kind of fed through in single file that time. But we have got a little breakaway here.
Yeah, Thompson just managed to pull away. He's got a gap of around about 3/4 of a second now over Walters in second place, and Hoffman now injecting himself straight into this lead group here after slipping back a little bit initially. Now, Harry Cook, after his initial drama, has got back up to 5th position to the rest of the top 10. Andrew Murgatroyd is 6th, and Douglas Christie and Jeff Price. And talk about Lars Hoffman just swinging one way then the other. I think that's a definite distraction technique. He's just swarming from left to right to try and make Pete look in his mirrors, and I think Pete's more experienced enough on that as a former champion, as is Lars, to know that you know better than that, and he must look in his mirrors thinking, come on Lars, really? That trick's the oldest trick in the book. It's not going to work on me this time.
He certainly held his nerve, didn't he? He didn't affect his braking, although 2 corners later we've now got Lars up the inside, and he is now through. So we've got Wingfield there, sort of happy it seems at the moment to sit in that 4th place, and I wouldn't say that's a bad thing, but we have got Thompson pulling away there, so they've all got to be thinking about that now, because that gap is starting to get to the point where it's a little bit more uncomfortable, and they will just, they're seeing a podium position sort of slip away there.
I wonder now if Hoffman will start to leave the train, although I mince my words, there was contact between them though, as Walters positively barges his way past Lars Hoffman, and that actually kills his momentum. And that's these 2 corners here, Clark and Taylor's, particularly Clark, because the speed that you carry out of Clark is absolutely crucial because it sets your run up the hill for Taylor's in terms of the hairpin. Here on the exit is crucial, but it's the speed and the momentum that you carry all the way through it that determines whether or not you can defend a pass and stay ahead or drop back and find yourself under attack.
Yeah, with such gradient, and every single corner around this track has a massive amount of gradient, and every time you sort of get it slightly wrong, or like you say, you don't have the full use of the track because someone's behind you or trying to attack, you cost yourself some speed. But interestingly here, Cook is coming up, like you said, close in that 5th place. So I think the next couple of laps are going to be determined whether we're going to see a battle for the lead in this race or it's going to be all about 2nd place.
Yeah, Walters will try and break that gap as quick as he can, and Lars Hoffman here doesn't really want to be distracted too much by battling with James Wingfield, even though James is putting up quite a defensive effort to hold on. The lock up there as he tried to a speculative look up the inside but couldn't quite make that stick. And now we see Harry Cook, who is incredibly quick in his own right, now decides he's going to make a new quartet here, because while Lewis Thompson's got that gap, we thought Pete Walters was getting away, but particularly on that exit when it was Clark, which is the last couple of corners, didn't really have the momentum to be able to continue the gap that he had, and now he's fallen back into the clutches of the 3 cars behind. So while he was on the attack, he's now had to go back on the defensive. It's going to lose him even more time to the car in front.
Yeah, we saw Walters there having to pull to the inside. He actually managed to get back to the outside. The toe was not used there. But we're still only sort of 7 minutes into this race. We've got 23 minutes remaining. So there's still plenty of time for this to develop and to see that, with a 30-minute race, you often have a beginning phase. We've got Lars there onto the gravel, survives, but that brings Cook right onto his tail now.
Yeah, I think Lars Hoffman is one of the more flamboyant drivers in the field, and certainly isn't afraid to hang the tail out proper old school 70s F1 style in terms of pushing these cars. And it's good to see that the guys who know these cars who in terms of speed can kind of get away with that, as Pete Walters. Now, I'm not sure if James was trying to make a move there and Pete just shut the door, or whether or not he saw him coming and thought, right, I've had enough of these attacks, just carefully edge you towards the edge of the track and put 2 wheels on there. And sometimes that can be risky, as of course, you're trying to defend your line, but at that sort of speed, sometimes even putting 2 wheels on the grass, it doesn't always work out well.
No, it's really not good. So an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object there, and all that's done is give the lead gapper even more time to grow. So like I said, these next 2 laps were going to be crucial, and at the moment it looks like we are seeing a battle for 2nd place. They could settle it down. They've still got plenty of time to make it back up to that lead.
Should mention that the man at the back of this queue, Harry Cook, has the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 56.537, so compared to the cars in front, who are doing either late 56s or low 57s, as up the inside for 3rd goes Lars Hoffman, makes the move around the outside, or the inside into Clark, and 3 goes as they come up the hill now. And I think James Wingfield had a bit of momentum loss there, because he's still staying alongside, but now you see Harry Cook with the distraction technique swarming around, and Wingfield feels confident enough to go down the outside under brakes. Hoffman just sticks to the inside line on the apex, and Wingfield decides to stick around the outside. There'll be a bit of side draft here, and let's watch Harry Cook in the black car behind number 9. He's the one without the right rear wing. They're going to go 3 abreast up the straight to the narrowest part of the course, and here could be 2 for the price of 1 for Harry Cook. He goes up the inside. How's this one going to play out? Is he through? Yes, he's done it. Past both of them. Fantastic. Harry Cook takes 2 for the price of 1, up from what was 5th down to 3rd place, and Hoffman does get past. He defends from James Wingfield and holds on, but Harry Cook, the man on the mission. Nice move.
Yeah, he held his nerve, didn't he? It's not a comfortable place to be in the middle of a 3 wide into that turn 1. It's a very, very fast corner when you're a single car going through it, but it's certainly not that quick, and it's off. As a driver, when you're looking into that corner, it just feels like it's going off the end of the world. It really dips down. Held his nerve, and he's made a really good break from Lars there. He's straight onto the back of Walters.
So maybe Harry Cook's the one we need to watch out for in the next few laps. Further back, just behind them, this is interesting, a little pair working together. This is Andrew Murgatroyd and Douglas Christie, who are currently sat in 6th and 7th place respectively. Now their lap times, have a quick look, they are doing 50, they're matching the lead is doing 57, so they're on the pace, but they're sort of, this is classic Caterham in terms of, particularly if you find yourself in a longer race, one thing you have to do to make sure if you're trying to make up time is, these 2 might look like they're battling, but it's strategic positioning of their cars to swap from place to place, because the draft they're getting from each other is helping them edge that little bit closer lap by lap, corner by corner, to the cars in front of them being a bit closer. And then that's always a bit of a strategy when you usually get into the lead. When you get 2 or 3 cars in the lead, they will kind of swap you a little bit to pull away the lead gap. And then once they're comfortable enough that they're several seconds ahead to be able to battle, then they'll start to fight, because they know that the cars behind won't start to take advantage.
Yeah, think of it like leapfrogging, that you get more speed because of the draft by following another car. Now, as long as they're working together, that means you carry that extra speed for the whole lap between the 2 of you, but you do have to work together. It certainly doesn't look like Doug's giving Murgatroyd any room there, so I don't think they're truly working together at this point, and they're probably just fighting for their 6th and 7th. There's, like I say, it depends on the incidents and if there's any issues, but you see Doug straight back in the toe, but the Murgatroyd's covering that off. It's almost a bit tit for tat, that is in... Doug didn't give him the room into the hairpin, so Murgatroyd's saying, well, no, you're not working properly with me, so we'll just sit here and have our battle now.
Yeah, I suspect, but beyond any frustrations, they're sort of enjoying themselves out there between these two. It's quite it looks to be quite an entertaining battle that both are having fun with. I'm pretty certain there'll be some handshakes, obviously with gloves on, obviously, for COVID restrictions, in terms of... It's celebrating the fact these two have had quite a good battle, and hopefully nothing comes to a bad end in this battle. Touch wood, hopefully. So up through Clark Curve they go. Murgatroyd just about holding on. It looked like he got a slightly better exit on that corner off the corner than Doug Christie did. So, but he'll be in the toe a little bit, but not close enough to make an attack. So these two make their way back down towards Taylor's hairpin. Rest of the top 10, we should mention Jeff Price is up into 8th position. Giuseppe Fillet's down in 9th, and it's then the 22, which is of Gary Curtis, rounding up the top 10. And then behind them we've got Stephen Metcalf, followed by Welch, Lopez Appleton and Williams. Ben Lopez Appleton's one I'm surprised to be seeing down. He didn't quite have an ideal start, and compared to some of the pace he had even as much as last year, hasn't really been on form this year so far, starting at Donington Park.
He's still a quality driver, and I'm sure he'll be back up there. And it couldn't just be a series of circumstances. We saw all the issues in turn 1 in this race, and we're seeing a lot of drivers trying to get back up. And Murgatroyd is probably, he would expect to be with that lead battle. He certainly has been in the past. And like you say, yeah, Lopez Appleton is another one that we might expect to see up there. But equally, it could be drivers gelling with a particular track, and then just the run of the luck just not going with you. And you see here now we've got Cook ahead of Walters, so a change for a second.
Yeah, and you saw the hand gesture. That's the signal saying, look, work with me. Let's go and catch Lewis, because that's the signal saying, look, rather than us fight, the more we battle purposely in terms of fighting each other through the corners and up the straights and trying to squeeze each other, the more time we're going to lose. Let's not fight. Let's work together. Let's do some leapfrogging and try and get ourselves towards the front. And I think what he's going to try and do is say, look, he's sort of signalling, I'm the faster car here. Sit in my slipstream, follow me, and let's see if we can close up on the car in front.
What we say is, basically make the overtake in a sensible place. Don't do a dive bomb on me, and then that's how you maximise your chances. There are plenty of hand signals given in Caterham. They're very visible, but that one was definitely the let's work together and let's go catch this guy.
Yeah, there was some hand signals of a different variety in the Caterham Academy race, but less said about that the better, I think. Scrap on for 4th between James Wingfield and Lars Hoffman. Hoffman on the inside in the red and white car, the sort of orangey red and yellow car of James Wingfield. They are still battling, but I suspect they're not sort of battling too much where it's going to compromise them. Now, again, this is what I call smart battling, because again, up the inside, and people this is going to fight this. He'll say, right, you got the run after you, but he let him have the pass down the back straight. Exactly what you said. They're passing strategically in places where, 1, they can make the most of a toe and reduce the gap in front, and 2, still essentially swap positions and fight with losing minimal to no time in the process.
So the 2 places you can do that around this track are into the hairpin and up into turn 1. So they're the 2 sensible places to pass. So if you see a pass there, it's not necessarily, it's maybe a designed thing. Anyway, as Wingfield there goes onto the gravel, so that's not going to help them in their charge to go and catch up. Although they're in that middle ground, aren't they? Are they going to do it? We've got still 15 minutes this race left. I'm now used to the 20-minute races, Scott. This 30 minutes feels like an awfully long time.
Yeah, there was the switch, of course, this year from what was 30-minute races last year in the Caterham 7 Championship UK races. And it was everything from 270 hours upwards was 30 minutes. It's the road sports at 20, and then it was in the past 15 minutes for the academy races. But these races, the 270s and the 310s now are officially the longest races now, whereas you've moved to a 3-race 20-minute format to kind of have a bit more immediacy in terms of battles rather than going into the long distance, particularly with the slicks in many cases. It's a different tyre, so in terms of rather to overstress a slick tyre for half an hour, for 20 minutes it seems as though it makes it a bit more of a sprint tyre in many cases rather than a slightly longer marathon.
Do you know what, Scott? It's not necessarily about the tyres, it's about the drivers. It's extremely physical to drive. Again, a little mistake there from Wingfield. It's extremely physical to drive one of those cars, and for longer than 20 minutes they actually felt it was unreasonable, certainly in the first year, and I'm sporting injuries on my hand from turning the wheel heavily and changing the gear. So yeah, I think it's more about that sort of physicality, and having 3 20-minute races does mean that you can, your arms survive it. Seeing they're definitely working together. Are they closing that gap though to the lead driver?
a little bit. Last time by, they both did 56.5s. It was a personal best for Harry Cook. You compare that to Lewis Thompson, 56.7. So they are getting closer, but there's still time to do it, but they're only edging bit by bit. So what they need to do is maybe find a couple more tenths per lap and then start to close it a bit more, and hopefully they'll start to take full advantage. So Harry Cook, Lewis Thompson in the lead. Harry Cook in second place and Pete Walters third as they do Clark Corner again. We've just gone past half distance, 14 minutes still to go. And again, we'll see a bit of another strategic pass here. So watch it in motion. So Pete Walters will just go past. Harry Cook dutifully slots in.
Perfect illustration, Scott.
Absolutely. And then up through the hairpin. And then watch now as Harry Cook will now latch into the toe. And I suspect here, as it has done before, that Pete Walters won't fight this. He'll simply say, right, you got the run, after you, up into Duffers dip, and turn to the right-hander. Has he got it through? Yes, he has. So, again, these two clearly work together. Now, that time they lost time, even though this, well, they say we lost time, because the interesting thing is that Pete Walters did do the fastest lap of the race, but it's still, it was still 2 tenths slower, so obviously, I need to work that out, because the gap was 4.8 seconds, and I've gone up to 5, but it's still the fastest lap of the race and 2 tenths quicker. So whether there was further time lost on my last lap, I'll have to work it out. But either way, the fastest lap of the race from Pete Walters, 56.336. So making the most of any toe he's got. So the proof is there in terms of lap times. They are that little bit quicker than Lewis Thompson, but sometimes, even though with the time we've got, a little bit sometimes it just isn't enough.
We're getting disagreement now between the drivers as to who is the quickest here. They're kind of getting a bit itchy, the fact they're not closing up quick enough. And that might have been a misgear there by Walters. You saw that coming out of the hill, that he sort of dropped back and he's dropped away a bit. This might be the instigator, though, for that they can get some speed back where there's no battling for a lap. You have to do it in the right way, and you have to let the guy that's overtaking then take full use of the track to really maximise it. But some absolutely brilliant pace by Thompson out front to be protecting from two drivers trying to work against him. But I think in this last 10 minutes, the kind of the arrangement between Cook and Walters is going to fall apart.
I think it's already started, in any case, because the gap is 6 tenths per second, and now, because of all of that, in the last lap, Pete Walters, with the missed gear change, or just mistake or not, or anything else, his last lap was a second slower than Lewis Thompson. It was a 57.85 for Walters, 56.7, about 8 tenths or so than Thompson. And in the middle of that, actually, Cook, ironically, was the slowest out of the three. He's second quickest, 56.8. So, trying to go through there. But what the key here is that if Cook's got pace, what pace has he got in clear air? Because if he's in front now in second place, or has he really properly pulled away from Cook? So we'll have a look. He's ahead now by just about a second, and the gap has come down again. It's gone another 4 tenths. So I wonder here, now that Harry stopped battling and now he's in proper clear air, is it with 11.5 minutes to go? It's not impossible, but he needs to kind of get on with this now.
Well, we saw that disagreement as to who was the quickest, and I think Cook is now asserting his authority there and saying, right, it's my turn to go and grab this. That misgear might prove really crucial. These two do look like they might be working together, but equally there's a couple of mistakes creeping in here or there, and Lars is now hounding into that turn 3. And remember, this is not one of the corners I said was an ideal leapfrog moment, so they're definitely costing each other time. I think they are now settled for fighting for this 4th and 5th, but I predict that Cook is going to become a bit of a threat here. That's Wingfield's again on the grass there on the inside, but Cook could be the dark horse here if he can close that 5 seconds, but we've only got 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, I saw one of the Academy guys, I think in the last race, was using a little bit of, in the early stage, using a bit of a cut on the inside through Railway Bend to kind of get a little bit more of a straighter run on the approach towards Taylor's. So it did seem to work in many cases. Gap has ticked down again by another couple of tenths. Cook has now chipped it down to 4.6 seconds. 56.523 for Cook, 56.763 for Thompson. So, and Walters was in the middle of that. He was a tenth slower than Cook, 2 tenths slower than Walters. So a tenth quicker than Thompson. I'll get my words out right eventually. 4th and 5th is Hoffman and Wingfield, as we see, still on track here. Picking up the inside, as again, they are still battling. And I suspect at this point, when you're having your own personal battle here, it's more about just having fun and enjoying stuff with the car you've got around you. And then if anything else happens, it kind of happens for either good or bad fortune. Whatever happens, happens. But these two very much are in no man's land, where we're not catching the cars in front, but they're still quick enough to hold off a big advantage from the next duo that's still having their own private battle, which is Doug Christie and Andrew Murgatroyd. So wherever you look here in many cases, there are lots of 2s and 3s here having their own little private battles here, which is very separate. It's a little bit what we call un-Caterham-esque, because usually in the past you see big long trains of Caterhams, and then you get one group latched onto another one, and then another and another, and the group just gets bigger and bigger. Whereas In this race, it seems though, because it's the longer version, everyone's kind of paired off or gone off into little packs of 2s and 3s, and they're all having their own private battles. Lars Hoffmann again. He's done that several times this race. You can tell he's pushing, but at a moment, you just feel as though he's going to go a little bit too far over that into the gravel, and it's going to cause him to come unstuck as a result.
He's certainly flirting with danger there, isn't he? It's not the quickest line through, though, I can promise you that. But Wingfield doesn't seem quite as quick as him through the actual chicane. We've seen him take that move up into Clark's a couple of times. But yeah, they are now 100% thinking all the time, I should be ahead at any time, because if there is a safety car or something, then I want my car to be in front. And that's why we're seeing them continually swap. Even though they're not gaining on anything, that is now the mentality going on. And they're also working out, where do I need to be coming into this closing stage of the race to really make it count and get me that place?
I think Harry Cook's tuned into us because he's now taken 6/10 out of Lewis Thompson in that last lap. So Gappy's down to 4 seconds. The only negative is 8.5 minutes to go. So, all right, he's taken 4/10 out of him. It's James Wingfield's turn to go wide now. He's either been watching the Lars Hoffmann school of how to exit corners, or he's just simply trying to push as hard as he can and found almost a little bit not enough grip, not as much grip as he wanted on the exit of that corner. But either way, both using that same line, and you just feel as though at some point it's going to come unstuck for one of them, thinking they're going to get a little bit too wide, take liberties a little bit too much, and all of a sudden that could be a one-way ticket to a spin or worse.
Yeah, as we see the place swapping again. We're 22 minutes into this race now, and the tyres are starting to get really hot and angry. We've got beautiful sunshine here, Knockhill, and the tyres will start giving up grip. They feel a little bit more like bubble gum under you when you're turning the wheel. So yeah, that might be causing that effect, because you will get understeer in that third turn, which is what we're seeing. We're just seeing them drift off and luckily not spinning out.
The phrase is true, you only need 2 cars to make a race, and effectively, as long as it's an exciting one, the phrase, whatever you look at, rings true here. It's a little private battle is great, and Lars Hoffmann almost feeling confident enough to try and make a move on the exit of the chicane, to try and force his way past. And I look at one of those things. The chicane is one of those corners where you do not go side by side through it. You can go side by side towards the entrance or the exit, but never through it. It's one of those where you have to be very, very careful to make that happen. The gap went up again last time. What's it going to do this time as they come across the line?
We're in back markers now as well, Scott, so I think that's having an effect.
3.8 seconds, so it's another 3/10 drawn back. So it's still Thompson has the advantage, but and it's enough at the moment to keep him relatively comfortable, but well, that's not going to help him. You can tell he's pushing, little sideways twitch on the exit of McIntyre's, and again the way the car just sat down on the compression at Butcher's as well.
Tired tyres.
This is definite proof that Lewis Thompson, even though we're 24 minutes in, he'll still get the message. You're still got Cook closing down on you. You cannot relax by any second.
Yeah, I just had that sort of sneaky suspicion that Cook was, he had those issues early doors in the race, and has fought his way right back through. So he's also got that kind of momentum of wanting to catch up. I just think that the gap might be just a little bit too much with only 6 minutes now remaining, or just over 6 minutes on the clock. I think that gap is just a little bit too great, but nevertheless, we've got back markers coming into play now, so if they start holding up Thompson out front there, then maybe there's a chance here that lead battle can develop.
Gap has gone down by about another 1/10.5, 3.7 seconds, but again, he needs to be taking more time out of that. And there's Harry behind Ben Lopez Appleton, who I'm pretty certain at the moment is having a race he'd rather forget in many cases. This is not the Ben Lopez Appleton we've seen in the past, where he's won races and been in fighting for the championship. And oh no, that's a car which has run wide, and the car was immediately in front. It must have been Lewis Thompson, because I have to wait and see it. I think he's still going, because I heard the engine note at the background when we switched cameras. So whether he just simply ran wide, or it was another car in front of them, there's another back marker in front of them that might have done it. But there was a big puff of smoke, like a cloud of gravel, a gravel cloud, but for some reason we didn't quite catch exactly who it might have been.
It's Gary Curtis in front of Thompson as the back marker, and he has been off at the chicane a couple of times, so maybe he's just seeing what the dust is like today.
So here comes Harry Cook, slots past Ben Lopez Appleton. He's gone back out to 4.2 now, so definitely he absolutely wasn't Lewis Thompson that made any kind of mistake, so he's managed to pull another half a second there, whilst Cook had to try and get through. And Waltz in third place. I think it was smart that he realised that ultimately, because there was a bit of a decision there in terms of saying, right, well, if you think you can go quicker, I'll let you go. But the fact they kept on battling back and forth was proof that one of them wasn't as much faster as the other than they wanted them to be. So ultimately they had to decide, look, which one of us is going to have to take this place? And Cook was the one that took it.
Well, I think maybe if the positions stay the same, we might find out in the post-race interview that I think it was a missed gear. It certainly looked like that for me, and that's exactly what this race for Walters is going to hinge on, is the fact that that was the checkered flag.
Oh, checkered flag! That was thrown 4 minutes earlier than we were expecting. So. Catches completely off guard there, but what it does mean is Lewis Thompson takes the victory then. So I think that's only his second ever win, I think, in 310 hours, if I'm correct. I think he took his first one last year because he missed out at Spa in 2019. I think he took his first one last year, if I'm correct. That, I think, looks to be his second one. So well done to Lewis Thompson for taking victory. And to do it, and he's after missing a race, shows he's lost no form.
I mean, he's been up there and thereabouts showing, he's working really hard and doing a good job. And I think he's sort of getting the rewards from that at the moment, isn't he?
Absolutely. Showing that Andy Lees, we think, has possibly stopped on track. Well, there's more battling going on here, though. There's Andy Lees on the screen, actually. Across the line he goes, although, I think he's been given a penalty of some kind because he's got an exclamation mark next to him. 5-second time penalty for track limits he's been given, so implied at the end of the race. So he came across the line in 7th place, but it looks as though he'll be dropped down to about 10th or 11th by the looks of it. So I think probably 10th because Gary Curtis hasn't come through yet because he was only just in front of the leaders. So we'll be able to have a look at some replays in a second. Well done to Lewis Thompson for taking the victory from Harry Cook and Pete Walters on the top 3, with James Wingfield and Andrew Murgatroyd rounding up the top 5, and Doug Christie. Andy Lee 7th at the moment, but I think he'll be dropped down the order, which means it should be then Jeff Price, Giuseppe Fillet, and then it should then be Andy Lees with Curtis in 10 seconds. So let's take a look at some of the highlights from that Caterham 7-310R race here at Knockhill. A lot of action from the start, from the beginning, and as we've seen in a couple of other Caterham races, the first corner wasn't without any dramas as they came down on the sprint down towards turn 1. It was Walters who had the lead, with Thompson trying to get back in front of him, but as they turned in, it was Ben Lopez after they got tagged by, I think, looks like Harry Cook. Andy Lees was also involved, as was Henry Williams, Andrew Murgatroyd, and a couple of others. Everyone scattered around before them, but the only battle was between Lewis Thompson, Pete Walters, James Wingfield, and then also Lars Hoffman. There was plenty of scrapping up at the front as Hoffman then looked to go around the outside and pass James Wingfield for third. There was a bit of wheel banging between Hoffman and Pete Walters as they began to scrap. And then what happened, it was simply just a case of these 4 cars separating into 2 pairs as both Wingfield and Hoffman decided to scrap. But this was the key one here. As soon as Cook got past both of them, he was unable to work his way onto the back of Pete Walters. And that's where the battle started, where Wingfield and Hoffman decided to scrap amongst each other. It was a move up into Clark Corner for Hoffman as he worked his way through. But in the end, it was, despite the battles we had, Harry Cook had to hold on for second place ahead of Pete Walters. But a victory for Lewis Thompson. And let's see what the top 3 have to say in the Parc Fermé with David Christie.
What an end to that race then. It was all so straightforward for your race winner Lewis Thompson, but what a ding-dong battle between Pete Walters and Harry Cook. They were absolutely throwing the kitchen sink at each other on that. They tried their best to catch up to Lewis, but it wasn't to be. But Pete, I mean, we'll obviously give you a couple of seconds to get your helmet off, but wow, what a race that you and Harry had. For a good part of that race, it looked like you had a cordial agreement. You were going to work together to catch Lewis, and then a little bit of elbows out.
Yeah, nothing pre-arranged. No, I think that's just racing driver mentality. We're better as a pair than we are on our own. So I think we went to try and get the lead. I was suffering mad understeer. Literally nothing's changed on the car, and I was just really struggling on the right. But yeah, awesome wheel-to-wheel racing, fabulous. Well done to Lewis. He drove a flawless race.
And obviously when you're in the middle of that pack, it's just absolute craziness, but then when you're working with Harry and you're exchanging corners wheel to wheel almost every single corner, what's that like as a rush for a driver?
Well, you've got to trust the guy next to you. I've got some pretty good drivers around me at the moment. I feel confident and trust that when we're doing something, when we're wheel to wheel going into a corner, they're going to be where I expect them to be, and vice versa. We try and, treat each other with a bit of respect. There's another race at the end of the day.
Well done. Third place there, Pete Walters. Great result there. We'll have a chat with Harry Cook. Harry, right, that was that was interesting, I think, is the polite way we'll put it. But I mean, you two, we have to get a restraining order for you two.
Yeah, it was a bit chaotic to start, sort of 3 abreast into turn 1, I don't think goes. But then I just tried to do a recovery drive and get back up there, and I was battling with Pete for a bit, but then I thought we could maybe work together to get Lewis, but Lewis was just too far ahead, so we just, well done by him.
Well, best luck for the next round. We'll wrap things up because we want to get a bit of time for the next race going out. But Lewis Thompson taking the W here at Knockhill. You must be over the moon with that.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted. It's my first race weekend, as I said before the race, and it's great to start off with a win. It gives us a chance at the championship, fingers crossed, as long as we don't have any DNFs or any problems, so it's brilliant.
Well, here's looking forward to a fantastic second race this weekend, buddy. Best of luck. Well done, Lewis. Let's have a quick look in his rear view mirrors. Yep, they're nice and white because that's all he saw of the other two today. So there we go, that is it for the 7-3-10R Championship. Let's head down very quickly to the pit lane because we want to try and get a little word with our other drivers just now. But for those watching on the Caterham stream, we're going to take a very, very short break. We'll see you in about 20 minutes or so. And for those on the BRSCC stream, we will keep going with the next race very, very shortly. So that is the Caterham 310Rs. What a fantastic race that was. And yeah, looking forward to more action this afternoon. So, Anthony, look at him. Camera all day. We will show you the gun show from Anthony in just a couple of minutes, but it's time for the ETSL Fiesta STXR Challenge. And wow, what a great sight it is seeing these things back here at Knockhill. These are very, very regular appearances. They've got a big, big following on the Scottish National Championship, but obviously we're being treated here to the challengers. So on pole position, a very, very good afternoon, and it's a very, very warm Knockhill circuit. Were you expecting that on the preparations?
When we saw the weather report, I left my woolly hat at home.
Woolly hat. He's lying, of course, ladies and gentlemen. It's always, as I say, always warm here at Knockhill. But yeah, like the Knockhill track is a very unique experience, and the STs, we obviously have them up here in Scotland. They really do relish the circuit here, don't they? They handle very, very well.
Oh yeah, first time here for me. Practice yesterday on the car. Just felt like it's suited to this circuit. Up and down, real roller coaster. But the car just gave me all the feedback I needed. I had a good day yesterday, and that carried over to qualifying this morning.
So what's going to be the plan for the race then? Is it just get the car out in front at the top of Duffus and just make sure everybody's in your rear view mirrors?
Sounds like you got more of a plan than I have.
Well, see, it's easy for us because we're watching, but obviously the adrenaline kicks in behind the wheel. I mean, what are you thinking ahead of this first race?
My only thoughts at the minute are getting to the first corner first.
There we go.
The rest should kick in naturally.
Right, well, we'll leave you to it. Concentrate on the race now. What I also want to do is have a look here, because we've got some wonderful history here at Knockhill. We've obviously got these beautiful, beautiful STs, and it looks like we've got a little bit of time, but I really want to go and have a chat with some of the classic drivers. I mean, it's scary to think that these are counted as classic cars now, but your Escorts and your Fiesta XR2s, these are wild, wild things. We'll go and have a chat with the number 63 of Causer, but it's scary, isn't it, to think that... Thank you very much, Anthony. That was so kind of you. So it's scary to think that the XR2s now count as a historic championship. But obviously, coming into Knockhill, it's a very unique challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to be here. I haven't driven at Knockhill before, but it's a brilliant circuit. Obviously, the cars are 20 odd years older than the STs, but some of us are equally as quick. You know, I qualified 8th overall, but it's a shame that they split the grid. So, you know, just see how we go, I suppose.
So tell us a little bit about the ETSL Championship, because obviously it's a very mixed grid. You've got the newer, younger siblings, but these XR2s, I would argue, are a little bit more fun.
Yeah, they are definitely a little bit more nimble, especially they've got a limited slip diff, so they're a little bit quicker through some of the corners. The STs have just got the legs on us down the straights, but no, the series is brilliant. It's a really good, friendly bunch of people, and it's a shame that the XRs aren't as well supported anymore, but it's nice to just come and make the numbers up.
Well, best luck for this afternoon, my friends. And I mean, is this not a sight for sore eyes? The wonderful, wonderful Escort. I think this was my dad's very first car. Maybe not this race spec one, but having an Escort out on the track here is proper bit of history. But the Knockhill track, how does this respond to this classic car?
It's driving really well. I know the XR3s haven't been here since the mid-90s, I don't think. I don't know when they were here last. But yeah, it's been driving really well, and I've never raced here before. I did some testing last night and I was doing pretty good times. Went a little bit quicker in qualifying, so we'll just see how the race goes. And Alex pipped me by 0.1 of a second to class pole, so we'll see how we do. Hopefully it'll be a good race and come off without any too many rashes, so we say, but hopefully we'll come off in one piece.
So you've said it's your first time at Knockhill, and
yes,
we're on live stream, so we'll keep it PG, but I want to know, what was your first thoughts coming up to Duffy Step, coming over the hill for the very first time?
We walked the track Thursday night, and it was like, I thought I was walking down a roller coaster when I walked down there for the first time. And going down in a car, it is, first few laps you do, it is a bit daunting, but once you get used to where you turn in and drop down, if you get the car settled and nice and straight, it's going through quite smooth in this car. It does help because we've got a limited slip diff in the XRs, whereas the STs haven't. So that's why the times are not too bad. They're actually quite close. So I think if the STs had a diff, I think they'd be 2 or 3 seconds a lot quicker around here. So hopefully we may catch them up in this race and see if we can get into the mid-pack of the STs before the end of the race.
Well, good fun, definitely guaranteed. Best of luck in the race. And the cars are going to very shortly be making their way down into the hold area and into pit lane for the green flag lap. So let's get underway with the ETSL STXR Challenge. Back to you, Scott.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to this one. I absolutely am, because the ETSL STXR Challenge is a wonderful little championship which has gone into a nice bit of a boom period through the last couple of years, particularly with thanks to the efforts of David Fairclough and Chris Flynn and all the guys involved behind the scenes to make this championship happen. And they've had an incredible expansion over the winter. They've got some 40 drivers registered, and they had 30 cars out for their first rounds at Croft just a few weeks ago, which is absolutely amazing. I know that Dave and Chris and everyone involved in the championship was so pleased and so proud that they've managed to build the championship up to a level that it has already. So yeah, just for those who just want the lowdown on it, of course you've seen the fact you've got the STs and the XRs in the mix. There are essentially 5 classes in this championship. You've got Class A, which is for the Fiesta XR2s, which run a limited slip differential. Class B is for the Escort XR3Is. There is also a Class C for the Fiesta SI models, the 1800cc old, I think either Mark 4 or Mark 5 ones. And there's also then Class D, which is the most best supported class in the STXR Challenge at the moment, being with the ST150s. There is also a Class E, which is kind of like a nice entry point class, which is again for Fiesta XR2s, but they run without a limited slip differential. So, as we mentioned, they've already had one meeting at Croft this year, and these cars pretty much are built to effectively what you'd call Group N specifications. So for those who follow BRSCC Championships, you'll know that we also have the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, not to be confused with STXR Challenge. It's kind of the in-house admin championship, whereas STXR Challenge is owned and looked after by Dave Fairclough with help from Chris Flynn and others. And while the ST150s that run in the Fiesta Championship, and in some cases the Fiesta Juniors for that matter, they also run different things like an uprated suspension, dedicated uprated suspension kit. They run two of them to slip differential. They have an engine remap. They have a different exhaust on them. Whereas these cars are more the kind of group end spec, where the cars just stripped out. You've got the dedicated wheels and tyres. I think these cars run gas shocks, if I'm correct, but they run Yokohama tyres. Apart from that, very little modifications that you need to make, and that's why it's made it so popular, where drivers have been picking up this new for them in terms of the class, the ST150, and then jumping into it. And looking at a list of drivers that are in the field, you have got drivers who have won championships before in the XRs, and driven commonly in the XR2s and XR3Is, that are then moving up into the ST150s in order to allow them to compete for the overall championship. But then you have, of course, as you say, the ST and the XR portion of the grid. So yeah, the STs and the XRs. So XR portion is essentially what would be classes A, B, C, and E, all grouped together. But we only have cars for classes A and B here this weekend. So cars are making their way out of assembly and out of the pit lane round to the grid for the first of 3 races for the ETSL STXR Challenge, followed dutifully by our RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. And whilst they're making their way around to the grid, we will give you how they line up. It was quite an interesting qualifying session with a little bit of a variation, because though Knockhill has brought up the best in 1 or 2 drivers, because it's Michael Blackburn, as you mentioned, who seemed to be really well sorted in his car. Starting on pole position in car number 55, it's the ST cars at the front of the grid. There's a 10-second start advantage for those cars before the XRs then head off behind. They're started by, I think it's the Union Jack, if I'm correct. So Michael Blackburn will start on pole position in car 55. Alongside him is Lewis Bowron, and one of his best qualifying results to date, with second fastest. Row 2 is Chris Grimes in the first of the 10 Sport Performance Run cars. Alongside him is Sam Beckett, who we'll talk about Sam Beckett in a second, because I'm really pleased that he's there for reasons which will become clear. Then it's Chris Jones, who won both races. He won both races last time out overall and as top ST. He starts 5th alongside Lee Bowron, the father of Lewis, and also Ryan Bowron. He starts just behind him in 7th. Alongside him is Gareth Pilling, making his first appearance of the season. And it's Richard Steele, also first-time attendee to this season. He starts alongside Mark Blunt in car number 3, but it's Jordan Shorrock and Christopher Rowlands, followed by Paul Britell and Ron Loftstad. Then there's a couple of rows gap, and we go back to our 4 cars in the XR class, which is, of course, as we said, for class 4, typically cars that are regularly in classes A, B, C, and E, but all grouped together. And it's Alex Causer who starts on the front row on pole position. Alongside him is Jason Hennefert. So it's an XR2 and an XR3R on the front row of that grid. And then behind him is Danny Lee, making his first appearance in the bright yellow XR3i, and Paul Green in his ironically blue-coloured Fiesta XR2. So all forming up on the grid. We'll give you some words on who's winning the championship and who to watch out for in the mix, but just getting the STs and also the couple of XRs at the back of the grid in the mix. And we'll tell you a bit more about the cars and also the names to look out for and where you'll be seeing them throughout this season. Watch for the marshal in the middle. He's got the green flag ready to go. When that waves, then watch him the top right of the corner, just where that black bar is. That is the set of lights that will illuminate red. The reds will rise, and then we're getting underway for the STXR. There's the 5-second board that's been held up. And so it's Michael Blackburn and Lewis Bowron on the front row of the grid. Let's see who can pick it to Dufferstit first. They held for quite a long time, but we're underway for the STXR Challenge here at Knockhill for race number 1 of the weekend. Off go the STs. It looks as though Michael Blackburn swept across, but it's a good start for Chris Grimes. He shoots the middle between the 2 front row men and will look for the lead into Dufferstit for the first time. Goes round the outside and takes the lead from Michael Blackburn. Great start from Chris Grimes, who won a race last year at Silverstone. So he's jumped into the championship and got straight at home. He's the former F1 Cup racer. Wide there is Lewis Bowron. He's under threat now from his father Lee and his brother Ryan, so that's the 3 Bowron siblings all together. But over the crest for the first time, it's going to be Chris Grimes that leads, Michael Blackburn second. Chris Jones is up to 3rd, I notice, as they come up through Clark Kerr for the first time. It's then the Barons 4th, 5th and 6th, Lewis, Lee and Ryan, as they come up now through Railway Bend for the first time. 7th place is Sam Beckett, and then we've got behind him a couple more of the cars 62 and 64. So that is race 2 and 84. I think that's Gareth Pilling and Richard Steele behind them, and 2 more 10 Sport Performance cars. And they loop around through Taylor's for the first time and up towards the end of lap number 1. So advantage Grimes at the end of the opening lap here at Knockhills. They race across the line past the pit straight and the fluttering BRSCC flags in the wind. The green and white car, there's Chris Rowlands as he come across the line ahead of Jordan Shorrock and Paul Britell. And then in the XRs, which will cross the line shortly because they started 10 seconds back. It's Alex Corsa who still leads the way in the XR2 from Jason Hennifer in second, and then Paul Green and Danny Lee. The only car which it looks like we didn't have starting the race, sadly, by the looks of it, is we've set to Mark Robinson. Off the road goes Chris Grimes, the race leader. Chris Grimes off the road at the chicane. So maybe he was pushing a little too hard exiting over the crest, and that's now given the advantage back to the pole sitter. So back to the lead, there goes Michael Blackburn, and I think either the offers caused some kind of a problem, or that's just Chris Grimes just trying to get his momentum back. Either way, drama on the second lap for the race leader, Chris Grimes, who has slipped all the way back down to some 8th or 9th position. So now it's 4 for the lead now between Michael Blackburn, who started on the front row of the grid in pole position, Chris Jones, who won both races at Croft, and then bouncing his way out of the final corner is Lee Barron, and behind his son Lewis. Over the crest they come then. 4 for the lead. 5th is Sam Beckett. 6th there is I've got to get this right now, Ryan Barron. And then it's Gareth Pilling in 7th place. He's now the highest 10 Sport performance car. No, he's not, sorry, because Sam Beckett's 4th. My apologies. And even then, Sam Beckett's 5th, not 4th, so I should get my words out in the right way at some point. Either way, still 2nd, 3rd and 4th, nose to tail. Blackburn escaping up the road here. Chris Jones coming on the threat for the Barons here. Kind of a bit of working together here between the family members, and Lee thinks, right, step aside, son. Now time for me to have a go and see if I can move through. And safety car's been deployed. I haven't seen the reason why yet, but Michael Blackburn's advantage will be all for nothing, and that might be the reason why Chris Grimes, his car has come to a stop on the basically on the exit of the curve at Railway Bend before the Taylor's hairpin, and that's a real shame for Chris Grimes. I look back at his points tally from before. I think he had a bit of a tough one at. He scored 19 points. He didn't get the results he wanted in many cases at Croft, but that's a real shame. Had a lightning getaway from the second row of the grid, got to the lead, and it looks as though whatever happened, he's just run wide too much and it's damaged something. It's either broken a pipe somewhere, or just damaged something, or disconnected something, which has caused him to have to pull up and retire. So unfortunately, Chris Grimes is an early casualty. One driver that we also had, I think, on the entry list, but didn't actually start, we've even qualified, was Mark Robinson, car 69. He's a former multiple-time champion in the XR Challenge. I don't know if he took the start or not, or simply just had issues which saw him qualify, but was unable to actually race, which is a shame if that's true. The car's now full up. Michael Blackburn just controlling the pace at the moment. Of course, they'll start to form up behind the runyourfleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. There's the XRs. We can see there that Alex Corsa has got past Ron Lofstad in number 35. So they've already caught, despite them being 10 seconds back. The safety cars helped them, of course, but Alex Corsa got such a good start in the opening few laps here, but he's managed to catch and pass and therefore latch into the tail end of the STs. There's the other 3 XRs at the back. They're headed by Danny Lee now. So Danny Lee's had a great start. The one that's dropped back is Jason Hennifer, because Hennifer he started second of the XR contingent, and he's now dropped back. So Alex Corsa's there. You can't miss the top 2 in the XRs because they're both brightly coloured. And there they are. It's really nice to see some of the XRs still running in this mix, and I hope we do get some more coming through for the next few races, because usually these cars are pretty decent to put together. You see some of them put together in racing in what's called classic stock hatch series or older hot hatch series for cars like that, and they're very simple cars. And there are cars around that can be easily converted or are already XR spec or older XR spec that just need a little bit of an update, that are available for incredibly good value. So hopefully alongside the phalanx of ST150s that are the bulk of the registered drivers in this championship, I hope we do still see a few more of the XRs come into the mix, and that's why it's good that we've got Class E, for example, which is for Fiesta XR2s, but without a limited slip differential, because it means then rather than having to spend the money to put the diff in, they can start simply with a fairly easy stripped out and put together car, get involved, and then essentially jump from Class E to Class A purely by just adding one part, which is quite an impressive thing to do. So points coming to the weekend, the overall standing showed Simon Robinson, who was not only top XR but also top of the table. Not here this weekend, sadly, so he had to miss out of this weekend, as missing out on points for this first race, sadly, is Chris Grimes. He's been recovered by the active stats recovery here at Knockhill. Again, another big shout out to the marshals and recovery crews and all the volunteers and officials who are giving their time for this weekend. Best in the world, the British marshals and volunteers, and we really couldn't go motor racing without them. So they're all the best trained, they all get the best training, and they're all very enthusiastic, and they all love their motorsport, and they all do it because they simply just want to be a part of it, and we love them for it. So thank you very much to everyone who is a marshal, whether you're watching around the UK or even watching at the circuit. Thank you to those who help us and volunteer in motorsport, because you are the men and women that essentially make this sport go around in the UK, and we're very, very grateful for that. So Chris Grimes' car is dragged away, and they'll quickly bring that to the inside of the circuit. So I suspect, given that the speed of the recovery, which is brilliant, I suspect that we might even get racing underway, I'd say, the next time they cross the line, because they've just gone past the start and finish line to complete that lap. In terms of time left in this race, we'll quickly look back at the timing screen to see where we are. And we've got under safety car. Wait for TSA to catch up. There we go. Right, we're just about halfway through now. 7.5 minutes to go. So we've had a couple of racing laps before we had to come under safety car. So going back to the championship table. So the highest placed driver that is here in the championship is second place overall and top ST runner, Chris Jones, who for ages used to race a Fiesta, Escort X R3i, and was one of the top drivers in the shortened season that we had last year in 2020. Jumped into an XST for 2021, and his nearest rival is actually Lee Bowron, who is right behind him on the road, and is there in third place. Now I suspect potentially we're about to get underway racing. I think we are. Let's see if the safety car has its lights out. It does. So the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car supplied by RunYourFleet.com is about to head to pit lane, and now Michael Blackburn starts easing to the tyres, and he now becomes the safety car. He decides when to restart. He's put his foot to the floor and said, right lads, let's go, let's get this race back underway. So out through Taylor's hairpin, and the rule is, of course, once you put your foot to the floor, you can't go on and off the throttle. You have to simply, once you restart, that's it, you have to go. So back underway in the STXR Challenge here at Knockhill. And again, looking pretty... Blackburn wasn't able to get away too quickly from Chris Jones. Jones has done well to stay with him. Then it's the two of the Bowrons, nose to tail. Lee ahead of Ryan. Whoa, and big bump of the curb there. There was a big curb strike there from Lee Bowron as the car got very out of shape as he went through, and now he's under threat for Lewis as they cut from it's been 44, which is Lewis Bowron. It is, and Lewis had one of his better runs this race. And then Sam Beckett in 5th position. Now, we should mention about Sam Beckett. I'm really actually pleased that a lot of people are pleased to really see him back on the grid, because he had a very tough weekend at Croft for one reason or another. He ended up in the first race clipping a tyre stack at the first corner, not once but twice. And the second time was enough to put him out of the race, and it would cause quite a bit of damage towards the front end of the car. Everyone in the STXR paddock rallied round, got him back out for race 2, of which he scored... How many points did he score? It wasn't that many, actually, unfortunately. It was only 3 points he scored in that second race out. This didn't have the best of races. But they've managed to, since then, put a lot of work in to get that car rebuilt, to get the front end sorted out and fixed. And the car now is essentially like the accident never even happened. It's as good as new. And it is great to see Sam back out there, and thankfully the accident didn't compromise him. Thanks to the generosity and the all-round support of the STXR Challenge paddock, it really is one of the friendliest Southern Car club series out there in terms of the camaraderie and the help they get. The Barons really were testing the chicane there. We saw that Lee Bowron was rocking over the inside sausage curb, whilst Lewis Bowron got a little bit out of shape on the exit. But here comes here comes the top two in the STs here. Lee Bowron versus Chris Jones. You do get a sense it's possibly going to be these two for the title already after their pace at Croft. Michael Blackburn could be a factor here, whether it's simply the fact that his car is, as you mentioned on the grid, just that dialed in. And Sam Beckett was very close to hitting the back of Lewis Bowron there. I thought for a second he was going to be out of control. He had 2 wheels onto the dirt and just about did well to anchor that one up and not hit the back and punch the rear of Lewis Bowron's car. He's very lucky to get away with that, and good, quick reactions from Sam Beckett to hold on to that. 6th is the other of the Bowrons, Ryan, and 7th is Gareth Pilling in something a no man's land back in 7th place. He's just there in the background in the blue 10 Sport Performance car with the silver bonnet. Watch out for him in the background. There he is. And then 8th, 9th and 10th is Mark Blunt ahead of Jordan Shorrock in his first appearance of the year, as it is also for the number 10 on 10th position, the 84 of Richard Steele. So good to see two drivers making their first appearance. I think even just overall in the championship, back on the grid with us and enjoying life in the championship as they get started. Now, Michael Blackburn is 8/10 ahead, and I don't think he's being allowed to get away too far. You can see just a great example of how stiffly sprung these cars, just how incredibly bumpy and bouncy it is down that back straight towards Taylor's hairpin. And particularly in a car like a Caterham, or this is one of these cars where the rear end can get very skittish. You get over the bumps too much, and that rear end of that car can be moving around like anything. So really have to be careful on the brakes to keep that car nice and steady. So we've got 3 minutes to go. Chris Jones sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.570. He was 2/10 quicker than Blackburn. He was a 10th quicker than Lee Bauer, and there's lots of personal bests coming in everywhere from the cars behind. Sam Beckett there, just running a little wide, but holding on to 5th position. He did quite well in his first year last year. He and Chris Grimes were the two main drivers of the 10 Sport Performance team. They've expanded it to 67 cars, and some really smartly put together liveries in this in that one as Barron takes a speculative look up the inside. I think he not realised just how severe those curbs are. He took a massive chunk of curb there. He's lucky not to damage something on that car. I'm not cursing it by saying that, but either way, Lee Barron, you can tell he's vastly experienced at this one. He's getting to grips with these STs. He was going to have as much of a season as he could last year with the shortened year due to the pandemic. But he had a decent result in race 1 at Cadwell in the first round. They had an awful accident, which also involved, I think it involved either Lewis or Ryan. Both drivers were fine, but the cars had to spend quite a while being rebuilt. So thankfully, over the winter, these cars have been brought back up to full health again, and obviously got the two-tone livery scheme here with orange and silver. But that's quite nicely for him. Lee knows what it takes to succeed in a championship like this, and certainly get into grips with these STs pretty quickly. Sideways moments there for the Barons. Sam Beckett holding on to 5th. Looks like it's good to see him back up to speed. So 1 minute 35 on the clock. So we might get, looking at that time, last time 1 minute 3, and it's about 25 seconds. This might be leading on to the last lap here. If not, just holding on to be getting 2 more laps in. We'll wait and see. It's 20 seconds. Is it going to take 17 seconds to get from the hairpin up to the line, or are we going to get the last lap board? It's the drag up the hill. I think we might. Yeah, we're going to get just about 1 more lap, I think. Cross the line, 8, 7, 1 minute 6, 1 minute 5, 1 minute 4. Yes, I think we have just about got another lap in there. So just about, we're going to get 2 more, by the looks, unless there's a hold up on this last lap, this second to last lap. So Lee Bowron, fastest lap of the race for him, 1 minute 3.308, and he was at least 3/10 quicker than the cars in front. So this is all building up to quite an exciting crescendo here as Michael Blackburn, you can see he's pushing, and Lee Barron gets very sideways on the exit of the chicane. All 3 of the top 3 had a little bit of a twitch, but Lee Barron was the biggest of all. Lewis says, thanks, Dad. Round the outside, I go for 4th. Or has he? Because he's going to try and hold on if he can to get... But he's 3rd, in fact, actually. I correct my words. He is through, and here comes Sam Beckett for what could be 4th place. Down the back straight, 20 seconds left to go. Again, this will be touch and go. They might throw the flag here this time if they're close to the end, or they might get 1 more lap. We'll wait and see. Is the checker flag being prepared, and is it going to be a win for Michael Blackburn, or will they get 1 more time? Up to the there they go, and they will get... No, checker flag is out, so it was thrown pretty late, but checker flag does wave, and it is going to be Michael Blackburn who takes victory. His first win, I think, in an ST in the STXR Challenge, so congratulations to Michael. 2nd place goes to Chris Jones, 3/10 for 2nd back, and it was Lewis Bowron who did manage to sneak through to get that final podium place. I think that's one of his best results in an STXR Challenge race, so well done to him as well. Sam Beckett with his rebuilt car gets an excellent 4th. Lee Bowron probably feels he should have had a podium, but that little mistake cost him 2 positions in the end. 6th goes to Ryan Barron, 7th to Gareth Pilling, 8th to Mark Blunt. Meanwhile, here come the XRs, and it's Alex Causa who wins, Danny Lee, and then Paul Green with Jason Hennifer dropping back to come home 4th in that category. And the rest of the overall top 10 was Jordan Shorrock in 9th, and the 84 of Richard Steele rounding out the top 10, followed by Paul Brattel, Chris Rowlands, and then Alex Causa as well. So, excellent racing all through for the STXR Challenge. Lots of talking points with several of the drivers in the mix, but we'll be getting a look at some of the highlights from that first race and the ETSL STXR Challenge here with the Fiestas. No strangers to Scotland, of course, with the Fiesta ST150, but this championship and these cars certainly making their first appearances and enjoying to do so. So, looking back at that first race, it was a front row of Michael Blackburn and Lewis Barron. Of course, some of their better qualifying results in the STs in recent times. Clean start from everyone from the first couple of rows. And there wasn't really any drama into the first couple of corners. Everyone seemed to get away pretty sensibly. And of course, we had the XRs a little bit further back as well. Sam Beckett, of course, back on the grid. But it was Chris Grimes who went from 4th to 1st in the initial lap to lead the way. And he headed the field through the opening few laps as they made their way through the first couple of corners. But then the key moment for Chris Grimes, and I think, look at it, I think it's a puncture on the left front he got. They're just looking at the rim. It was a little bit off the tyre there. And sadly, whatever happened, looking if it was a puncture, left to his demise that brought out the safety car. Not a great start to the weekend for Chris Grimes, looking at the car there, because contemplating what could have been. When the race did get restarted, it was plenty of action behind Michael Blackburn, who'd taken back up the lead from pole position. And there's lots of pressure from Chris Jones and the Barons in the mix. But the last lap was all but exciting. He decided 3rd place. The top 2 were set, but Lee Barron came over the crest and got the car sideways. He then lost 3rd place to Lewis Barron, and he just about held off Chris Grimes. I think, no, he just about lost 4th from Sam Beckett on the line, and he had to finish in 5th. But it's a first time winning the STs, I believe, for Blackburn, with Jones and Lewis Barron running in 2nd place. In the XRs, it was Alex Causa who put the victory in the XR2, followed by Danny Lee and also Green and Hanover in 3rd and 4th position. So, great racing by the STXR Challenge. If you want to find out more, you can head to the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk. Head to the Formula section and head down to ETSL STXR Challenge. There's a nice little red XR2 there, which is that of Simon Robinson, is the cover image. And we should be able to have a chat to our top 3 in the pit, and hopefully to the XRs as well. So let's head down to the pit lane in Parc Ferme, where we can chat to our top 3 in XRs and STs, including our overall race winner, which is Michael Blackburn.
So a very warm welcome back to viewers on the Caterham live stream and to the BRSCC viewers. Hello again. Right, we move on because it is Caterham 270 our time, and the talk of the town is that local boy Blair McConaughey is not on pole. He's down in 4th. Pole position goes to Will Rossetti. Let's go and have a quick chat with him. Good afternoon, Mr. Rossetti. Right, pole position here at Knockhill. That's quite the turn up, because obviously homeboy Blair McConaughey back in 4th position, leading the championship. What's the plan for the race here?
I find it's quite hard to make plans, but ideally stay in front. But it's Caterham racing, so anything can happen.
How much fun are these 270Rs?
They're awesome cars to drive, absolutely awesome. It's a lovely circuit as well. Great fun here.
And then obviously this is the first race of the weekend for you, but what happens? Do you want to go straight for the win, or are you thinking about championship points?
You always want to go for the win. I mean, you want to avoid contact, whatever, but as I said, it's so hard to predict. It's great to be on pole, but anything can happen, so just what will be. Looking forward to the race.
Best of luck, Will. So Will Rossetti there, and I've got to be honest, guys, right, I'm completely biased. This is the most gorgeous paint job on the grid. This is amazing. Wes Payne in 2nd place. Wes,
hello.
No tall order. You've got Will in front of you, and you've got Blair behind you, who will be likely chomping at the bit.
Exactly, he's a local, so he's got the advantage.
You'd think that, but he's not been here for a couple of years, so...
so he says.
Yeah, exactly. So talk us through the 270R then. How are you enjoying it as a step up?
Oh, it's such a step up. It's so great to just not have the windscreen, and it's a lot more aerodynamic. It's a lot of fun. How
are you enjoying Knockhill? Because obviously it's unlike anything else that you guys tackle.
First time here, and it's a lot of fun. It's short and it's frantic, and there's not a lot of overtaking opportunities, but as long as I'm in the lead group, that's the aim.
Well, head down, best of luck for the race. Right, now what you guys can't see is that I can see over their helmets, and they're all absolutely beaming smiles on the drivers' faces right now. Rob Keogh in 3rd place. You've got the unenviable task of having the hometown boy behind you. What's the plan for the race? Are you just going to be giving it all guns blazing?
I've learned that there's no point having a plan. It all goes out the window as soon as you set off anyway. So I don't know about all guns blazing, but I'd be giving it 9 out of 10 to start with, and then try and ramp it up. And if Blair comes past, I think I'll probably be latching onto him and see if we can do something at the end. but I've only just figured out which way it goes. I think I've got it now. It's right, left, then right, is it? Left? I don't know.
Just a little lift over the chicane, you'll be fine, buddy.
No, don't lift, never lift.
Well, best of luck, Rob, in third place, but here he is. Kim, look at the race face that Blair McConaughey has got on right now. The concentration is real. Minutes away from getting out on the grid. Just a couple of words, Blair. How excited are you to be back here at Knockhill?
Fantastic to be back out. I've got a hard job ahead of me. I know Rob's a very tough competitor to get past, very experienced with the Ginettas. It's going to be exciting. I think we're going to give everyone a good race. I hope we're going to give everyone a good race and see if I can progress through the grid.
Given how even the cars are, the track advantage isn't really all that much, is it? These cars are just so evenly matched right now.
They're very, very evenly matched and they're very sensitive to tow. I think I did my lap in qualifying in clear air, so I'm hoping I can use some of that raw pace at some point today and make my way through.
Perfect stuff. Thank you very much, Blair McConaughey. Then that is us. We are heading down to the grid then for the Caterham 7 270R Championship. Scott, over to you.
Thank you, David. As you can see, 310Rs making their way out of assembly area, and I'm pretty sure that for any of our Scottish fans watching or locals around the circuit, there'll be one man they'll want to see, hopefully, on at least one step of the podium, if not the top step of the podium. That, of course, is Blair McConaughey. Chris is back with me, of course, for this one for the Caterhams, and of course these are cars I'm sure that I know you've got, obviously for obvious reasons, very fond memories of for this one, and they talk about the fact that this is the ultimate evolution, or the final evolution of the Academy car, and considering where the car starts and where it gets to, I think that's the best way you can describe it. The fact that this car does evolve over the steps that you take it on, it's vastly different to the car that you start out with 3 or 4 years prior in your career.
Yeah, so this is the third step of the ladder, Scott. This is the 270s on track.
Oh, sorry, 270s, forgive me.
And so, this is the first year that they've lost their windscreen, they've lost all the lights, so it's becoming more of a race car. We've got wider front track suspension, everything's stiffer than it was in Road Sport, with Road Sport's coming up next, but in this, it's the excitement is that everything feels just more alive and in with you. The only thing that these are missing from the 310s is the limited slip diff, and also a few extra revs and a few more horsepower. So this is a real learning year, but I mean, we talked about how experienced some of the 310 drivers are. Well, again, these drivers are sort of 3 seasons in, and they know how to pedal these things. And we will see some differences in approach because of the limited slip diff. But ultimately, it's been an exciting championship so far, and Blair sat there in third. He's got a bit of work to do, hasn't he? But he's proved time and time again that he is capable of doing that.
The reason why I said 310s is because I had the notes in front of me and it was still left over from the previous Caterham race that we did. So, forgive it is 270Rs. You're absolutely right. I should know that better, being BRSCC and also quite a Caterham fan. So, bad me. Anyway, let's just look to the grid then for this first race of 2 for the weekend for the Caterham 7 270R Championship. And as you mentioned, it is Will Rossetti on pole position in car 29 of the Golf livery machine. Alongside him on the front row is Wes Payne in that brightly coloured, I'm not sure what colour paint scheme you've got. I call it, I would say pearlescent, but definitely looks, it's definitely a striking colour scheme for Wes Payne. Then you've got Rob Keogh, former Ginetta racer moving into Caterham's. First off, took about a year off, but made an impact at Donington with a 3rd place, but he's now starting 3rd in the grid alongside local favourite Blair McConaughey. He's the one that all the Scots will be cheering as they watch. Then it's Carl Jones and Stuart Bell, 2 very quick drivers on the 3rd row of the grid, as is also Harry Eyre alongside Stephen Lyle, who looks to be a newcomer, I think, on the 4th row of the grid. Demetrius Melas and Tim Steele round out the top 10. It's Chris Ephraimidis and Fraser Jones ahead of Dan Clayford and Michael Curley rounding out the top 14, ahead of Darrell Cresswell and Ryan Errol. Then Alan Venters and Alan Curtis, Paul Herndon and David Morgan, followed by John Cox, Roger Gaunt and Duncan Cook. So a 23-car grid all set to race here in Scotland. You see beautiful sunshine, but a bit of cloud in the air, where there is quite a stiff breeze in the air, because you can see by the fact that the wet flags are waving vigorously that it's quite windy out there, which might have an effect depending on if it's a crosswind or a tailwind or a headwind, either way. But let's see how it all plays out. The 5-second board is up. More Caterham action underway for the 270R Championship. I'll get the words right as we get underway here at Knockhill. Nice clean start for everyone off the grid, but let's see what awaits them down at turn 1. It's Wes Payne who leads the way into turn 1. Blair McCoy's made a good start from the outside of the second row. The one that's really dropped back a little bit appears to be Rossetti, as not everyone gets through clean, but they all managed to get through without, looks like, making contact. 3 of them to go rally crossing across the circuit. I think you'll find the rally cross is more to the right rather than off to the left, but everyone seems to have got through trouble-free apart from a couple of skips over the chicane. And now as they come through, big sideways moments there for both. That was Stephen Lyle and also Stuart Bell as they come out of Clark, out of the chicane, up through Clark for the first time. There's Rob Keogh being chased down by Carl Jones already, who has already lost a rear wing. So it hasn't taken them long, has it, for the first lap? And already there's a car missing a rear wing.
We kind of call them disposable parts. They are optional, and certainly drivers tend to take them off. Long dive up the inside there, but it did work. Early doors there up the inside did work, but the cutback is in force. Will Rossetti losing 1 place off the start there? Great start off the line for Wes Payne. We do tend to say the wings are optional, and certainly they're proving that at the moment.
Yeah, it does make the cars a little bit more aerodynamic in terms of as much as you can, given the fact these cars are fairly un-aerodynamic, which is why they make such good racing, because they punch quite a large hole in the air. But even so, Carl Jones has made an effort to make his car a little bit lighter, and it might well work if he can carry on pushing as he after got past Rob Keogh. So at the end of lap 1, it's Wes Payne who leads the way then in his pearlescent number 38, followed by Will Rossetti. Up right underneath him is Rob Keogh in 3rd position, followed by Carl Jones, and then it's behind him the number 19, which is Stuart Bell, and he's no, that is right. No, they've swapped a couple of positions. That's why I got a bit confused. Let's work it all out. So we see now Rossetti up the inside into the lead on the exit. Now Blair McConaughey's looking for second, and well, he will have the tow from Rossetti. And look at Carl Jones. Even though that's a bit of a missed gear somewhere, or Carl Jones is absolutely rocket propelled, and Rossetti almost edges Blair McConaughey onto the grass, puts 2 wheels on there, and he was so lucky not to possibly lose it there, as the rear wheel just touched the grass and almost got it sideways. But Wes Payne, who took the lead initially, whether it was a missed gear or just a complete lack of pace somewhere, slipped all the way down from 1st to 5th, and he might be 6th if Stuart Bell has his way as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a misgear involved in that. Once you're outside of the train, Scott, you can often be put to one side and everyone just plows on through. Yeah, we saw Blair McConaughey there touching the grass. There is very little grip on that grass, so it's always a good idea to avoid that, and he's finding that out. Whether he was pushed there or whether he was trying to squeeze down the inside, I didn't quite catch the sort of detail of that.
Well, the racing still as fast and frenetic as it ever is. We're only on the 3rd lap, as Carl Jones not wasting any time here, already up into 2nd place and making designs on the lead as they turn their way out of Taylor's hairpin. And now just up the straight, and again, this is the typical that whereas he's got the Knockhill line now. He's hugged the inside line because it is that flatter run up the hill, and then everyone else follows. Here comes Carl Jones. Does he dare go down the outside of Duffer's Dip? He might try it. Is he in front? No, he's not. So I think he realised that he's making some pretty swift moves, but I think we can all agree, outside of Duffer's Dip, unless you've got that real confidence you can make it stick, that's a difficult pass to make. It's not one you take for granted.
It's one of the reasons why we'll see Will going up that right-hand side of the track. He absolutely wants to make sure that he has got the inside for Duffer's Dip. If you're on the inside, then the chances are 9 times out of 10 you're going to come out in front. So that's another reason you'll see those drivers really hugging that right-hand side, you giving no option for someone to take that inside line away from you. But as Carl Jones coming around the outside, he's certainly the man on the move, isn't he? He's actually he's ahead coming into the braking zone. Can he actually sweep across? And yes, he can, with Blair coming up the inside there. Will not maximising his braking into that hairpin that time.
Impressive stuff from Blair. He almost got the lead there in many cases. They're now trying to dart out back up to the inside. Looks Rossetti, and then further to the inside goes the weaving Rob Keogh, who looks one way then the other. But Rossetti, it's almost wherever Rob Keogh goes, there's a car on his way. He goes to the outside, and Blair McConaughey's there. At the inside, Rossetti's in front of him. Wes Payne gets a little out of shape behind them. And then the next group, which is headed by Stuart Bell, which is Lyle, Jones. I think there's either someone's transponder's not working properly or someone's dropped back a little bit, because it's showing Wes Payne in 4th, but he's not, he's 5th. So I think there's a transponder problem for somebody, or I need to work it out. Who's the one that's got the transponder issue by the looks of it? It's Jones, Rossetti, Keogh, Wes Payne. We're just trying to work out who it is. Oh, it's the man at 3rd place, so it's McConaughey has the transponder issue then. So McConaughey is definitely 2nd. But for some reason, he's not showing on the timing tower as us, but he definitely is in P2, which is, as you can see visibly, him latching onto the back of Carl Jones. But Carl Jones then wasting no time in the first few laps, despite the lack of a left rear wing. to charging back up to the pit straight. Now he feels he has to go to the racing line, what you call the racing line, and the steeper run up the pit straight towards turn 1. So this might be another situation here as Blair McConaughey just threw that car through the chicane and managed to catch it. But it might be a situation here again, like we had in 310Rs, Chris, where you get the first couple of cars, they sort of stay in the pack for the first couple of laps. And when they realise they've got the pace, they then start to break away. And it's the cars behind that have got to try and work together as best they can, if they can, they allow themselves to do so, that will eventually see them either keep with him and make it a big battle pack for the lead, or everyone else here scrapping for second, whilst Carl drives off into the sunset.
Yeah, Carl catapulted himself through the field, didn't he? He made up 3 or 4 places early doors, and he sort of sprung off the front of that the pack. But Blair McConaughey was absolutely not leaving anything on the table through turn 1. I'm sure he was a bit scared about that one. It was a little bit more uncomfortable than I'm sure he expected. Will Rossetti now under pressure again. Is that Keogh following along?
Again, hugging the pit wall across the start and finish straight. And Blair McConaughey keeping up the pursuit here as they come up towards Duffers Dip. This is now on to lap 7 here in this first Caterham 7 270R race, the middle ground of what they call the coming of age championship in many cases, because you've had a couple of years to race alongside those that you started in the academy. You go up through the road sport as you still learn your craft, but then this starts to turn into a proper race car. The difference is, of course, it's the first step where you start to remove the windscreen and the headlights. There's a bit of there was some noise in the background of somebody possibly off in the background of someone who's running wide, but there might just be some of the gravel just being scattered by the cars that are running wide on the exit. But looks as though running up the inside looks to be Blair McConaughey, who's wasting no time to hit the front of his home circuit. He's up the inside line and in position to make that pass stick into Taylor's. Also Stuart Bell's getting stuck in here alongside Rob Keogh. He's into 4th. And the exit from the Taylor's hairpin wasn't strong enough for Blair to pull himself alongside, but he's got to be careful because Will Rossetti got a tow on the approach towards turn 1 as they come towards the start of lap 8. But we have got a proper battle pack here. This first 8 or 9 cars altogether, first 7 cars altogether, are making quite a race here. And I'm hoping it looks as though the question of is Carl Jones going to run away or is he going to be kept honest by the chasing pack? The simple answer is McConaughey and Carr not letting him get away at all.
No, he hasn't made that gap, and McConaughey has pulled it all back in. And like you say, this is the first pack race we've seen, so there's more the traditional style of Caterham racing you might expect to see as Blair McConaughey does lead now from Carl Jones. There hasn't been much sort of resistance from Carl at this point, so maybe they're willing to work together. But I think we will see Blair now try and protect that lead, because with a pack this many cars all dicing, as we see Lyle, I think that is, up the inside there of Will Rossetti. Lyle in his first 270R race. So that's a really incredible performance. It's very, very tough to jump into one of these cars and be competitive right at the front, but he's really getting stuck in there. So good job by Lyle coming over in 2nd place that time over the line.
Yeah, good stuff from Lyle. Of course, he really seems to be learning Caterham racing pretty quickly. He's currently slotted back into 3rd because he's allowed Carl Jones to get back through. Just behind them we see Will Rossetti in 4th, starts on pole position, now outside the podium places. And now we've got Rob Keogh, who dips into what we're going to call the Lars Hoffman line, I think, because he did that all constantly through that race in the 310Rs, just battling with Wes Payne and Stuart Bell. So these are pretty much, all right, with the exception, because he's a pleasant surprise, of Lyle here in 2nd place. The top 6-7 cars here are all drivers that I would expect to be in that lead group in terms of being that strong. But it looks as though, certainly out of all of them, home advantage worked for Blair McConaughey. He's leading and, dare I say, trying to do what Carl Jones couldn't do, which is try and create a gap.
But I think Carl Jones has got some pace there, and he's always willing to stick his car down the inside. And I'd say Lyle's doing a great job of managing that gap. And Wes Payne, keep an eye out for him as well. He's dropped back and got shuffled back in that order, maybe due to a misgear. But I think he might be the car that's going to be on the move coming forwards. We know he's got the pace because he obviously shoved it onto pole position.
So quite a long way to go, of course. We're already getting to the first 10 minutes of our 30-minute encounter here, and now it's Stephen Lyle's turn to take the turn of using the Lars Hoffman line, the chicane, and that's
didn't hold him up much, did it?
No, he didn't hold him. What I was going to make was that it's knocked his left indicator stalk. I remember I did that when I was driving, I think, one of the Caterhams when I was invited up to Bedford, and you knocked the indicator stalk, and I was hearing like a beeping noise. I think, what is that beeping noise? Is it something I've done? And I came in the pits, and they went, the indicator's on. So that's what it was.
You'll regularly see that. Yes, it's just a little. It's like a little switch on the dashboard that causes that. Then you'll see that blinking away. It doesn't mean anything. It just means the driver's got a bit exuberant, as we again see Lyle and Jones going side by side up this start-finish straight with Rossetti and Keogh. Keogh again getting Rossetti sort of covering off that line quite late there, wasn't it? Up to the grass.
Yeah, we have seen on more than one occasion in the Caterham, someone goes to make a move and the car in front sort of very quickly blocking off the path and preventing them from getting through. So quite swift action. There's the second kind of major group of cars battling. I know it's Dan Clayfan's in there, I think, at the back of it. No, Darryl Cresswell at the back of that group. We've got Ryan Errol, I think Jeff Steele's in there, Alan Venters, Dan Clayfan, Chris Efremidis isn't too far away from there either. So this is the battle pack that's going on between roughly around, that looks like 11th down to 16th. Yes, it is, yeah. 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, yeah. So next 5 or 6 cars outside the top 10, and all enjoying themselves in their own little personal battle here. Very similar to the battle pack at the front. I think the two drivers that are in a little bit of no man's land at the moment appear to be, well, Harry Ayre's not too far away from that lead group to make it an 8-car train for the podium places. Demetrius Melas is kind of, he's not, he's about the further 4 or 5 seconds back, but he's still comfortably ahead of this next group. So he's in the kind of the clear air here that's kind of not seeing him close on anyone, but not lose too much time to be able to be caught by the next group, who I suspect are losing time that much because they're just enjoying battling amongst themselves.
We've seen Melas have some really good results in the past as well, so he would probably be expected to be further up. So again, maybe he was caught out in some of that early sort of cross-country driving that we saw. But yeah, you can see the Caterham racing, it's so deep down the field. You have these little battles and the same kind of manoeuvres and you know, things that we've been watching in that lead battle are all happening further down the field, and it's really great to see some of these things. Is that Ryan Errol losing it up to the inside? It's so easy to do that if you clip the curb and it unsettles the car and it just spins as a unfortunate demonstration there.
It didn't have out, did he? He was straight into reverse gear and then first and back underway with a flurry of wheel spin, so didn't waste time at all to get himself back into the mix, but he has dropped himself out of the train, so that was him in 14th place, but he'll drop down to roughly about, I'd say, another 4 or 5 spots to about roughly 17th, about 18th, 19th position as a result of the mistake. So up the hill they go, across the line, and it's, I think, still Efremidis from Clayfan, Venters, Steele and Cresswell. So back at the front, it's now 2 seconds to the good between Blair McConaughey and Carl Jones. So Blair, again, using home advantage to full effect. And then Jones himself is just about a further second ahead of Rob Keogh in third. And of course, Rob was pleasantly surprised to get a podium at Donington Park. He didn't expect it in his first weekend in Caterham, but so it was a small portion of it was good fortune, but at the same time, just showing what a decent driver he is. What he has been. Here is our lead group with Carl Jones having to defend for Rob Keogh, who's forcing the issue up the inside and makes it stick. So all those races in Ginetta certainly count for something. At least he's swooping across to try and make a move one way or the other to prevent Carl Jones from getting through. But there's the crucial headline from all of this from the lead group. Blair McConaughey still leads, and he is getting away in front.
He gained another 0.6 of a second on that lap over the following pack. So as they keep battling, he's going to be, well, he's been licking his lips looking in his mirrors and watching this all happen. Keogh getting absolutely stuck in. I think, I've said it is very unusual to just be able to jump into one of these cars, but we're seeing that with Keogh in the last race, getting on that podium, brilliant performance, and this time Lyle, I know Lyle's got a good karting background, has done a lot of that, so he's certainly used to the rough and tumble close battles.
And it's good to see that he's also because they do say about those who have raced occasions before, haven't raced occasions before, but it's unlike anything else you'll ever drive. So it's kind of anything that you've driven before, like a Ginetta or a Lotus in some cases, they always say throw it out the window, because this is a very different beast in terms of the car you drive, and it can surprise some people who've driven more powerful stuff and jump into one of these and discover just what kind of car it really is. And it is a fantastic little machine, as we both know, and it really is a car that brings great joy in terms of driving it, but also for many guys here, particularly this lot, racing it as well is an absolute barrel of fun. And it just shows how much, given the support that Caterham Motorsport has and how strong Caterham racing is in the UK as a whole, just how much they tend to enjoy these cars day in, day out.
They're a beautifully balanced car, and they generate speed differently from other cars because they don't have any weight in them. They're just over half a ton is the car, and they're not super powerful, but because they're so light, they generate all their speed in cornering, in the brakes, and on the turn-in and points, and so that's always exciting as a driver to manage that. Given also Jones on the grass there on the outside, is he going to manage to get it stopped? He doesn't actually manage to protect the space, but he does manage to get it stopped, although Lyle is now tucked up his inside again, whether he'll get a run down there. But yeah, they generate their speed by having no weight and grippy tyres, and off you go. It's a brilliant form of racing, I always encourage everyone to have a go in one of these cars because they just feel brilliant when you're racing them.
Yeah, and like I said, I was very fortunate enough, thanks to Caterham, to be able to have a go in these like a couple of months ago, and the fact that they do pretty much embody everything in terms of what a good, not just a sports car, but even so the couple of cars I tried, a proper racing car should embody, is great. And this is one of those cars that it teaches you an awful lot in terms of how to race. I said it earlier on, I really have likened these cars to being the Formula Ford of sports cars, because they share lots of similar qualities, and in the sports car world at least, same as the Formula Ford does. Not just driving a mechanical grip, but racecraft, but setup, but the way you have the car feel underneath you. It's just all the same lessons that you learn with a Formula Ford, and you can learn it in sports car form, and it really is pretty crucial to do that. What's pretty crucial for Rob Keogh, I suspect, at the same time, is to try and hold off this chasing pack, and also to try and keep that man Blair McConaughey at the top of the screen in contention. So up the hill they go. Still now 3 seconds in front now is Blair McConaughey. Rob Keogh holds on to second, and then the rest of the group is held by about 1.5 seconds. That's between, well, actually 2.1 in fact, because it's Rob Keogh down to Stuart Bell, second down to 8. So these next 7 cars already having a great scrap. And Harry Ayer in the classic Lotus, Team Lotus colours of British Racing green and bright yellow. Twitched from Wes Payne there as he came off the chicane. And that is something that is easier to do than people think, because of course, talking to yourself and a couple of the drivers before one of the qualifying sessions, that is a section of the track where the margin between gliding over that chicane and thumping the curb and causing damage is so fine. You have to get your line absolutely right, as well. Rossetti goes very wide at the hairpin, loses a couple more spots to looks like that was Wes Payne and Harry Ayer and also Stuart Bell in the process. Back to finishing the point. That chicane, it's a fine margin between hitting the sweet spot and hitting it and causing damage, and you really have to pick your line very, very carefully to be able to go through it at the right time with the right amount of speed. It's such a fine art with that section of the track. Absolutely threading the needle, and yeah, you have to do it blind because you're heading up into the air and you cannot see the right-hander part of that, so you must get your turning point exactly right to enable that all to happen and for it to string together. When you get it right, it feels the easiest thing in the world, but as soon as you're a millimetre or a metre wide, then things can get really tricky very quickly. And yeah, we've seen Rossetti sort of dropping backwards now to 8th, and we've also seen Ayer. He came across that gap to this pack and has now managed to sort of start inserting himself in there. He's up into 5th at the moment as we crossed the line last time, and we're seeing that these guys are battling now like they are battling for their own mini lead of the race. They've kind of given up, I think, at this stage on Blair, because he has got that comfortable gap. He can take his own lines every single corner, so he's probably going just as quick as these guys. In fact, we can see this. Since we last spoke, he's taken another 4/10 out of them. So just bit by bit, he's just pulling into the distance. He hasn't got his friend with him this weekend to play around, has he? So he's kind of on his own. No, Tom Willis, I understand, he's been, for those who follow Caterham racing the last couple of years, and particularly from 2019, when they came through in the academy, Tom Willis and Blair McConaughey have pretty much been perennial rivals ever since they started, because essentially the story's been the same in terms of those who battled for the championship in the academy in 2019. Tom is champion, Blair is second. They move up to road sport. Tom and Blair battle for the championship. Tom wins the title. Blair is second again. So, and it looked like it might be more of the same, but at Donington Park. But there's couple of key factors. One is that Willis didn't have the weekend he was hoping for. It was Harry Ayer going up the inside of Stephen Lyle, and a battle also going on between Will Rossetti and Stuart Bell. But also the key thing is, I've learned, is that Tom Willis is only racing as a guest this year, not doing every round. So therefore, arguably, this has to be Blair's best chance ever to take the title. And it's one situation, particularly in this race now, he knows, because effectively Tom's not scoring points and he is, and the pace he's currently got at the moment, he knows how quick he is, and he knows he has to take this opportunity now and get the points he can now before others start to catch him up, because the more points he can bank ahead of these guys now, the better position he's going to be if some of them start to get a bit of form and catch him up in the latter half of the season. It's crucial in this early stage here for that man there to get as many points as he can and take full advantage to put himself in the best possible chance to finally get that title. Yeah, even at round 2 of the year, you're always thinking about the championship and the long-term situation. You know, Harry Ayer has definitely got some pace. Lyle's sort of slipped back a little bit with all the with all the shenanigans going on. Rossetti slipping back as well. But yeah, you absolutely think about it. We run a drop score system in Caterham, so you do drop 2 in 2 rounds of the championship for your points. But every round that you get that win or the good point scoring, it's a great thing to tick off your list, and it takes the pressure off a little bit later in the race. Oh, someone off the road again. the angle of the camera, unfortunately, and where they've gone off, doesn't quite give us an idea of who it might be. That could be a telltale sign, because it might be someone he's been caught up with. That's Darrell Cresswell. Now, who was he involved with? Who was he near with on track? He was near Alan Venters. He was nearby as well, and maybe possibly Morgan as well. Whether it was two separate incidents. Let's have a look. Well, Cresswell was the one that dropped back. Also, now Alan Venters is also dropping back down the order as well, so I expect maybe he was the car that was the one that went off. Now, either way, this is still the scrap for second going on between Rob Keogh, Carl Jones, and also Harry Eyre. Also now not too far from them by is Alistair Lyle, who is still there in fifth position. Over the hill they go.
It doesn't look like we're going to have a safety car, does it? I thought that might be an opportunity, but maybe that car's got going again.
There's the potential. I mean, I think we won the STXR race. We had a couple of laps wait before we had a safety car come out. So it was whether or not it's judging whether. I think it's more a judgment of how long is the recovery going to take. Now that might require a safety car, because there is a wing. I'm going to have a stab at that might be Darrell Cresswell, because he was off the road minus a left rear wing, and he's just probably usually black on a white, blue and pink machine. So I suspect that probably is Darrell Cresswell's wing that's in the middle of the road. But it is slightly off the racing line at the same time, so it might not pose too much of a threat if the momentum of the cars blows it towards the side. Meanwhile, Carl Jones has to take a second bite at the apex, because he realises he turns in the first time, and Rob Keogh's still there. Now he's lost out to Harry Eyre as a result, and now the two are going to go head-to-head up the hill for second place. And now poor Carl Jones thinks, who do I get from a toe? Do I go left, right? Which way do I go to make it work? I can't quite get it to stick.
So now we've seen Harry Eyre pull across that gap to that lead battle, and he's worked all his way up to now second place. What a great performance that is to come through the field. Like you say, that is just off the racing line, and hopefully the wind of these Caterhams doesn't sort of bring it into play. That wing being there was certainly be on the minds of the drivers for sure. These back markers are now starting to come into play here, as you can see Blair McConaughey making his way around.
But he's working his way through pretty fine. He looks like he's managed to negotiate these three that he's just got past with relative ease. There's the group for second in the background. It is still headed by Rob Keogh. He would love to get a second place to improve on the third that he got at Donington Park and just show that he's got it. And that just shows how much he's learned everything. Karting, all his time in Ginettas, I think it's maybe his likingness to and his experience in what appears to be a very small mechanically grip, a small sports car, which is very much centred towards mechanical grip. He's jumped into another sports car, which is very much centred towards mechanical grip. So in terms of a case, even though a Caterham is quite different to a Jetta in terms of being covered bodywork and a dedicated monocoque in some cases, at the end of the day, he certainly seems to. This kind of spec sports car racing seems to be really his forte, and he's making the most of it pretty well. As you see them going across the crest, that was on car number 30. Car 30 was Roger Gaunt he's put a lap on, and he's just simply doing what he has to do as a back marker, just keep hold position and let the faster cars go around. There's a car off into the gravel again. The camera, it's no fault of anyone, but the camera angles of the cars that have gone off don't really give us a chance to see. It's Dimitris Melas, number 2, that's gone off. He's another one this year that just hasn't had the form in the last roughly towards the end of last year and also start of this year as well. It hasn't really had the rub of the green to help him out, and I think maybe possibly getting stuck in the gravel there's not going to help him out either. Yeah,
you tend to see that sometimes. You know, you have a run of luck or just something goes slightly wrong and then you puts you out of position, and because of the way this racing is, Harry Eyre losing another place there, but it's all the back markers we get. They were deep in their battle, those back markers, so I wonder whether they've just not quite spotted this lead group. Certainly now they're out of the way and the lead group are through. Oh, that wing is now right in the middle of the road there, Scott, so some of the draft from the Caterham has brought that into play.
I wonder if possibly also someone's a little bit offline and possibly just nudged it back into the road. There is the error ring. Again, we suspect it's Darrell Cresswell's that's gone through no fault of Darrell's. It's simply come off his car and is laying in the middle of the road.
The good thing is it's almost off the line the other side now, Scott. So
it is, yeah. So it might well be blown away. Now, it's three abreast there with the back marker between Stephen Lyle and Carl Jones. He's had quite an eventful race, this one, Carl Jones. Kind of up and down in the podium positions, now the bottom of the top 5. He was up towards the lead at one point, but really sort of getting stuck in here and having to work for his points on this occasion.
I think most of the drivers in this top 5 have been right at in the first 3 and then drifted back and come back up again to the top. So yeah, it's been certainly a 30 minutes is a long time for a Caterham race, and we've seen those positions dive around. So now it's a matter of timing with 5 minutes to go. When do you want to be, in that kind of lead position? And I imagine they really want to get the hammer down now and try and stake their claim on one of these 2 podium spots that's remaining. Harry Air, they're really hunting down Keogh.
So 5 seconds is the lead gap between Blair McConaughey and Rob Keogh. Third place for Harry Air at the moment, of course, in that Team Lotus coloured car, harking back, of course, to the original days of the original Lotus 7. And now as they come down towards the hairpin, Wes Payne, I thought he wasn't going to stop there for a second to the hairpin. He was on the back of Stuart Bell and does get it anchored up, so he's able to maintain his current position in 7th. But the checkered flag has been thrown 4.5 minutes early, so that means it is in fact even though the timing screen says Keogh, McConaughey should be inserted back in, but that means it should be a home victory for Blair McConaughey then. So what should be some 5+ seconds to the good for him. And incredible stuff from Blair to just about hold on to things in the second half of the race in particular. It should then be, again, we're just waiting for Blair McConaughey to be reinserted back into the timing result. But there he goes. So there is the confirmation. Blair McConaughey does in fact win the first race for the Caterham 7 270R Championship this weekend. Rob Keogh does pick up second in that large battle pack, and he managed to stay just ahead of Harry Air in third. Fourth goes to Carl Jones. Fifth for Stephen Lyle, so that's not bad for him in one of his first weekends in the Caterham, at least as far as I'm aware anyway. Sixth place for Will Rossetti. Seventh for Stuart Bell. Eighth for Wes Payne, who will hope for more after starting on the front row of the grid. Ninth is going to be the number 14, and the 14 is Fraser Jones. And then Chris Ephraimidis rounds out the top 10. We then have Tim Steele, Dan Clayfan, and then the rest of the top 15 as well.
Yeah, we just had a message saying that Tim Steele drove his Caterham all the way up to Knockhill from the south of England, so excellent. That deserves a shout out. He's still got lights on, so there you go. That definitely deserves a shout out.
Yeah, excellent stuff from all the 270Rs, and we'll get a chance to have a look back at some of the highlights from that first race in the 270Rs. And when things got underway, it was pretty much what was initially a very strong start for the front row pair. Wes Payne got a good launch from the front row of the grid. The lights went out, and again, good start from the for the outside of the front row of the grid. From Wes Payne as they headed down towards turn 1. He took the initially, and a good jump from Rob Keogh pushed him into the lead group in second place. There was a couple of cars that ran wide and outbraked themselves on the run through the chicane at Duffers Dip, and then into the mix. Big twitch for Stuart Bell up at the chicane and the opening couple of laps, and that then helped a bit of a battle pack start to form and settle in. There was an initial group of 4 that took towards the head of the field, headed by Will Rossetti with Carl Jones involved, then Blair McConaughey and also Rob Keogh. But that group continued to change. In fact, the second group behind them, headed by Stuart Bell and also featuring Stephen Lyle, Wes Payne and Harry Air, made it an 8-car train for the lead positions. That's a lot. Stephen Lyle was impressive, given that he ran quite wide on the exit of McIntyre's into Butchers. A spin for Ryan Errol whilst he was battling just outside the top 10 pushed him down, but some quick thinking and some quick recovery from Ryan made sure he was able to get back into the race with minimal issues. Then we had a car off the road, which was, we think, Alan Venter's. We're going to have a crack at it because that was the car 74 that was in the wall after he made contact with Darryl. We think with Darryl Cresswell. There was, of course, the ring in the row, which of course sent everyone scattering as they had to make their way through the chicane. And the battles late on saw a couple of position swaps in order to settle the final positions. But the checkered flag, it was win for Blair McConaughey, the home favourite. Second place, of course, it goes to Rob Keogh, and third to Harry Air. Let's see what they thought of it in the pit lane in the Parc Ferme with David Christie.
Wow, wow, wow. If ever you wanted an advert for Caterham Racing, that 7 270R race was absolutely it. Third place for Harry Air, second place for Rob Keogh. The climb into the top of the car, it's our very own Blair McConaughey taking the first W of the weekend here at Knockhill. We'll have a chat with Harry, let him clamber out nimbly out of the 270R, and we'll let him get a little balaclava on so we can have a little chat with him. So Harry Eyre, a third place, and that was just a titanic battle that you had going on with Rob, and almost like 8 other cars behind you.
I think that's probably the best race I've had. I made a mistake, I think, and went down to 8th or 9th. And somehow fought through, and I think I would have had the measure of Rob with a bit more time, but yeah, mega race, really enjoyed it. One of my best, I think.
And obviously it was tit for tat with you and Rob and everyone else behind. What was your thinking through it? Because obviously it's a 30-minute race and you've got to manage the tyres, manage the car. Were you holding on or were you setting things up?
I was flat out the whole way through trying to recover from my mistake, and as the cars in front started to make more mistakes, I started to pounce and capitalise on them. So yeah, really pleased with it.
Well done, third place Harry Eyre, congratulations. Let's go and talk to second place of Rob Keogh. Rob, that's not a bad day at the office, my friend, especially when you had to fight so hard just to get that second place.
Oh, I genuinely feel a bit rude. I've never had to race so rudely before. But I'm still, I still struggling, still get to grips with the car. Never been a Knockhill before, so I'm happy with that. And but just this Clark is such a tricky corner. And in these, as soon as someone's in your toe, they're up on you in the hairpin, and then you've got to defend in the hairpin, and then you're stuffed all the way up the straight, and etc. But it was fun.
Just very quickly, thoughts ahead of the next race tomorrow then? Any changes that you can make as a driver or anything you're going to be trying differently?
Yeah, I'm going to try and drive Clark properly. But I'll have to have a think really, but I don't think so. I think it's probably going to be the same again, sharpen my elbows and try and latch on to Blair, because obviously he's got some serious knowledge around here. I followed him a couple of times in practice thinking, right, where's he quicker, why is he quicker, and then I realised it was just because he was driving better.
Well, congratulations on the second place, a brilliant effort nonetheless, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers.
There we go. Right, let us find the man of the moment, taking the first win of the weekends here. A couple of familiar faces, but Blair, we'll get you over here, my friends. Right in front of that glorious car, Blair McConaughey, a fantastic win here at Knockhill, your home circuit. That is quite the look, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'm just so glad to put it on for the fans, Dave, because I didn't think it was going to go like that. It was a very tricky going through the pack. Everyone's a fast racer. There's a lot of people here with a lot of raw speed, and it was a bit dicey. I think there was a little bit of body work exchanged at points. I'm just glad I got through the pack, got my head down, and got focused. And I can't believe it's actually happened, to be honest.
Now, what I want to know is how big is the smile under that mask right now?
It's just about coming out the sides. So,
and obviously, dream start to the championship. How do we move forward? What's on the agenda for tomorrow? Just more of the same, keep it calm and composed?
Rinse, repeat.
I like that. Blair McConaughey, congratulations for the race win. That is your Caterham 7 270R championship, and we've got time to head down because it's road sport time. So as we navigate our way through another packed field, we move out the way of Lindsay Close there, one of the championship coordinators. What a fantastic race that was. I mean, obviously Blair very, very strong in the championship so far, but wonderful performance. And you've got to feel that if Rob and the rest of the gang behind hadn't fought as hard as they could, maybe, just maybe, they could have held on to him. But we changed tack now because it is time for the road sport. So I'm just going to take a second to get my notes up as we have a chat with Taylor O'Flanagan on pole position. Taylor, just got the job done, getting qualifying into pole position. What's it like for the road sports on this course?
It's going to be very, very tight all the way around. I doubt I'll be losing the pack today, so it's definitely going to be exciting racing.
Is it going to be easy to keep everyone behind you on the grid there? Because obviously you come into Duffus at turn one. It's a very, very difficult thing to keep them.
Yeah, fortunately I think I'm in the best place. As long as I can get a good start, then hopefully plain is sailing from there.
Fingers crossed, Taylor. Hopefully you get some good championship points. Right behind him is Hugo Bush. Now, we were expecting to see Tom Cockrell, but of course it's Taylor that's up at the top of the pole position today. Fantastic qualifying, Hugo. A wonderful experience, and definitely a change of track for you guys.
Oh, it's a fantastic track. I think first time here for all of us, and it's it's brilliant. There's nothing like it in the UK.
Tell us a little bit about the road sport car. How does it differ from the Academy car?
The tyres are the main difference. So no step up in power, but step up in grip and cornering speed.
Now, we did an interview with Avon Tyres, and does that really make such a big difference in terms of how the car handles in your experience?
It does, yes. It just makes it feel a little bit more like a race car, and as I said, just that little bit more speed through the corner.
Well, best of luck for the race ahead, Hugo. Well done, well done. We've got Dom Mansberger. We've still got a couple of minutes here. I'm going to come back to Dom if I get time, but I want to speak to Tom Cockrell, currently leading the championship. Tom, not quite where you wanted to end up in qualifying, but still within reaching distance of that top step.
Yeah, not the worst place to be honest. Set off from the grid, hopefully get through turn one and then re-evaluate from there. Anything can happen. It's going to be a close and frantic race, I'm sure.
Well, best of luck for that one, Tom. We'll keep an eye out. We'll have a quick word with Dom because the cars are about to get released onto the grid here. Dom, welcome to Knockhill. What's your first thoughts coming over that hill at Duffus there?
Well, it's a tough circuit at all, to be honest. Very hard to the cars and hard to overtake. So basically, it's all about staying in the leading pack and try to get your chance to overtake.
And obviously, third place, fantastic qualifying effort from yourself. You must be looking to get mixing in with Taylor up the front there.
Yeah, hopefully. I hope that those guys are in a little fight, and I can try to get my spot where I can overtake. But first of all is keeping it all clear, getting to the finish, and then we see what the result in the end.
Best of luck. Dom Mansberger there in the number 25. So this is the Caterham Road Sport then. This is the final race of the day here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. These cars are a step up in terms of specification from the Academy car. Mainly just the tyres changing, a little bit of suspension work changing on the cars as well. But these are the first step up for the Academy cars, and quite honestly, for the green group and the white group, this is normally the first time that these guys will meet each other on the track in a championship. So fantastic to see, lots of rivalries bringing up, and they'll usually head over to the 270Rs after this. But fantastic race way to head off. Scott Woodwith, over to you. The car's the way you leave Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, David, and well done to our top three in the 270R race that we just had. One more race to go for today's action as the late afternoon sun that continues to beat down here at Knockhill, and the cars met their way out, of course, for the Caterham Road Sport Championship. And as David said, it is the first step out of the academy for these drivers, and it's the first proper season where they'll get to race against each other in a championship setting, because of course they did get the chance last year with the Autumn Trophy race, where it's a non-championship one where they get to race against each other for the first time after out of their respective groups. And of course they had an extra little preview to what these cars were going to be like last year, right at the end of 2020, when they had a special 2021 Road Sport Challenge race at Snetterton last year, right at the end of the season as well. Heading out onto the circuit. And of course, Chris, you must remember this time of your career when you came in first straight out of academy. And road sport is where not only you're going up with drivers that you do know how to race with, but also drivers where to a certain extent you don't know how to race with, because you have to. It's only from watching them trackside that you get an idea of what these guys like to race out on track. But watching them race and actually go up against them on track, as we know, are obviously two incredibly different things. And it's almost like you have to go. It's almost like being the academy all over again, because you go up against another academy class. Two academy classes, one that you know, one that you don't.
Yeah, it's a brilliant learning year, road sport. I really enjoyed my road sport year. Like you say, you combine the two academy grids into one, and off you go. And which is the best group? That's always a nice sort of subplot that goes on. But yeah, so in my case, it was Will Smith, who we've seen earlier on. I'm still racing against Will now in the 420s, and Henry Heaton was in my academy group. So Will went head to heads with Jack Sales, and it's just so all those stories come together. And it's because in the academy year you only have a single race race per race weekend, or normally you would. In this, road sport, you suddenly get 2 races, and again, in my time, it was you moved up to a 20-minute race. So you've got extra seat time, extra learning. You were mixed in with loads of new people, and it's really the year that you start solidifying, what it means to be a racing driver, and how do you go and do that, and how do you do it repeatedly, race after race, lap after lap. What do you need to do to get that done? You see them pulling up onto the line there. Hugo Bush had a bit of a sort of disappointing first race, didn't he, in Donington, but then came back all the way through the field, so he's got a serious amount of speed, so it's good to see him right back at the front here.
Yeah, we're looking to make the most of that, absolutely. Let's just quickly wrap to the grid, how they're going to start it. The last few cars have been gridded up. So it's Taylor O'Flanagan and Hugo Bush on the front row of the grid. Dominic Mansberger and Tom Cockrell come next. Then it's Gwyn Jones and Christopher Broome, Alex Vincent and Ryan Lovett. Then Nick Timpson and Ron Mounsey. Peter Mott and Steve Lancaster come next. Andy Lund's a bit further back, maybe he would like to be, alongside Kevin Turner. Then it's Mike Hilton and Andy Berg from James Hall and Ian Hapgood. That makes up the 18-car grid that we have here for this weekend's race. So then we can quickly inform you, just keeping an eye on when the 5-second board goes up. But in the standings coming to the weekend, it is Tom Cockrell on 48 points, courtesy of his winning race 2. It's Taylor O'Flanagan, who won race 1, but then also lost it on the second race in 4th position. So let's see if he can redeem himself in this first race here at Knockhill. The red lights go out, and we're underway for the final race here of the day here at Knockhill for day 1 of the BRSCC Caterham Festival race weekend. Side by side for the lead. It's like Hugo Bush on the outside line in the grey and red machine. The all-yellow machine is Taylor Flanagan. And there's contact in the background. There's 3, 4, 5, maybe in 6 cars in the gravel. Andy Lund is one of them. Number 12 is off the road as well. So 12 is Ron Mounsey. I think Andy Berg is also in that as well. There's a couple in the mix. But it's the last race of the day, first race of the weekend for them. They've been waiting all day. Maybe just one or two drivers getting a little bit overexcited into the first corner, and unfortunately can be also the fact with cold brakes and cold tyres, that can all be a bit of a perfect storm for a less than ideal first corner.
Yeah, snatch front brake, and it's very easy just to drift a little bit wide. Hugo Bush got a speed around the outside there, but it does look like he's going to lose out slightly there. But yeah, a snatch brake or a slightly cold brake or slightly cold tyres, and everything's a little bit moves around more than you might expect, and yeah, then we get a bit of contact, and then it's sort of concertinas because it's such a fast opening corner.
So first 5 already over the crest, and they're followed by number 3 behind them. So it's now Bush that leads the way. Flanagan in second place in the yellow car. Dominic Mansberger is the black and green machine. The red and white car, number 59, is Tom Cockrell, who was last year's Academy Green Group champion. Just behind them is Gwyn Jones, who won a race at Brands Hatch last year in the red car with the black stripe. 6th place is Christopher Broome. Good start for him, Christopher. Good to see him back in the mix. He's currently sat 10th in points coming into the weekend, so P6 for him would certainly be quite a strong result if he can manage it. 7th for Alex Vincent, who had quite a weekend at North Donington Park where he didn't qualify properly. An issue in qualifying. Started at the back of the grid in race 1, raced his way through into the top 10 and got about 6th in the race 1, and then got back towards the front end in race 2. And then behind the rest of the top 10 continues to form up and scrap. Gwyn Jones there just looking to the outside of Tom Cockrell. And what's nice is that even just from the 2021 Road Sport Challenge race, there was something about these guys in that last race that proved that just gave us the inkling that we're going to have quite a strong road sport season this year. And Hugo Bush is over the curbs, running wide is Mansberger and Flanagan, and that's a result of them trying to go 3 wide into Duffer Stick, which was never going to work.
I mean, it's scary enough going just a single car going through the corner, so putting 3 wide down there, it's not always ideal, but it has netted Mansberger that second place as he's down. Yeah, it's always good if the move comes off, isn't it? But we did see some sort of extra track used there, but it has let Bush disappear off the front. So the character of these races has been the same today, hasn't it? The lead car has sort of bounced away, and then the chasing pack have just battled each other too much. Whether that's going to be how this one ends up, we've got another sort of 17 minutes to go.
Yeah, plenty in the mix here as we head up the hill once again at the end of lap number 3. Flanagan now going wheel to wheel with his fellow Academy champion. So this is one of the battles we're always looking forward to this year. The scrap between it's always look forward to in road sport. The two, if they're in the pack, the 2 reigning Academy champions locking horns properly for the first time. You get it if they enter the Autumn Trophy at the end of the year, but when they get to road sport spec, then you get to see in proper championship competition who's the stronger, who's got the bragging rights out of them. They're in the top 2 of the championship because they've got to win each at Donington Park in the first rounds, but it's Cockrell that leads it because you've got a first and a second compared to a first and a fourth. And it was only because O'Flanagan threw away the lead in the last lap and the second race at Donington Park that saw him drop to fourth in the first place. And the funny thing was, there was a battle to the far chicane. Who came steaming down the outside? Hugo Bush, who currently leads the way. So he's definitely not shy of speed. It's just, though, at least in this first bit, now he's got himself out in front, he's able to control that a bit better and not be under pressure. Sometimes I think with Hugo, always Taylor O'Flanagan made a huge dive up the inside, had to just about get it anchored up to make sure he didn't T-bone Dominic Mansberger as a result. But I suspect, even though this might be a little bit frustrating deep down, these two Academy champions, that they're sort of enjoying themselves in this battle, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're always there or thereabouts, aren't they? So when we've seen them, they've always been in the same part of the track. So they're, again, we heard earlier about Tom Willis and Blair McConaughey, the sort of the battle they've had through all the championships they've been part of, and it's really good to see these developing. And Dom Mansberger's always up there or thereabouts, even from the first Academy race. He's really been on the pace, and so is Hugo. And like you say, sometimes there's just been a bit of dust thrown up there. Yes, Hugo's always been there or thereabouts as well. Just had a bit of an unfortunate first race at Donington. So yeah, it's going to be great to see how do those relationships develop over the years that they're going to be Caterham racing.
This seems like Tom Willis and Blair McConaughey all over again, doesn't it, really? Although these two have now won a championship race, rather than it being Tom Willis just winning both of them and running off into the sunset. Now, Dominic Mansberger was the one that ran a little wide on the exit and kicked up that small little dust cloud on the exit of the chicane. And he was very lucky, because that's a part of the circuit where if you run wide, it's so easy to either, if you get it on the painted line or on that gravel, it's so easy to just have that car to drop and spin around on G. And I'm surprised the amount of people that have been going wide at that corner, I'm surprised more haven't fallen foul to that.
Yeah, it really is a fine. Even the lap before, he was absolutely on the ragged edge of, being nearly in the gravel. So the fact they did it the next lap, he's probably going to have to dial it back a little bit, because it's actually cost him time rather than helped him. So he maybe needs to dial it a little bit back in this early part so that he doesn't land so late. And there he has got it back dialed in, so he should be a bit more comfortable this time round.
Watching Dominic Mansberger in second place. Of course, Dominic has a little bit of racing heritage. His father also raced with another fellow parent with the father of another fellow competitor driver, which is Lars Hoffman, Kurt Hoffman. Him and Dominic's father used to race Porsches back in the 70s and 80s. There's a nice little family connection and racing connection there between the two in terms of their fathers raced together. And now at the moment, these two are racing in different steps of the Caterham ladder, but certainly enjoying racing amongst each other. So, because at the moment, Lars Hoffman is 2 steps ahead of Dominic at the moment in terms of where they are in the order. So Taylor O'Flanagan slots back into second place after that battle. He had a nice setup at the outside line, or a nice setup at the hairpin, and managed to make it work on the run out of it, up the pit straight and back in towards Duffers Dip once again.
Dom had to choose which one he was going to defend as he dips into the gravel. Yet again, that gravel's getting deeper each lap, isn't it, as they keep churning out the stones. He had to choose which way he wanted to defend. He defended to the inside, which is what you would naturally want to do, but that did let Flanagan then go around the outside, and he just had a nice easy run through turn 1, gaining in that space.
It's ironic that Mansberger took the Lars Hoffman line there, so kind of he's sort of another link between the two there in many cases. Let's see, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th all together in a group, and then behind Chris Broome is still 6th, and there's a nice little scrap here for 7th. This is between Ryan Lovett, who's just been passed by Alex Vincent. Alex there in the two-tone green number 17, and then it's the bright green number 38. Still chasing after Chris Broome. I have to say, impressive stuff from Chris. It was one of his better results so far in the last couple of races we've seen him. Up in P6 and holding his own quite nicely.
We've got a safety car, Scott.
Safety car's been deployed. Now, I'm sure now. I want to say maybe the reason could be Ron Mounsey, because Ron Mounsey, although that said he was one of the cars that was involved in the first lap. I think maybe the way it might be is, truthfully, I'm not sure yet, because
we've not seen anything on screen yet that would suggest why there is that safety car, but yet it's there. It could be for debris. If a wheel arch is in the wrong place, any car hitting it, it's like having ice under your wheel. So it's a real safety issue if a wheel arch is there, especially as it can be pinged up in the air and then you don't know where it's going to land again. So that could be the issue, since we haven't seen any cars just yet.
So we'll wait and see if there is a particular reason for the safety car, but even so, the RunYourFleet.com safety cars had quite a few appearances today for various reasons. It was interesting. Someone said to me this morning, hopefully we don't see it too much. It's kind of all. I think one entity that we'll certainly please be seeing, and that is of course Run Your Fleet, who are the partners of BRSCC and also the suppliers of the Jaguar XF Sport Brake Safety Car that we have. Of course, runyourfleet.com, one of the UK's leading fleet management services, with all sorts of provisions and ways to ensure that any companies who need to run fleets has got all the tools they need and all the coverage and all the support they need all in one handy place. So do be sure to go and check out runyourfleet.com. Of course, head to their website, give them a call, give them an email, and even just check them out on social media, because of course they really can do all sorts in terms of helping companies who need not just fleets but also help managing that fleet of vehicles as well. They can do a fantastic job, and it is, as I say, Run Your Fleet that have supplied the BRSCC for this season in a partnership with the club with this fantastic metallic white Jaguar XF Sport Brake Safety Car, which has graced, I think, every meeting so far since the start of the season at Donington Park. Yes, so it's made an appearance on every single one of our live streams too. So great to have them on board. Great to have the safety car with us. Of course, great to have it in Scotland for the first time, and great to have it as part, just to add a little bit of extra something to the presentation of the event, and of course now of the club as well. Now, safety cars bringing the field down to a very, very slow pace. Again, we're not 100% sure what the reason is for the safety car.
What it has done, though, Scott, is brought everyone back together again into one long line. We saw all that hard work by Hugo Bush to break away has now been taken away, and O'Flanagan has positioned himself in second, ready for this restart. So Hugo's going to not be happy to see the safety car for sure, but others might be, quite happy for it.
So, as I say, the only car that we've lost is Ron Mountsie. But Ron Mountsie, because look at how many laps we've had already. And I'm going to get back to the live timing screen for a second to see where we are on the terms of a lap count. And we're at 9 laps, and Ron Mounsie's 4 laps behind and has stopped. So it would possibly suggest that Ron Mountsie maybe, if for whatever reason, potentially could be the cause of the problem, because he was running in the early laps. I think he was one of the cars, I think, that was caught up in that first initial melee. And I think we have discovered what it might be, if it is Ron Mountsie. It seems to be in between the point between a couple of our camera positions. So apologies if we can't put focus on it, just in case if we needed to. But the pack's just forming up, and they've got them at quite a reduced pace as well. So hopefully, if it is something involving Ron Mountsie, and obviously we never want to speculate, but just in case if it is something involving Ron Mountsie, then hopefully first and foremost he's okay.
Yeah, so safety car brings all sorts of new things to play. You've got to think about, all of the drivers will be thinking about the restart now, as they're really sort of backing each other up. But yeah, the restart is a whole skill in its own right. It's a whole part of racing, and you have to be, Okay,
we've got the course car. That's one of the medical cars, or the course cars here, in position, and it might suggest, of course, because that's a part of the circuit where you have got. Is there yes, there is a cage. There we go. There it is. So there's the car, and Ron Mountie's in there. Okay, so it looks as though I think that obviously Ron. It looks as though that might have been just a bit of a mishap or some contact with somebody on the exit of a corner. Because of that, it's put his car off the road. Of course, maybe the delay was just to make sure that they could get that car snatched up as quickly as possible as they could run it. And again, obviously, process of elimination, it's the only car that isn't running, or isn't showing as running. And to confirm that, the exclamation mark next to his name does confirm, as well as a number check, it is indeed Ron Mountsie. So he's at the wheel of the car, so he appears to be perfectly okay, which is the best thing after any kind of incident. So I would suggest that, given that his car has been promptly taken off the track, that we hopefully should be able to get racing back underway with roughly about, I'd say, 6 3/4 minutes to go, maybe 6.5 minutes to go left before we get back underway. And the thing is that Hugo Bush at one point had that nice little gap he was building up, Chris, but now this is the trouble. This is the poison chalice in terms of the safety cars. It benefits a lot of people, but the one person who doesn't benefit, particularly if they've got quite a big gap out in front, is the leader. And so essentially they're going to try and do it all over again, And it depends on how alert the cars are behind on the restart, and whether he can do that, or whether the guys like O'Flanagan, Mansberger, Cockrell, Jones and co can start to go with him on the restart. But
you want to be right on, right next to the car in front of you, right on the rear panel, and ready to go as soon as long as the safety car is far enough ahead, which it looks like he could go at any moment. And it looks like he has gone nice and early. So he's caught Dominic Mansberger there asleep at the wheel a little bit. So he's gained himself a little gap from third place, but nevertheless O'Flanagan is right there and was ready for it.
He's caught Mansberger asleep. As you say, O'Flanagan was nice and alert and ready for the restart as the green flag flies. Just under 6.5 minutes left of racing for today's part one of the BRSCC Caterham Festival race weekend at Knockhill. And they turn in. Hugo Bush runs wide. He's almost thrown it away. He's all across the road and somehow keeps in front of the front. I've no idea how he did that. He managed to stop us. Then O'Flanagan thumps the curb. There's a bit of damage to the nose, I think, as well of Ted O'Flanagan's car. It's a little bit dislodged. But Hugo Bush, whether or not he was so focused in looking at Ted O'Flanagan in his mirrors, he must have caught his braking point a little bit too late, went in way too hot and lost the back end. And now he's under threat massively from O'Flanagan. He might squeeze up the inside the Clark corner. They do touch wheels. They almost tag. And I think that O'Flanagan's got through. Look at Mansberger getting through. It's 3 abreast on the exit through Railway Bend. Here comes also Tom Cockrell. It's going to make it 3, make it 4 abreast. Gwyn Jones watches on 3 abreast for second. Mansberger has his car in front. Who's going to benefit? Look through your hands and watch to see if they can get through all unscathed. And I think they just about have. It's now second, third and fourth. But Ted O'Flanagan was the big loser out of all of that. He's been shuffled down to 4th. It's now Mansberger leading. It'll either be Cockrell or Hugo Bush for second place. And Gwyn Jones is in the mix there now. 5 in the lead with still 5 minutes to go. This is going to get pretty spicy, Chris.
Yeah, looked like Cockrell was putting it down the inside again. You can see that he was, and Hugo Bush has now drifted backwards even to 4th or 5th. There is a little escape road that you can rejoin the track, and I think that's what he picked up on. But there's certainly a few little bits of damage now, and O'Flanagan will be hoping that front nose doesn't flick up, because that will be a huge sort of drag. It looks like it's going to hold on for now. But yeah, Dom Mansberger, opportunist, he was willing to shove that 3 wide and managed to come out of the front of it.
And you were the one that said he had the bad restart. He just worked that in his favour, because that's the thing. He worked in his favour because O'Flanagan and Bush were so caught up battling each other, he took full advantage. Now the boot's on the other foot. For going from being the pursuer, he's now the pursued. Because Tom Cockrell is going to try and have a go here. He's already got a win once for the season because he won the first race he won the second race after Ted O'Flanagan. Ironically, he went wide, so he's going to look for his second win of the season. Mansberger, who I've noticed typically is very, very strong compared to everyone else in the wet conditions. He's not wet, he's bone dry at the moment, but he's still quick. He's just as quick in the dry when the opportunity presents it. And now the 2 Academy champions are getting properly stuck in. O'Flanagan recovering, but Cockrell crucially getting himself to the front of the field and trying to pull away here. Hugo Bush, who led on the restart, of course, down to 4th as a result of all of that. And now 5th, now it's still Gwyn Jones. And Gwyn Jones, either he's biding his time or just he's not in the right place at the right time, because he's been constantly in the back of this pack for quite a while now as Tom Cockrell takes an almighty amount of curve on through the Clark corner. And again, those sort of curves, going back to those, you've got to be so careful how you attack them, because they are very large, very solid curves. You hit it in the wrong place and thump it in the wrong way, that's a one-way ticket to broken suspension.
Yeah, Road Sport have slightly softer suspension than the 270s and the 310s that we've been recently watching, so they absorb the bumps in a different way. But always you have to hit the curves in the right way to actually make them ride over them. As we see, it's 2 by 2 we're going up into turn 1. This is hold your hats.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second between the first 4 cars. You can't really get it much closer than that. This is almost like Freedom 100 in the Indy Lights, when the top 4 went for the lead all together and had that fantastic 4-wide photo finish. I suspect that's something we're going to get in some way here with this last race. I think they've almost saved the best till last this one. 3 minutes to go, and it's 5 for the lead. They rock over the chicane once again. This is that 15. Gwyn Jones gets a bit out of shape, but he just keeps it off the gravel, but dip one wheel over the curb, but just about holds on. And now Hugo Bush is back up to 3rd now, so despite his mishap, which put him wide and then lost in momentum, he's back in the groove now and in the slipstream. Here comes Mansberger to the outside of Cockrell. So remember, Cockrell in the red and white car. The black and green is Mansberger. The grey and red is Hugo Bush. He did this at Dorrington to Bush, didn't he? Go right down the outside of everybody. Can he make it stick this time? Maybe he can. He just about avoided contact from Mansberger. Now he's side by side with Cockrell. He will get the side draft up the hill. Mansberger might give Cockrell a bit of a push here as they come across the line. O'Flanagan's dropped to 5th. He's got behind Gwyn Jones, so a mistake from O'Flanagan means it's now just 3 for the lead into the chicane. Down the hill with 2 and a bit minutes to go. Hugo Bush goes round the outside of Cockrell. Can he stay there if he can cut across? He can't. He can't get the apex quick enough and has to sit back into second place again. Brilliant stuff from the Road Sports It's a shame there's only 2 minutes left. I'm loving this.
Yeah, I mean, what a show of racing skill there. They all did a really good job of making that all happen. We see obviously Bush wants to have this race back. They all want to win all at the same time, it seems, at the moment. They all want to be in that first place, but all at the same time. We did see Cockerell. He put his car in a great position, as we see Hugo Bush going to the outside again. It looked like he was going to make it up the inside, but it just ended up costing him all the way down that next straight.
Well, it was a reflection of the visor. It almost looked like going past the camera. Hugo Bush was looking at the camera as he went past the pit, but I think it must have been the reflection of the visor, I think, in terms of where he was. But even so, we have got 2 more laps to go in this race. This is getting pretty intense. I think even that's an understatement. Hugo Bush looks to the outside for the lead. He can pass around the outside deficit, but he has passed around the outside. Hugo Bush, what mistake at turn 1 on the restart. He's managed to get back to the front in just about the right moment, although there is a saying in Caterham race, which you're now about to say, sometimes, in many cases, the worst place you want to be in a Caterham race is last corner, last lap in the lead, because there's no guarantee you'll stay there by the time you get to the checkered flag. Are we going to see that curse happen again here, do you think?
The finish line is actually before the start line, so actually there's not as much opportunity to drag. So if given my opportunity, I would be in first place coming out of this last corner.
So Knockhill's maybe the exception. We'll have to wait and see. 30 seconds to go left on the clock or so. O'Flanagan's back in the mix. He's got back past Gwyn Jones. He gets edged out wide by Mansberger. But now this is critical. On to the last lap of the day's racing, the last lap of the first road sport race of the weekend. It is 5 of them all together. They hug the inside line down towards Duffers Dip for the final time. Cockerell thinks, right, you can go around the outside, so can I. He's going to try and make it if he can. Goes very wide, and Hugo Bush is at it again. He's sideways on the exit of the corner, up towards the right-hander at McIntyre's. Still in front. It's still Bush from Cockerell. Then it's Mansberger. O'Flanagan still 4th again, and Jones in P5. Mansberger and Cockerell can get there. Both Bush and Cockerell really thump the curb. Wide for Mansberger. He might get an attack for 3rd place here for O'Flanagan. He looks up the inside if he can. 3 abreast for 2nd. O'Flanagan's gone for 4th for 2nd. How has he done that up the inside line? That is an astonishing move from Taylor O'Flanagan. He can even still win this if he plays his cards right here. Down towards the hairpin for the final time. That came out of nowhere, I think, Taylor O'Flanagan. Maybe it was an accident. I don't think he even meant to get past Tom Cockerell there. Up the inside at the hairpin. The 2 Academy champions lock horns on the exit. It's going to be a sprint to the flag. But it's been a long time coming. There's contact in the background. But I think finally Hugo Bush is going to win a race in Caterham in the Caterham Road Sport Championship. He takes victory for 2nd across to 5th. Well, the gap was that was 4/10 for 2nd less between the top 4. There was some contact between Jones, I think Cockerell, and then Mansberger a bit towards them. But how about that for a top 5? 1st to 5th covered by 1.262 seconds, and Bush only won. In fact, Bush's winning margin was bigger than the gap between 2nd to 5th. That is typical Caterham racing. Fantastic stuff from the top 5, and that was genuine, though. I think so far contender for best race of the day, at least best race of the weekend. So incredible stuff. What have you spotted?
I think Mansberger's been put into 3rd place. It certainly looked like he might have got 3rd place over the line, but on the timing screen I am seeing him up there in 3rd place. That's corrected itself. I wonder whether that is going to stick. But yeah, it was almost, sometimes you make a mistake, overtake by accident, because you brake so late that there's nothing you can do but go for the gap.
Yeah, astonishing stuff, and we're going to get a view at some the action in that race. Genuinely, I think the best race of the day and of the weekend so far. So let's look back at what happened then. Again, of course, Taylor O'Flanagan was on pole position with Hugo Bush alongside him, but the firework, there was a little bit of carnage up into the first corner because the leaders got away pretty much scot-free, but behind them, couldn't really say the same. Several cars involved, as incredibly somehow they all seemed to survive getting out the gravel in many cases, so kudos to everyone getting going again, and there was no safety car. In the early stages, Hugo Bush did manage to get away, whilst the pursuing quartet of Taylor O'Flanagan, Dominic Mansberger, Tom Cockerell and Gwyn Jones all managed to make their way through. On the restart after a safety car, Hugo Bush just about threw his lead away. He just about held on briefly, but had to really work hard for it. But then into the final couple of laps he went. He almost lost it again on the last lap after some brilliant, fantastic last battling. And then it really began. Hugo Bush held on to the lead. But then incredibly, Taylor O'Flanagan made a 3-wide pass into Clark. Whether he meant it or not, it was a fantastic move to get himself into the lead. And it all came to a bit of argy-bargy at the last run to the flag. But still, it was going to be a victory for Hugo Bush in the end. Some amazing stuff, amazing racing all day, including stuff that you were part of as well, of course, in the morning, Chris. And I think a really nice way for Caterham to come back to Knockhill in a different direction, but the racing, just as it was three years ago, still just a spellbinding.
Yeah, it's a whole different track basically, because you're around the other way, and it brings a whole set of new challenges. But what it doesn't take away is that it's a roller coaster ride from start to finish, and it's been brilliant. The weather's been absolutely superb, and it looks like it's good tomorrow as well. So more of the same tomorrow, please.
Well, we'll check back in a moment after we have a chat to our top three and round off today's action. But before we do that, let's head down to David to speak to, I'm sure, a very breathless top three after that final race.
Wow. I hope at home you guys are just as breathless after that race as I am here in the Holden area. What an incredible performance by these three drivers. Third place to Dom Mansberger. Second place goes to Taylor O'Flanagan. But my goodness me, out in front, and it could have been any single one of them. Hugo Bush. We'll wait until Dom gets out the car. We'll have a chat with third place first, but I said the 270 hours if you wanted an advert for Caterham Racing. You had it right there. This is the brochure right there. This is exactly how it's done. In fact, we'll mix things up. We'll have a chat with second place Taylor O'Flanagan. Taylor, right, firstly, I mean, wow, that was just absolutely epic. Where on earth did you come from on that final lap?
Honestly, I don't know. It was literally start to finish the whole way. Got overtaken on the first corner and a little bit of contact all around the race. It was pretty hairy, and I just had to go for it on the last lap and see where I came out. So fortunately, it went pretty well, and P2.
How much of the epic car control, because that's the only word I can use for that race, the epic car control shown by all of you, was honed in the Academy series?
All of it, you know, we all driven cars before in different levels, but in terms of racing, it's completely brand new. So yeah, in terms of the racecraft you see out there, some of it good, some of it bad. It's all learned in the Caterham. So yeah, it's brilliant.
Excellent. Well done on second place. We'll go and have a quick chat to Dom Mansberger, third place there. Wherever Dom is, here he is, just up here. Dom, we will grab you, my friends. So, for a minute there, I thought you were going to come across the line in second place there, but you just got that third. I mean, that was a crazy finish to the race.
Absolutely. It was, I mean, Taylor started a good move inside the fast right-hander to the hairpin. So I lost the momentum. Also, Quindolf came along me, and the only way was to try, because everybody was closing the inside of the hairpin, so I tried it on the outside, and luckily enough, I could secure finally third place at least.
Now, what I want to know is, obviously, there's five of you absolutely knocking lumps out of each other on the track without actually even touching each other. How much adrenaline how much adrenaline is actually going through your body when you're in the middle of that race?
Well, to be honest, during the race you have no time to think about it, but this is one of the most intensive races I've done so far, to be honest, because it's super close. You have no time to relax, and then with the group being so close together, it's very intensive.
An amazing race. Well done, Dom, on that third place. Dom Mansberger there. Let's go and chat to the man himself, though. Wherever Hugo Bush has gone to, he's vanished. Here we go, Hugo. We will steal you with your balaclava on in just a second. Oh, you put a mask. Sorry, I didn't even say that. We're not used to the sunshine, obviously, up here in Knockhill. Hugo, amazing race. I mean, it literally could have been any one of the five of you taking the win there. What was that like going across the line?
Oh, amazing. I mean, to have the race so under control, and then the safety car come out and be back down to fifth, and then to have to fight all the way back, win the race twice, but brilliant.
Were you ever worried at all?
Well, when I was down in fifth, yes, I wasn't feeling too pleased with myself, but managed to pick them back off one by one.
So again, it's just me, you, and a couple of hundred people watching on the live stream. What's the celebrations going to be like tonight?
Oh, I don't know, nothing too crazy, but absolutely delighted to win.
So you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Off to hit the town in Edinburgh. Well done to Hugo Bush. And there we go. That is it. That is exactly what we signed up for here. An amazing race, an amazing way to start off the Caterham weekends here at Knockhill. Thank you to everyone at home for watching. What an amazing evening it's been. We're going to be back here tomorrow around about 10 o'clock for the start of the stream tomorrow. But all that's left from myself and Anthony on the camera as well. Thank you so much for watching. We'll throw it back to Scott Woodwis.
Yeah, thank you, David. Fantastic job all day. Good to have you in the paddock this weekend. Again, to echo what he said, brilliant stuff all day from Caterham Motorsport, from all 5 championships that we had out there, from Academy all the way through to 7 UK, plus the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and as well the ETSL STXR Challenge. You're all begins again tomorrow. The live stream starting with racing action starting at 10 o'clock when we have the Caterham 7 UK Championship for the second of the 3 races. Of course, Chris, you'll be in action of that one again as well, so more action for there too. Thank you for being with me for the Caterham stuff, and of course, hopefully for, depending on how you schedule, allows to be up for the next of the few ones. But it's good to put the CaterhamRace.com partnership onto some real commentary, onto some real world Caterham racing, and I think it worked rather well, didn't it?
Yeah, that road sport was a great way to end today, wasn't it? A fantastic Caterham race showing what we're all about.
Yeah, great stuff. Well, best of luck for your second race tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you at some point between your races, what time you've got. And yeah, just to wrap up to say, thanks so much for everyone that's watched on Facebook and YouTube, been watching the comments coming in. You've all been enjoying the racing today, so thank you so much for commenting. Be sure to, if you haven't already, to subscribe and hit the notifications button, and also to like the page and hit notifications on there too. That means you get notified when we're about to go live and when we go live for tomorrow's racing. You do not want to miss it, because if today was a prelude, tomorrow should be absolutely fantastic. Thank you to, of course, as well to all the champions that have raced. Thank you to Knockhill and everyone here that's been getting involved. But for myself, Scott Woodwist, and also from everyone here at Knockhill, and from David and Anthony, thank you for watching, and join us for more breathless racing for the BRSCC tomorrow, when it should be all over again. But until then, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action. Good night.